L'chaim. We're asking everyone to take to have some mashke in their house and take a little cup and say l'chaim with us. Chassidische Farbrengen, Yud Shevat. L'chaim, everyone. Welcome everyone to the Chassidim Farbrengen of Yud Shevat, to the international Farbrengen that we are doing by Vechom, by Iskashos. And it's everyone knows what today is, the Yom HaChtorah, Yom HaBoyer, Yom HaChtorah from Rebbe. Everyone knows already from Tovshin Yud, the Rebbe always wrote about Beis Nissen, that there are two inyonim in Beis Nissen. One inyan is the Yom HaEluleh from the Rebbe Nishmo Seiden from Rebbe Rashab. And the second inyan is the Yom HaChtorah, the Rebbe wrote the Yom of the crowning of the Frierdiker Rebbe. And the Rebbe wrote right from the beginning, from Tovshin Yud, that the Oster Chassidim from Rebbe is Negeya Beiker, the Yom HaChtorah. That is Negeya to us, the Yom HaTchilas and Nesius from Rebbe. Oh, there was even Yud Shevat, Tovshin and Mashpi'm, the Rebbe made a siyum, a hadron, and the Rebbe spoke, and there was a ganze arichis, and the Rebbe said, as by Yom Shenas Melech, the Rebbe said the Loshens macht a yomte v'mishte and or the Raisvados v'yem shenas melech. And the Rebbe said beferish several times at their inyan, Mashal Beis Nissen Memches, the Rebbe spoke about the Yom HaChtorah from Frierdiker Rebbe. The Rebbe said that the Yom Kabbalas and Nesius is kedel the ganze hemshech from the Nesius all the years, and in them tog in that day there is a special ilui, a ischatshos meaning for the Nesius. So definitely there is a special ischatshus and iskashus by Chassidim to the Rebbe on such a day. So even some people, we didn't hear from the Rebbe the Loshen, but some people call it Rosh Hashanah for iskashus, because the Rebbe called it Yom HaChtorah, like the Rosh Hashanah is Yom HaChtorah. The Rebbe always says, Chassidus says there is a Eir Chodosh that comes down on that day. Therefore, there is every Rosh Hashanah, Naya HaChtorah, so every Yud Shevat, there is a ischatshus and the HaChtorah from Rebbe in a special, a higher dag and a special iskashus. So today, the Nekud of the Farbrengen is going to be the Dor Hashvi'i, the mission of the Dor Hashvi'i, and of course, the fact that the mission of the Dor Hashvi'i continues today exactly the way it was before, Bilishum Shinui, and the mission was given to us by the first Farbrengen, by the Maimer of Yud Shevat of Yud Aleph, and there is a very famous saying, Chassidus, as Matan Teire wird noch einmal nicht sein. That Matan Teire was only one time, and even the Chassidus says that the alle Giluim from Adam Rishon bis Mashiach is Chitzeni Satik, and all the Giluim from Mashiach will be all from Pnimi Satik. But still, Matan Teire wird noch einmal nicht sein. Everything was in Galag of Matan Teire. The same thing what happened Yud Shevat Tovshin Yud Aleph wird noch einmal nicht sein. With all the Giluim that we had from the Rebbe for all the years, and later we'll have a Mashiach will come. What's happened Yud Shevat Yud Aleph? That's a Zach, that's a Emol Zach. And as I remember, I was a bocher when the tape from the Yud Shevat Tovshin Aleph came out, but I think Tovshin and Vov. I'm not sure why it came out all of a sudden then, in middle of the Mishpet, but it came out at Farbrengen. And I remember, even though we saw the Rebbe every day, we had Farbrengen and Memorim and Sichas, but we were traceled from that Farbrengen when we heard the first time the Yud Shevat Tovshin Aleph. There's something unique of what happened there. There was never such a Farbrengen that the Rebbe should stop the Maimer 3 times and ask singing Nigunim, and the Rebbe should tell 7 stories in the Maimer. Never happened such a thing. This is a Maimer. The Kabbalah and Nesius Maimer is a one-time thing was came on the design. So therefore, today we have the schus to have with us Chassidim, who actually was zeicher to be there b'shas Maaseh, and you know the Rebbe. When I called several of the elder Chassidim today, so a few days ago when I called them about the Farbrengen today, so they said, some of them said they already told the stories, and Meveishin the Maises. So I remember Punkt I listened to Farbrengen to Skisser and Beis, but the first to Skisser was by the Rebbe. So the Rebbe said, but the first Sicher, the Rebbe said as it is Kislev is a Zevi alle Yom Tevim Ba'iden, it's like Pesach. By Pesach we say, "Afilu kolon chachomim, kolon nevenim, mitzvah lesaper v'tzias Mitzrayim." That means even if you already just know the story, all based on the mitzvah v'tzias Mitzrayim. But after Vechom, it comes from Seder from noch einmal lieber sagen, b'dibur kel me'er hakavane. Darf man noch einmal erzählen the mitzvah. The Rebbe says, "Mitzvah lesaper Mitzrayim kol kaleisa alayla." The says that doesn't matter how much you give us, especially the Frierdiker Rebbe says. That's it. As 3 levels in his kashrus, and the 1 level is that saying la meise, the two the meise is mekushat zum Rebbe kecha meise for him. So therefore, today we are going to hear stories about the Farbrengen, about each story. It's not a story, Chas v'Shalom. We're going to be miskasher zum Rebbe, and especially that everyone knows the story of Yale. Always to say the story that when he came to New York, he thought he's coming to see the Frierdiker Rebbe. And he left Israel, it was Yud Shevat. He did not know yet it was Aistalkus, and then he came 2 weeks later, and the guy at the border said to them, "Where are you coming?" He said to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. So he said, "Oh, the one who passed away now." And there was someone with him, and Rabbi Yehuda said, "Nah, what the guy knows." Then he came out and he saw the Vechom, and he realized it's true, and he was very brochen. For 2 years he's waiting to see the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the Pele came in. So before Pesach, he went to the Rebbe to ask the Rebbe maybe he should only do 1 Yontev because he's thinking maybe to go back to Israel. Because he came, there was his talkers. So the Rebbe said to him, Rabbi always say, the Rebbe said to him, the Rebbe had alles gewusst. And if the Rebbe said you should come here, it was not for 2 weeks. He told you to come here was because that's what the kavanah to be here. So the Rebbe always said, but the Farbrengens as we can give in the Rems Werter a roes to today's time. So the first words that you hear from the tape from Yud Shevat Tovshin Aleph, the erste Werter was me heard is the Werter the Rebbe says as the Rebbe beschwert as that he was a tzaddik, that he was shelet al kol olam kulei. So therefore, such a tzaddik who was together with as a Kodesh Baruch Hu gave the tzaddik mevatel. So nobody could tell him where to be. That he wants to be with the Chassidim. So nobody could tell him where he should be, where shouldn't be, and therefore he's there because he made the keli from Abbas Yisrael. By him, Abbas Yisrael, the keli of Abbas Hashem, Abbas Atera, Mele, he is with the Chassidim. So if there is any roef that we need to know today for Dor Hashvi'i, after Gimel Tammuz, is the erste Werte was mehr von Rebbe, bei der erste Farbrengen, as a tzaddik, shelet al kol olam kulei, b'meile he decided that he's neshama, and he should be with the Chassidim dolematos. Nobody could control it. He is right there where he is. So b'meile, this is today's Farbrengen. We're going to speak about Dor Hashvi'i. We're going to speak about his kashrus. The Rebbe is here with us today, and we'll start. We'd like to, since we have we have the honor to have several of the elder Chassidim who bezecher to be there by the Rebbe. So we would like to ask the first one to speak will be today Rabbi Moshe Herson. We'd like to ask Rabbi Moshe Herson to share with us what he remembers, how he came to the Rebbe when he came from Brazil, how he came to the Rebbe, and what he remembered from the first Farbrengen from Yud Shevat of Shin Aleph, and Bechlal, his personal relationship with the Rebbe. Rabbi Herson, please.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Greenberg. Shkoyach. As Rabbi Greenberg mentioned, I came from Brazil, a young bocher, about 15, 16 years old. And Yud Shevat was maybe a year later, what I don't remember exactly. But I was fresh yet. And then came Yud Shevat. What I remember is that the Chassidim, the Mesadrim of the Farbrengen, wanted to make, because they announced this in the papers, that this is the Yom HaYortzeit from the Frierdiker Rebbe and Yom HaAchtorah from the Rebbe. So they wanted to make this in a big zal, rent a big zal and make the Farbrengen there. And the Rebbe answered no. The Rebbe answered that if Farbrengen, dort wird der Schwer gewinnen, dort wird der Rebbe gewinnen. So they have no alternative. What's left there is the small base medrash upstairs. Imagine this. And then the Rebbe saw the publicity that Yom HaAchtorah, he didn't like it either. And he told them the Chassidim who gave them reshus to publicize like this and so on. So they said, what should we do now? It's done. This is a... So the Rebbe said, it was done, but the Rebbe didn't want it. They wanted to make a bima for the Rebbe in a small medrash, in a small shul upstairs. So then a bima, the Rebbe should take it stand higher, and says, the Rebbe didn't like that either. In every move with the Rebbe, there was a certain, for the lack of a better expression, a certain humility in everything. That the Rebbe was and the Rebbe didn't Farbrengen with the bima. So people came, they saw this in the paper, in the Morgen Journal, whatever, and they saw the announcement, and a lot of people came from outside. They wanted to be present when they knew about Rebbe is what mortar. But they didn't expect to come and see as klein as all, a klein besmetters. So some went in, some stayed outside and listened to the microphone, but they were disappointed that this is the Zal that for Rebbe and so on. But that was the situation. So the status is, but I remember clearly that the Zal was packed, the besmetters upstairs was packed, and Lubavitchers and non-Lubavitchers, Rebbe Lubavitchers, and there was no room to breathe even. And I even remember at one point from the ceiling, there were drops coming down from the ceiling. Because the situation was that this was in January, a very cold day outside, and very hot day inside. So the ceiling was responding to that, with drops coming down from the. It was gewaltig. When the Rebbe came in, he didn't come in from the front door where he used to daven Mincha Maariv every day. He came in from the side door, from the middle door. And when the Rebbe saw, they tried to make a shvil, and even that was difficult. To make a shvil for it was so packed. The Rebbe didn't wait. He looked around. He put a foot in one bench, another foot on the table, the other foot in the other bench, and before we know, the Rebbe was in his place. He didn't wait until we could make a shvil. This was an impossibility. The Rebbe started a Farbrengen, was like a regular Farbrengen. Until it came a time that one of the elder Chassidim said to the Rebbe, said loud, that the Rebbe, we're happy with all this. The Rebbe is saying it's but Chassidim want to hear a Maimer from the Rebbe. So the Rebbe didn't respond, it continued to the Sikha. And what was different, Rabbi Greenberg mentioned before, the first Maimer was totally different than anything else. Today, when the Rebbe wanted to say a Maimer, he motioned that they were going to say a Maimer, and they sing a Nignach Chachona, and the Rebbe said the whole Maimer in one time. Usually he would close the eyes, and so on. Here was totally different. The Rebbe was saying a regular sikha. Nobody expected anything. But in that regular sikha, at one point, he mentioned that the Maimer that the Rebbe left for the Yom Stalkus, for Yom Stalkus, Yud Shevat. And he says, and the Rebbe stopped, and like he was motioning with his head like this, back and forth. It's like he couldn't talk. And then we could see that Rebbe was biting his lips. And it suddenly said that, he says that Maimer, oh, so the Gani, and everybody got up. They didn't expect it, because but in the middle of this, everybody got up. And was the statement was everybody, and the Rebbe singing Maimer. But that Maimer, he said, like Rabbi Greenberg mentioned this few times, he stopped the Maimer, said L'chaim, like a sikha, and he explained certain things, and then he said again the Maimer, and then another niggin, and so on. And was split this in several times, which we never saw again, something like this, a Maimer like this. And the Rebbe said the Maimer, with open eyes, looking at the people, und gesagt der Maimer, ein Chelik und der zweite Chelik, der dritte Chelik. When it started to become a little later, and the Fremde people started leaving. It was impossible to heat. They started leaving. So the Rebbe became more intimate. And this came, the Rebbe, the Sikha that the Rebbe said that this was printed and everybody knows about it. And I heard it myself. I had the Shlichus to hear this. The Rebbe said in a Sikha that if you think that you selected a person and the whole burden will be on that person, he'll carry the burden. And you will see Ishtachas Gafna, Ishtachas Teinose, comfortable in your places and so on. I'm telling you now, it's not going to be like this. In other words, the Rebbe set up already, Shvat, what's going to be for 40 some years, that it's not going to be, because and the Rebbe hat ausgedrückt, ich will euch mattern, und ihr werdet mir mattern, bis wir wollen zusammen euch mattern in dem ganzen Golus. I will demand a lot from you and make you work hard. You will demand a lot from me and make me work hard, very hard. Until together, we will have this Shlichus to Eismatter, to eradicate the whole Golus. Was set up the Anocha that this is going to be not only for one Farbrengen, you know what? This is what followed for 40 some years. And the Rebbe said, helfen, wir dürfen helfen, wird mir helfen. Aber der Avoide darf sein, allein, wir können Chatzmei. If this needs help, so on, the Rebbe says, I'm here to help out. But I expect you to work on that yourself. Avoide, wir können Chatzmei. The Rebbe continued to Farbrengen. There was a time later that I remember that I don't know, I have a mental picture about that. And I mentioned this to Rabbi Elkanah Vashol. And he told me, yeah, but this was Purim, not Yud Shevat. So he knows better. But I remember that occasion, there's something that what the Bechias Gedolos, the Fremde people had left already. And the Rebbe was the Bechias Gedolos. And at one point, the Rebbe's forehead was touching the table. And he was like talking to himself. We couldn't hear what the Rebbe was saying, but it was clear that the Rebbe was talking about himself and crying with B'chis Gdolos to the fact that Ramontlich, the Rosh Yeshiva, that everybody knows that the bittul that he had from the Rebbe, the Farbrengen, he was not capable of making statements in front of the Rebbe, never. But the matzav was such, and he was hearing probably words that we couldn't hear. But the Rebbe was saying, so mentally, very, very red in his face, bent down to the Rebbe's head, and said in a loud voice, "Mir will na der Rebbe soll wissen, als bei uns ist da kein Unterschied zwischen der Rebbe, zwischen der alte Rebbe und der Rebbe. We want the Rebbe to know that to us makes no difference whatsoever between the alter Rebbe and the Rebbe." When they said those words, the Rebbe stopped and was listening. And then he continued again with the Bechiyas. But at that point, he listened to what the Ramentlich said. The Ramentlich over shown. And this was the Farbrengen. And this was the beginning of what we saw that's going to be a gang. It's going to be a derech for 40 some years. That the Rebbe said, helfen wird mir helfen. Whenever he needs help, we will help. And I saw this in my personal life, my personal Shlichus, that in tight moments, the Rebbe was there. The Rebbe was there. En we daarvan helfen wird men helfen. Ob wants you to horven alleen, avoid the. This is what I remember those days. That as Rabbi Greenberg said, this is it. And Martin Teure wird schön sein again. This was a period that was it was geweldig, was what we were seeing, you know. Later on, I think Purim already, the Farbrengen, next Farbrengen, the Rebbe already said they can make a bima. So they make a small bima. This was it. This is but not to Zal, no, he wanted to stay in 770. And they made a small bima, the Rebbe Farbrengen from there and so on. This is what I remember.
So this was Purim Yud Aleph, and they made the first time the platform?
Yeah, this is, that's what Rabiel says, that this is when, the Bechiyas was then. He knows better.
I never heard before what you said in the beginning, that they wanted to rent a hall for Yud Shevat of Shinid Aleph. I never heard of this before.
Yeah, yes. And the Rebbe said no. Ik wil Farbrengen dort with the schwer with the Rebbe given. There's no arguing anymore. You know. So the only alternative, there was no downstairs. What the shul that exists downstairs didn't exist there. So what we had is that small bit medrash upstairs. Imagine these thousands of people in that little bit medrash. Menschen gegallen steug. There was so by Purim, the next Farbrengen, I will let them make it a small bima. This is the small bima that we see that he already agreed already. This is before I finalize, this is what I remember. Yud Shevat. If you have any questions, I'll try to respond to the best of my ability. Otherwise, I just want to share with you a sipur that has to do with the Rebbe and has to do with Oirois ad bias agoil. And I know from the Rebbe that we usually don't hear that. I was a boch in 70, probably around the year Tovshin Chof, the Chofs. And learning in 70, I used to see a fremde mensch comes in, that was Mariv, Vechom, whatever. And I don't know the man, I don't know his name, didn't know that time, and I still don't know now. But from time to time, he came some 70, I saw him there, okay. One time, without any explanation, I don't understand why, but this is the way, he came over to me in West Madrid in Shul and told me that he has an appointment with the Rebbe. He made an appointment. And he said to me that I am not comfortable to go in there alone. I'm not sure I'll be able to understand everything that the Rebbe says to me. And I'm not sure that I can bring out everything I want. So would you go with me? If I had that question today, I would think twice. But I was a bocher, and I responded, I'll go with you. Okay. I'm going to tell you every pratim, but this is the kids, so not the day of the Chlichus. We went to the mikveh, and when we went into the Rebbe, as soon as we entered the room, I was a bocher, but I felt that this is not my Chlichus, it's his Chlichus. So I said to the Rebbe, ich habe gewollt fragen beim Rebbe, Sie haben Rishus zu bleiben da. I wanted to ask the Rebbe if I have Rishus to stay here now. And the Rebbe responded, was nicht? Bis dahin to die gebeten reingehen mit ihm. Just bleib da. Why not? He probably asked you to come in with him. So stay here. So I stayed. And the man started talking to the Rebbe in English, and the Rebbe was answering in English. And I was just standing there ready to, if he needs me for something, to be available. I don't remember what he wrote, what he spoke to the Rebbe. So one prat I do remember. Came to a prat that he said to the Rebbe, I have a brother who's an atheist. He doesn't believe in everything I say and everything I try to prove. He doesn't accept it. And in fact, we end up fighting every time. Every time I mentioned this like this, we didn't get along well. I wanted to ask the Rebbe if the Rebbe can give a counsel what to do with my brother. So the Rebbe answered in English, stop fighting with your brother. Put a Tanya among his books and leave the Tanya there. This was what I remember. I didn't have seichel enough to a few months later, follow up and ask what happened. I thought I was not mixing in into something that's I don't belong there, whatever. So I didn't ask, and I don't know what happened. But he did what the Rebbe said, and he put a Tanya among the books of the brother and so on. And I wanted you to know about that because this happens throughout the time, not only that time. In the course of 40 years, and after the 40 years, we're talking about a person that had sfeikes in emunah. And the Rebbe said, if it's sfeikes in emunah, put a Tanya, whether he knows it or he doesn't know it, put a Tanya among his books. Put a Tanya among Svarim. That's how you know that we can do this every time, and it happens very often. A Tanya there, the Rebbe should always put a Tanya there. If you have anything to ask, you can ask.
Yes, Rabbi Herson.
I'm going to respect the time that's given to me.
Rabbi Herson, I want to just ask. We had before we go to the next speaker, there is a debate, an old debate, if it's true that someone stood up and asked the Rebbe to say Chassidus, and if someone after the Rebbe said the Maimer said Shechiyonu and benched the Rebbe with Arichas Yamim and everything. You for sure remember that.
I have to be honest with you. I don't remember the prat that he said, but it's true, yeah, that he got up and made a Shechiyonu b'Shem Malchus.
Yashakoyach Rabbi Herson, I really appreciate it to hear a Lebedik in Gruz from a person, clear Rishon, someone who was there, is an unbelievable thing for all of us who were not zecher to be there, especially for the children and the Einiklach, or after Dor Hashvi'i, after Gimel Tammuz. For sure, it's very important to them, so we really appreciate that you participate with us at Farbrengen. And now we would like to move on to
Thank you. It was my schus for yoga Nolina V'Akol Yisrael.
Amen. So now we'll move on to Rabbi Azriel Chaikin, Rabbi Chaikin, who also was zecher to be by the Rebbe, by Tavshin Yud Aleph, by the Farbrengen, and we would love to hear from Rabbi Chaikin to share with us what his memories and our stories. And as Rabbi Herson told stories about his relationship with the Rebbe and the heroics he got from the Rebbe. So whatever Rabbi Chaikin could share with us, we would greatly appreciate it. Rabbi Chaikin. Someone has to open. Yeah.
Unmute.
Okay.
Unmute.
No, now it's good. Now it's good.
Meher?
Yeah, Meher.
Yeah. Zu fühlen die Simche und dem Jontef von was sie gewählen in Kabbalas Nesius, wie man ruft das. Ich will zurückgehen, Mamesh, zu der ersten Tag. Im Zman, wo wir sind reingegangen in dem Cheshach, um zu verstehen, was für ein Simche es gewählen in dem Eir. Ich bin ein Bacherl, als ich bin gekommen nachher, ein Jahr 16, und sicher gewesen zu reingehen zum frierlichen Rebbe, hat mir gebencht. Danach bin ich geblieben in Yeshiva und sicher gewesen zu haben ein Yechides am frierlichen Rebbe. Shabbos.
Welche Jahr that you coming in America? Which year you came to America? Tafshin Zayin. Rabbi Chaikin, if it's hard for you to speak in English, I'll translate the stories that you're saying into English.
Shabbos, Pashas Bay, Yud Shevat, Tafshin Yud, gehe ich von Dormitory, von wo ich geschlafen, zu 770. Zum Seder Chassidus, 8 in der Früh. Ich komme näher in der Fistern Parkway, begegne ich dem Mailman, der was trug dem Dor, und sagt mir, du gehst in das Haus von dem Old Rabbi, they won't let you in, wir didn't nicht reinlassen. Der Rabbi passed away. Darf man gehen früher in Mikve. Und jetzt lässt man nicht rein. Helm, ich weiß nicht, was redet zu mir. Was ist geschehen? No, ich komme auf seine Seite und sie ist also, gegangen in die Mikve, reingegangen, das ist Shabbos, der Shabbos von Staukes. Menschen gehen herum, also wie in Cholem, also wie mit einer Schlaf. Wir reden nicht, einer mit dem anderen, einer weint, einer tracht. Ich mache da mit Gedavend, der Leinen, ich gewinne also wie die Kirche. Zu bisslich. Hat man etwas gewesen, ich denke auf so nicht, was mit gemacht hat, es war ein Kiddush und gegessen Kasais. Und wer es sagt Tilim, weiß nicht, was zu tun. Dennoch hat der Rebbe gesagt, wir sollen lernen dem Kuntras. Der Kuntras hat sich abgedruckt. Hat man so gesetzt, Kittes, lernen dem Kuntras zusammen, andere in Saal und andere eben auf die Treppe, lernen dem Rebbes Zimmer. Der Matze begann mit Unjumdicke. Von einer persönlichen Nekude ist gewesen gar schwer. Weil der ganze Indien, was ich bin gewesen dort, ist gewesen Rebbe. Der ganze Chinuch, was wir umgekriegt in kommunistischen Russland, ist gewesen dort, wo wir sind gewesen. Für was sind wir da? Für was ist meine Sprache, meine Tate, meine Mama da? Ein Brief von Rebbe. Mit nicht gesagt Rebbe, mit gesagt Seide. Mit gewusst hat, das ist der Rebbe. Wenn ich als ich gewende ja Zolle und mit Zoll geraten wird, mit der Rüß gefahren, bin ich gewende ein Engel. Was ich gewende ist der Chaius, der Leben und der Strebung zum Rebbe. Und noch habe ich gewende, zu Braches und zwei Chides, und ich lebe mit dem Rebbe. Und jetzt ist Chassid Sholom der Wort, Kilo alles ist Bottle. Was soll sein mit mir? Ich habe einfach nicht gekannt trachten normal. Sonntag, der Matzev und der Zior mit der Mitte von dem Rebbe ist gestanden im Zimmer, in Mechides Zimmer auf ihm. Und die ältere Chassidim herum der Mitte und der Elam ist durchgegangen, die Türe gewesen offen und ich darf alle durchgehen. Und die ältere Chassidim dann gestanden und geweint. Schwerer was. Ja, ein paar Tage hat ich nicht gewusst, auf welcher Welt ist. Und was bin ich da an Arabem? An Arabem ist gar nicht. Es hat nicht lange gedauert und ich habe gefühlt, da ist der Rebbe. Wir haben der Rebbe da. Und ich habe gefühlt, also ich bin nicht der Einzige. Die Bochrim, die jüngere Bochrim, die ältere Bochrim, der fühlt gleich, als wir haben dem Rebbe. Die Kinder und die Einiglich fragen mir, sag mal, wirst du gewusst, das ist der Richtige. Die Tshuva ist, es bringt sich doch in Chassidus, sag mal, die Dogme von der Iskascheres, von der Tate, Ben mit der Ov, Tate mit der Sohn. Als wir es nicht gesagt, der Sohn weiß, was ist eine Tate, und das ist ein Tate. Hat alles mit dem Kusch. Wie sagt in Chassidus, weiß nicht die Weiles von dem Taten, nicht so lieb der Chochme, nicht so lieb der Gure ist sein Tate. Und hat Kescher. Dennoch, wird älter, hat unverstehen. Aber die erste Sache ist gewesen, wir haben erfüllt, das ist Rebbe. Das ist unser Rebbe. Und mit gleich angeheben, fragen beim Rebbe. Und der Rebbe hat gesagt, und der Rebbe hat was zu tun.
Rabbi Chaikin, I'll just translate in 2 minutes what you said. Mamish in 2 minutes. Okay. Rabbi Chaikin told the story how he woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning, Shabbos morning, and he came to 70. He went to 70 as always. He had to go to say the Chassidus to learn. And the mailman sees him, and the mailman says, "Where are you going? To the house of the old rabbi? You cannot go in. They won't let you in before you go to the mikveh. The rabbi passed away." And he was in shock because nobody knew anything before about the Frierdiker Rebbe. There was no special change. and it was in total shock. And he went to the mikveh, then he went into the Rebbe, to the Frierdiker Rebbe's house, and in 770, everyone was silent. It was mamish like Tisha B'Av, and the elder Chassidim were crying. And then later, he remembers when he passed by, the Frierdiker Rebbe was in the Oren, in his room, and the elder Chassidim was standing around the Oren and were crying. And then later, for the next few days, he was in a darkness. He thought to himself, what am I doing here? Without a Rebbe, I have nothing to do, be in New York. What am I doing here? What's my life anymore? And then a few days later, he just felt, we have a Rebbe. He felt that his kashrus, some Rebbe. And he said that his grandchildren sometimes ask him, how did you know? How did you know that the Rebbe is the Rebbe? And he said it's just like a child who knows his father is his father. He doesn't understand the miles of his father. He doesn't understand him, but he just feels his father. And the same thing that the Vechom and all the Chassidim just felt that the Rebbe is their Rebbe, the Rebbe is their father, and they start to ask the Rebbe questions, the Rebbe gave a voice and everything. Rabbi Chaikin, please continue.
Ich habe schon ein paar Mal über erzählt die meisten, als gleich noch die Schleichen, wollen wir sagen. Und der Rebbe, bin ich hereingegangen zum Rebbe auf Yechides mit einem Brief von meinen Taten, was hat geschrieben zum Frierdiker Rebbe. Und die Mail ist angekommen, nachdem der Rebbe in Stalle geworden. Und ich habe zugenommen den Brief bei Chaim Liebermann, beim Sekretär, und hereingetragen zum Rebbe. Und der Rebbe hat mir gefragt, was ist das? Und rein auf Yechides, weggelegt auf den Tisch. Was ist das? Wird gesagt, dass ein Brief, was mein Tate hat geschrieben zum Rebbe. Was willst du? Und jetzt hat mir gebeten, geben das dem Rebbe. Und der Rebbe genommen den Brief und gelehnt und geantwortet.
Wenn ist das gewesen? Wie viel Zeit, wenn es gewesen?
Wie die Post hat gearbeitet in jenen Zeiten, ist das gewesen, das gedacht sein, ziehen, die dritte Woche zieht gleich noch Schleichen.
Wow.
Wir haben sehr viel gefühlt, und das ist der Rebbe. Als die Bocherin, einer von den Mashpi'm, hat gewollt, dass die Bocherin sollen einschreiben zum Rebbe Kashrus. Bei uns, bei den Bocherin, wir haben nicht gewollt, Kashrus. Wir haben gefühlt, dass Kashrus ist auf einem, was ich scheich, ja, mit Kusher, nicht mit Kusher, ist es auch mit Kashrus. Bei uns, das ist der Rebbe.
Das habe ich keinmal gehört. Interessant.
Ja. Ich hab auch viele eine Kopie von der Hatzoi, von der Psatzis Kashrus, aber man das nicht genutzt. Was mir am Sof Masken gewähnt, ist gewähnt Apidien. Und wir beten am Rebbe, haben wir so seine Kusherin bei ihm. Nicht mit Psatzis Kashrus, nur Apidien. Zum Rebbe. Aber sehr viel ist bei uns gewesen, die Vadoes, und die Zeit von dem Rebbe ist gewesen, die Vadoes. Und ich kann zulegen noch ein Prat, ein persönlichen, als ich habe einen Brief von dem Rebbe in Tammuz, Tovshin Yud, ein Bruch zu geben, Ledes. Der Brief tragt den Tarich von Gimel Tammuz. Gimel Tammuz Tovshin Yud. Hat mir der Rabbi abrochen. In Meile hat man verstehen, wie wir haben sich gefühlt, Bishas, als wir haben gesehen, als wir haben am Rebbe. Und was gewinnt die Simcha von Yud Aleph, ist doch Yudua. Und wissen die, wie der Matze die gewinnt. In Onetz gibt es noch mehr Simcha, ich will Messiah sein. Ich habe gehört von meinen Seelen, gelernt in Lubavitch. Der Rebbe des Moshe hat ihm geschickt, in Rostov, hat ihm der Rebbe des Moshe geschickt, beide sind die Schochtim. Schlacht von Rostov. Kommen zurück, hat ihm auch gegeben ein Bericht, hat ihm der Rebbe des Moshe gegeben $2 x $5. Hat nicht gewollt nehmen. Hat ihm der Rebbe des Moshe gesagt, und der Rebbe hat das gesagt, der Seide hat das gesagt, der Faser, als mir geben, darf man nehmen. Wir haben ein Rebbe, was gibt, darf man nehmen.
I would like to translate what Rabbi Chaikin just said, and Rabbi Chaikin, please listen to see if I told all the stories. So Rabbi Chaikin just told the story. The first story is about his father sent a letter to the Frierdiker Rebbe. And the letter came a few weeks after the Istalkos, after the Frierdiker Rebbe's passing. So Rabbi Chaikin took the letter. He went to the secretary, to Rabbi Lieberman, and he took the letter from him, and he went into Yechidus. And he told the Rebbe that this is a letter that his father sent to the Rebbe, which meant the Frierdiker Rebbe. So the Rebbe said, so what do you want now? So he said, my father asked that now I should give it to the Rebbe. So the Rebbe took the letter, he read it, and he gave answers. Whatever the father asked, the Rebbe answered the letter. Then the second story he told that it was so clear to them that how they are Chassidim of the Rebbe and how they became such devoted Chassidim of the Rebbe that when one of the Mashpi'm told the Vechom that they should write a Ksavis Kashrus, they felt it's not appropriate. Because a Ksavis Kashrus to write someone who has doubts, it should be to this. So then he writes a Ksavis Kashrus to become a Chassid. But they are Chassidim of the Rebbe. Who are they to write a Ksavis Kashrus? What's the point of writing Ksavis Kashrus? They're already Chassidim. So the only things they agreed is to write a pidyon. In the pidyon, they asked the Rebbe that the Rebbe should give them a bracha that they should be emceeing, they should be emceeing Kusharim. But they should write a Ksavis Kashrus to the Rebbe. Who are they to write a Ksavis Kashrus? Then the Rabbi Chaikin ended with a story with his grandfather. The Rebbe Rashab sent his grandfather to check the Shochtim in some city, and he gave him money to take with him. So he didn't want to take from the Rebbe money. So the Rebbe Rashab said, bei uns, als wir geben, darf man nehmen. Bei der Rabbeim, that when we give, you have to take. Rabbi Chaikin concluded, as the Rebbe gives us all the brachas, we should take as much as we can. Yasher koyach, Rabbi Chaikin, we really appreciate what machmeise sein? No? We really appreciate your participating with us, and I'm sure we will hear from you later on by the Farbrengen, as it's a cholim reden a bissel mehr noch l'chaim. And as of now, we will ask, we have with us one of the elder Chassidim, Rabbi Meir Harlig, one from the, which we could say that is from the furnitures of 770. One of us we always saw next to the Rebbe, so we have a schus to have Rabbi Meir Harlig with us, and we ask Rabbi Meir to unvarm with the Meilam and share with us what he remembers for Yud Shevat and unvarm with the Meilam. Rabbi Meir.
Yom Tov. Sie haben auch gewähnt da. Und die Woche nach Meire vom Gebeten so verbringen. Hat gesagt, hat nicht lange Zeit zu verbringen, weil man darf noch zugreifen sich zu der Halula, und man darf lernen die Meime, und man darf lernen mit Schneies, Vechom. Hat ihn gebeten, nach, kann was gesessen bis halb noch 11. In der Nacht ist weg. Noch sind gekommen Menschen. Chevre, man darf verbringen, die Sommerheim auf der Chatzore, was mir solche gewesen, als der Rebbe geworden Rebbe. Das ist gewesen ein Chilik zwischen der Molek-Chassidim und die heintige Chassidim. Und man verbracht jemand die ganze Nacht, haben wir getanzt und zu gewinnen Freile. בכל אופן, Yud Shevat, habe ich jemals gedacht beim Taten in Schule, und wir sind gekommen, dass es gewesen so viel Partner, und er hat erzählt, was geschehen. Bin ich gleich gelaufen in 770, und der Rebbe hat gefragt, zu die Jahre, wo sie reingekommen in 770, sind gewesen in Mikve, weil auch Mikve soll man nicht reinkommen da. Nachdem ist der Rebbe herumgegangen, den ganzen Tag mit Reschagen, mit dem Gerät, was es sein, was es sein, was es sein. Hat der Schmur gesagt, als die jungen Chassidim haben einen Rebbe, was Farbrengen machen, gewaltige Geruhen, was noch nicht gewähnt in der Historie von der Babel.
Who said it? Rabbi Shmuel Witten?
Yeah.
On the first Shabbos he said it?
No, Yud Shevat, yeah. The Nachtem is given Tavshin Yud Aleph, Yud Shevat given a Mitzvah behind. Und fahren Farbrengen hat der Rebbe reingerufen, den Halle von Montreal, und hat gefragt, sie will noch gehen, mit Schreiben zum Rebbe, in dieser Jahreszeit mit dem Rebbe, in tolle alle Sachen, was haben getan bis jetzt. Haben sie gesagt, warte, noch hat geheißen, gerufen Jörlsen, hat gesagt, hat reingehen, aber wie kann ich zugehen zum Farbrengen? Sie gepackt, man kann nicht ein Nobel reinstellen. Aber er habe gesagt, das geht nicht. Ich reingehen in Saal mit Meer, ich anhalten zu meinem Garten, ich kann reingehen auf einen Platz. Und der Rebbe ist allein von den Tieren, so vielleicht allemal reingehen, nur allein von den Tieren, was ist neben dem Moment. Und ein ganzes Jahr hat der Rebbe gehalten, in meiner Botzelegani über sich ein Zimmer, ein Zidder. Da ist allein mit meiner in der Hand.
Also with the Siddur, or with the Maimer and the
Siddur?
Siddur?
Not the Maimer. The Nachtem is given an älterer Chassid, Nemtsov. Gebeten im Rebbe, Chassidim will haben Chassidus, Chassidim will haben Chassidus, sagt der Maimer. Keinem hat nicht gern, hat gesagt, das Sicher ist. Noch hat noch einmal gesagt, Nemtsov. Noch hat der Rebbe aufgemischt in Basel, gar nicht Maimer. Und es angefangen zu sagen, nicht mit der Ningen und nicht mit der vermachten Eben. Er hat gesagt, ein Ost, geheißen singen an Ningen, und er soll gewinnt die ganze Nacht mit dem Maimer. Später ist Nemtsov aufgestanden und er hat gesagt, שחיונו וקיימונו והגיענו לזמן הזה, ברוך השם, מהום הרם, את חזות חסידס, dann glücklich, wir darf gar nicht wissen, wenn wir das danken Gott. Hat sich weggestellt tanzen, und Elias Simpson, Elie Babowski, Elias Simpson, hat getanzt mit denen, after a halbe Stunde auf den Tischen und auf dem Floor.
Nachdem was der Rebbe Zaruis.
Ja, No, Kodim Kolai is the Rebbe's voice. Nemtsov mit Simpson getan. Später haben sie manche gewähnt und der Rebbe's voice von Farbrengen. Der Rebbe gesagt,
Rabbi Harlig, I'll stop you for a second. I'll just repeat a few of the stories that you said in English, and then we'll continue with my broken English, okay? 1 second, Rabbi Harlig. You should be able to speak in English for the Elam, but since you spoke in Yiddish, I'll just repeat it. So Rabbi Harlig tells a story that first he was Yud Shevat of Yud, he was in shul by his father, and then Zusha Poizner came and told the story what happened, and they all ran to 770. And they heard the Rebbe said that nobody should walk into the building without a mikveh. And then he remembers that the Shabbos by Yud Shevat of Yud, the Rebbe was going together with the Rashag, walking back and forth. And the Rashag was asking what's going to be. And the Rebbe was comforting him. And then he said that he remembers Reb Shmuel Leviten said that the Rebbe will do things that we never saw before. That the Rebbes do such inyonim for the Chassidim that we never saw before. And then he told the story that Yud Shevat of Yud Aleph has the Rav Nemetzov after the first Sikha, he asked the Rebbe to say, he announced the Rebbe should say, Chassidim want to hear a Maimer. And the Rebbe didn't respond to him. The Rebbe said another Sikha, and then he said it again. And finally, first he said that the Rebbe, I forgot. First he said that the Rebbe called in the Anolef from the Yeshiva in Montreal. And the Rebbe asked them, the Yeshiva in Montreal, the Anolef used to be the Chassidim in Montreal were very close to the Rebbe before the Nesius. All those who came from Poland, they were very close to the Rebbe. And they had a special relationship with the Rebbe. So the Rebbe called them in before the Farbrengen Yud Shevat of Yud. The Rebbe asked them if they want to continue to have that relationship with the Rebbe after, now also. So they said for sure. Then they left, and the Rebbe called Rabbi Yolis to go in. So Rabbi Yolis told the Rebbe that he wants to sit in the Farbrengen. He wants to have a seat, and the Farbrengen is packed. If he's going to be with the Rebbe in the room, Rebbe's room before the Farbrengen, he won't be able to make it back to find a seat. The Rebbe said, "Don't worry, you will hold in my gartel, and you'll go in with me." And he told the story what Rabbi Chaikin said before, that the Rebbe didn't go into the regular door, but the Rebbe went into the middle door, which is the door where next to the hangers, which is the door where the Rashag used to stand by the davening. And from that door, the Rebbe walked in, and with Rabbi Yolis. And then he said that the Rebbe used to have the Maimer Boseligani from Frierdiker Rebbe, used to have it in the Siddur the whole year long. But to the Farbrengen, the Rebbe came in only with the Maimer and without the Siddur. And the Rebbe came in to the Farbrengen, and then when the Rebbe started the Maimer, the Rebbe opened the Maimer, he looked at the Maimer, and he started to say the Maimer with open eyes. Not the way later when the Rebbe used to close his eyes by the Maimer. I think that's all what you said. So continue, Rabbi Harlig, please, continue. Oh, he also said that Rabbi Nemetzov, after the Maimer, he stood up on the table and he screamed to all the Chassidim, we should all say Shechiyonu, we are gliklech, we are so happy, we are so happy that we have a Rebbe. And him and Rabbi Simpson, the old Rabbi Simpson, danced on the table together. And then when the Rebbe went out, they continued dancing for half an hour on the tables. Okay, Rabbi Harlig, continue, please. Rabbi Meir.
The Nachten, also die Yud Shevat gewesen Mittwoch, ist am nächsten Tag gewesen Donnerstag, Yom HaTriyah, aber es gewesen a commission in Saarleben, the Tisch in the bank, dort. Der Rebbe ist rein zu Kern Triyah und hat noch nicht angefangen zu davenen, hat sich gesetzt unserem Säge und genommen dem Rostova Siddur, das war ein Dinner Siddur. Und es ist aufgemacht, halten die, also hat es aufgemacht, also hat es gehalten. Ist zugekommen eine von den guten Jiden, was gelebt auf Eastern Parkway oder wo, und gesagt hat, junger Mann, man halt nicht als sehr Siddur. Wir haben zugeheben im Kopf, es hat Schmerzer getan, En het aufgemacht im Sitte zu davenen weiter. Der Meiner von Yud Shevat, der Meiner von Yud Shevat, jeder keine Gat, jene Ledes, das Bobo, das Sein Shevat, ist rein auf Yechidis, und der Rebbe hat ihn gefragt, wo die Meiner. Hat jeder gesagt, war auf dem Ksar. Hat der Rebbe ihm gesagt, was nicht auf dem Ksar. Die Ksar wird kommen, die Wahl macht in Meime. Also hat sich angefangen, jedes Meime machen, die Sichers mit den Memoren, alle Juden, alle Jungen. Und Lamed Ches hat der Rebbe gerät vom Zimmer, von Chastere, hat der Rebbe später gesagt, also machen am Meime von der Sicher, was gerät. Ich habe gerade den Schoß, für was weiß ich nicht, aber jen, also die zweite Nacht Sukkis, Tafshin Chof, hat der Rebbe mir angerufen, Charikov hat mir gerufen, und hat gesagt, der Rebbe will dir sehen, euch Rebbe getroffen, was hat er schon da getan. Und der Rebbe gesagt, am Morgen will er kommen später, die Wahl nehmen ein Esrik in Lulav und was Shlichus, und hat es kommen, sollst du anfangen, Menschen mit den Eltern, und als ich kommen, ist zu machen heftig, und ich habe Menschen, und der Nacht ist der Mamschuflein mit den Eltern. Wenn ein Jahr, was gewesen ein größer Eltern. Und bin ich rein zum Rebbe, nachdem was hat mir gegeben, was heißt gebencht deswegen. Und ich habe gewollt angreifen, was zu tun sein. Und der Rebbe gesagt, ich bin gekommen jetzt zum Stub, sie da Atschere bis zum Corner, und dort aber gesehen, ältere Jeden stehen und warten, gib sie zu Menschen heute. Ich kann warten und ich kann Film sein etwas später hören. Lamet Baba gewinnt am mehrere Regen, alle Sukkes. Aber gefragt im Reben, als Meile dem Lulav Schatten ist, aber der Esrik werden gepartet. Efter so ein Menschen in Erwähnung. Hat der Rebbe gesagt, du weißt, als Esrik Lulav darf man Menschen in der Sukke.
I'll just stress what Rabbi Harlig just told the stories. First, he said he told the story how he was zeicher to start to do the lulav and esrog by the Rebbe. The Rebbe called him in, Rebbe told Charakov to call him in, and he was afraid that maybe he did something wrong, and the Rebbe is going to scream on him about something. And Lepoel, he came in, and the Rebbe told him that that he wants him to be the one to hold the lulav and esrog for the Elam, because till then the Rebbe himself used to be in the sukkah when the Elam used to come in. And then the Rebbe said that he should, the Rebbe told him, I'm locking up the lulav and esrog, and you should take it, and you should bench with the Elam, and I'll come, you'll make a break, and then I will bench, and then you'll continue. So he told the story that one year the Rebbe came, and when the Rebbe came, after the Rebbe benched, Rabbi Meir Harlig went into the sukkah. He wanted to prepare something for the Rebbe to eat, to be toim zayin. So the Rebbe said to him, I just came and I saw a long line of Chassidim, and there were a lot of people with white with Elter Eden, older people, and therefore the Rebbe said, please give them to bench, I'll eat later. Make sure they bench first. In another story, he said that that the Rebbe, one year, there was a very famous rain that year in Sukkot, And there's even an answer from the Rebbe about it. Some people asked the Rebbe, he tochen there's a shorein. So Rabbi Harlig said that he asked the Rebbe, Mele, the lulav is not so bad, but the esrog will go terrible if people stand by the rain, thousands of people. Maybe you should do the lulav and esrog benching in the 770 inside. And the Rebbe said, a lulav and esrog benching in the sukkah. You have to do it in the sukkah. Continue, Rabbi Harlig.
Das haben wir gehabt, das zweite Mal. Das dritte Mal haben wir gehabt, also sie geht doch jetzt Pesach. Sie gewinnen eine Woche oder eine Woche und eine halbe vor Pesach. Ich bin gesessen im Saal, keiner nicht gewinnen in Office. Und der Rebbe hat gemacht die Tür und er gewinkt, ich soll reinkommen. Und rein zum Rebbe ins Zimmer. hat gesagt, da steht Kestel Matzes. Das ist nehmen to the airport. Und dort zukommen zu dir ein junger Mann, businessman, und wir lassen geben die Matzes. Und nachher soll zum sagen, als wissen, wenn das zu teilen. Euch hat gesagt, give it a paar Brief, mich verkaufen, was es erläuft, dass es mich mitgeben, und soll verstehen, welche Menschen haben wir noch von dem mich verkaufen. Noch hat mir gefragt, sie ist gekommen zu dem Airport, aber gesagt, in draußen jemand gegangen, regeln Taxis, sich nehmen. Hat der Rebbe aufgemacht im Schiffslot und gesagt, aber du darfst doch haben Geld. Sie said, ich habe Geld. Sie said, du bist sicher? Sie said, Chassidim, ich will nicht nehmen, kein Geld beim Rebbe. Ich habe die eigene Geld. Okay, die Nummer der Matzes mit dem Brief, reingegangen in ein Taxi, gefahren in Kennedy zu Pan Am. Wenn einmal eine Airline was der Airline gefahren in der Far East. Und ich bin herumgegangen dort ein bisschen, zugekommen zu mir ein junger Mann. He said, do you have something for me from the Lubavitcher Rebbe? So I said, yes. So I said, here's a box of matzahs. And the Rebbe said, because you're going to go with it and give it out, you could take for yourself 2 matzahs. 1 matzah for the first night and 1 matzah for the second night. And also, he gave me some letters that you should give it to people, the Mechtav Korah, the people who you think will have a usage from it. So I looked and he said, tell the Rebbe when you get back, I'll take care of everything and everything will be good. I have sehr gewollt sehen, welche Airline geht darauf. Es ist nicht so wie heim, aber man macht 1 wrong step, kommen Police. Jemand haben gekannt gehen an den Tarmac und ich habe geguckt und ich gesehen. Aber zurückgegangen, genommen ein Taxi, zurückgekommen. Ich habe gesagt, der Rebbe wartet auf dir, ich bin allein im Zimmer, hat erzählt dem Rebbe. Also der Rebbe gesagt, der größte Yeshua, du hast getan, dein Shlichus. Ich habe mir getan, mein Shlichus. Und beide haben mir getan, in ein Shlichus.
Wow. Which year was that, Rabbi Harlig?
And in the early Lamets or the end of Chav or the early Lamets.
So Harlig just told a story that he also had a schus. At one time the Rebbe called him in and the Rebbe said he wants to send with him matzah and michtavim klolim to someone who's going to the airport and someone who is going to to send
to the Far East.
The Far East. And so the Rebbe asked him, how are you going to go? He said, with a taxi. So the Rebbe want to take out money. So he said, I don't want to take money from the Rebbe, Chas v'Sholom. I have my own money. The Rebbe said, are you sure? And then he went there and he met this, he went around and around. It was in Panem. And finally, a man came over to him and said, do you have something for me from the Lubavitcher Rebbe? He said, yes. And he gave him that letter, the matzahs, and he told him, the Rebbe said that in the schus, as reward for the fact that you're going to give out matzahs in the Far East, you could take 2 matzahs for yourself, one for the first night, one for the second night, and the Mechtovim Klolim to give to those people that you see that will have used for that. So he said, fine. And then Rabbi Harlig was trying to walk after behind him to see where he's going, but he couldn't figure it out. And finally, which airline is going to go. And finally, he went back. The Rebbe, the Chadakov told him the Rebbe is waiting for him. And he went in, and the Rebbe said to him, he told the Rebbe everything what happened. And the Rebbe told him, you did my Shlichus, and you did the Shlichus, and I did the Shlichus, and we both did, and I did my Shlichus, and we both did the Shlichus of the Eibishter. Yasher koach, Rabbi Harlig. I'm sure we will hear from you more as later on.
All right. Rabbi Greenberg,
no, we want to hear more. But since there is a few other Chassidim who would like to say something, so we will.
Let them say. That didn't give a thought to reden a paar Wörter. Okay, sei gesund, das Flache, Rabbi Greenberg.
Thank you, but don't go away. We will. Amen. Rabbi Harlig, Yasher koach, Rabbi Harlig. And before we go to Rabbi Krinsky, our keynote speaker today, we would like to see if Rabbi Yosef Shaya Abrams, that we heard that he's be watching, if we will have the schus to hear from him. If it's not now, maybe later. He was my mashpi'm when I was a young bacher in Lud, and we all would love to hear his zichrenes and his hashpoah, what he could share with us for Yud Shevat. But if he's not here at the moment, we will move on to Rabbi Krinsky. We had a big schus to have the Rebbe secretary with us, Rabbi Krinsky, the head of Americas. And Rabbi Krinsky, 2 years ago, Rabbi Krinsky was revealed the letter that he wrote to his parents, and after Yud Shevat Tovshin Yud Aleph, and we were all really moved, and are still moved by the letter, to see how young 17-year-old bacher writes to his parents, as someone described, as Rabbi Chaikin described it before, and Rabbi Herson, how packed it was and how people fainted. Rabbi Krinsky writes in his letter, as Heredi the Rebbe's call to hear the voice of the Rebbe Zogn in the Maimer gave the koach to stand on the feet, to continue standing the feet in this pushing and continuous listening to the Maimer. That is, to read this from a bacher of 17 years old is very, very special. And we want to thank Rabbi Krinsky for being mefasim the letter 2 years ago. And we are now looking forward to hear from Rabbi Krinsky again, as I said before, mitzvah l'sapa b'tzias Mitzrayim, kolesa alaylo. It's even if we heard already your story, we would like to hear it again, but especially we know there is always more and more. So Rabbi Krinsky, b'vakasha.
Good evening, everybody. If I speak in English, will you have to translate it into Yiddish?
Maybe in English, because officially they promised the Olam will be in English.
Okay. I happen to have the letter with me, though it's in Yiddish, the one you talked about just a moment ago. And if you so desire, I would read it again, because it gives the proteus, the Seder of the man, Basi Lagani, the Nagunim, etc. It might be interesting to some people.
Sure.
The night before Yud Shevat, before the Shabbos, Thursday night, the Seder in those years were in the latest Shinin, Shin Ches, Shin Tes, was that the Rebbe would give out, a course would give out a printed maimah from the Friedrich Rebbe that had a shaykhs that Yontif or Pesach, Purim, Chuli, and in Yeshiva Vechom, that's what we used to learn in Zal, in the Seder Chassidus in the morning and at night, along with other things. And Thursday night, before Yud Shevat, Ches at night, we had the Maimah Basi Lagani, the one that was printed for Yud Shevat, and it had 2 mamorim, the kuntres. One was Yud Shevat, the Yod site of Tenesora, and the second one was Hashevet Beganim, the Rebbetzin Rivka, the Rebbe Marash's Rebbetzin. And in the Beis Medrash Thursday night, we were learning that mimer, and I was learning with my chaver around one of the tables, the same Metzia, 770 in terms of the benches and tables, the same size and basically the same furniture. And that night there was Yechidus. I remember some of those who went into Yechidus that night who had recently come. There was somebody from Rabbi Yisroel Noach Vogel, I give it a Chassidish Gver, and there was David Raskin Benen, Sholom Morozov, and Yeshepevzna. Maybe another one or two went into Yechidus. That's the night of the Rebbe, the night before Yud Shevat. And the Rebbe told them he was very glad to see them, of course. He came from Paris. And he said that from side to side, that's what happened Thursday night. Friday night, I remember what happened in the yeshiva. So the Shabbos, we ate in Bedford and Dean, not in the eating room, but in the actual kitchen where they cooked. I remember Yael Khan, Rabbi Sholom was together with me, and another two Bochrim, mit verbracht bis sehr spät in der Nacht. We sat and talked till quite late at night. Shabbos morning, when there was a Seder Chassidus in 770, and I walked to 770. It was about 8:30. We got near 770 on Brooklyn and Eastern Parkway, and the mailman was coming from 770 toward the Brooklyn Avenue. And he says, we better hurry up. Something's going on 770. It doesn't seem to be too pleasant. Maybe I should get there a little sooner. Well, we came there, and it was just after the Histalkis, literally 10, 15 minutes after the Histalkis. Well, I went to the mikveh in Union Street. It wasn't usually open Shabbos, Erev Shabbos, but on Shabbos, but it was. And I went in and I saw that Rebbe was there in a separate room. And we went back to 770. We went upstairs, starting saying Tillim in the room, in the bedroom, opposite the Yechidus room. And the Rebbe was there for quite a while. He was going in and out. And ordinarily, Shabbos minyan would be 10 o'clock in the morning. But the Rebbe was busy. He was going up and down. And he davened not with the minyan davened at 10 o'clock. And at 10:30, the minyan started in the Cheder Sheni, in the Zal. And that's where the Rebbe davened. I davened with that minyan. It was just about a minyan. And I remember Halacha L'maaseh by Chazoras Hashatz. By that time, the Zal was empty. It was after the minyan. And they wanted to say Chazoras Hashatz in the Zal instead of the Cheder Sheni. The Rebbe said, I'm davening Chazoras Hashatz, not davening Shlichus and Mashpi'm. So it's interesting that I heard the Rebbe write. I think the Rebbe wrote it someplace 2 years later, but that I remember. And there was a minyan upstairs in the Rebbe's room. It was in the bedroom, actually opposite the Yechidus room, as I said. And there were no people. Nobody knew it. It was Shabbos. There were no telephone calls, of course. But so Shabbos, the crowds began coming, and a big Elam came. The Levaya took place around 11:30 Sunday morning, and the Odin came down from the wooden steps and was carried till approximately Rogers in Eastern Parkway, and then the Odin was put in the car, and they went down to Bedford and Dean, where the yeshiva was, and paused there for a while, and then went out to the Beis HaChaim. I recall the Rebbe just before the Torah saying that made a tonight that Abe sits to find a will tzavah, so they should be able to use the place that the Rebbe designated in the wall as opposed to the where it is now. I don't know how many people today remember Yechidus by the Frierdiker Rebbe. I think there aren't too many. Wish there were more. And the Farbrengens of the Frierdiker Rebbe were often in the course of the year, but very short. There are two times that. Well, first let me go back. I was a young bacher, 16, 17 years old. Would not be let into the Farbrengens. There was only a mitzvah mitzvah that could go into the Farbrengens because the Rebbe needed fresh air and air conditioning and had to be very careful. The Farbrengens took place in the dining room on the second floor that is pretty much the same as it was then. And it had to be very, you couldn't stand too close to the Rebbe. There were 10, 15 people sitting around the table, this dining room table, and another 20 people standing around. And I couldn't get in. I was too young. They wouldn't let me in. I stood by the doors. There were two doors, entrances to the second floor where the Frierdiker Rebbe lived. One was in the wooden steps from the Rebbe's room. The wooden steps go up to the second floor where one of the doors to the Frierdiker Rebbe's apartment was. And there was one on the green steps, the metal steps, steel steps, that went and entered the kitchen. Even though I couldn't get in, and I knew I couldn't get into the Farbrengen, I would nevertheless stand by the door and just hope and pray maybe I could get in this door, that door, and move around. And there came a time where whoever was going to go in, 40, 50 people approximately went in, and the Farbrengen, of course, started. But I stood by the door. I stood this was by the kitchen door. And all of a sudden the door opens, and the Rebbe Chaimushka opens the door. I never saw her before, so I don't think she ever saw me before. But she had Rachman, like a mama. And she said, Gerai, to the Farbrengen. I'll never forget that moment. Never, never, never. And I got into the Farbrengen room, and the Rebbe was talking. I couldn't understand what the Rebbe was saying, but there were people who understood the Rahanochas, the Shlichus from the shins. The Rebbe certainly understood. The Rebbe said from the left side, and the Shach said from the right side of the Rebbe. But I was in a different world. Neil Matzilis. That maybe that's like what it's like, because that's how remote it was, how incredible it was, and the mars it was pushed like there was nothing else in the world. There was another way to get into the Rebbe let me on a few more times in the years till before Tafshin Yud, and the Rebbe let me in a few times also. I remember Shluchus and some other Yom Tevim. So it became she cracked the ice. From the time she let me in, I got in several times. But even when you didn't get into the Frierdiker Rebbe's Farbrengen, after the Farbrengen, the doors would open, those two doors I mentioned before. And you could walk through one and go out the other, and on the way, pass by the table where the Farbrengen was, and the Rebbe was still sitting there, watching the Elam go by. The Rebbe sat standing, and from the left side, Shag from the right side, as they were sitting, like soldiers. And I don't know where I got the break tight, but what I did most of the times, I moved over to the table, which was empty. Everybody was gone. And pick up a glazer that had mashke in it and say l'chaim to the Rebbe. And he would noticeably, he acknowledged your presence with a smile. So these are things that what should I say? I wish more people could see it. Heinz Yud Shevat. I find that having been by the Frierdiker Rebbe Yechidus, and my family was very close to the Rebbe, even before he came to America. The Shluchim that came from Russia, the Chassidim, the Chayfetz, they all came to us for whatever purpose the Frierdiker Rebbe sent them. They stood by us for a day, for a week, if they had to stay longer. They had run of the house with everything that they could eat. Even the Chassidim was able to eat by us. He would stand in the pantry with my mother and watch her crack the eggs. But he ate what she cooked. And this was watching these people as young as I was, even when I was in Tavshinal, I was 6, 7, 8 years old. What was something very special that I recall, and I still with it. And when I was talking to the Friedrich Rebbe, I cried like a baby. I must confess, and I have no complaints to anyone, Chas Shalom. I had the chus to be it there at that time by the Friedrich Rebbe, so it touches me. I find it very hard to see Mazel Tov Yud Shevat. I hope you'll understand me. I'm sorry. Good Yontif, I'm sorry to say good Yontif, because it is a Yontif. To me, the Rebbe is a Yontif. The Rebbe is my life. It always was and always will be. And I don't have to tell you, and I don't care. If I don't tell you, I don't care. You don't know about it. Ihr darf nicht mir sagen, Yontif von Rebbe. I home, wherever I am, and whatever I hope to be. There are 2 times. So it's a day for the Rebbe, for the Friedrich Rebbe. There are 2 times that the Rebbe tied me in to his shver. 2 times that one time that he said, "Bist the Chosser from shver." I talk about it in Heitevis. If you want me to tell you the reason again, I can tell you the story if you would like to hear it again.
Sure.
I think I told it to David.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's number 1. And number 2, I want to tell you a story about 3 Rabbeim together on Beis Nissen Tavshin Tes. Before this talk, almost a year before the Yud Shevat. What happened was, you all know about Heitevis. The Rebbe when they aufgeregt. I don't have to go through all the pratim. It's difficult to even talk about and think about. It's gone. It's over. Thank God. The one particular Shabbos in the middle of Tammuz. It was not Yud Beis Tammuz. There were a few Farbrengen in that Tammuz, Tovshin Mem Hei. And the Rebbe was sitting in the chair by the Farbrengen, sideways. He was extremely distraught. I never saw him before or after so distraught.
I mean, Shabbos Pinchas, Pashas Pinchas.
Yeah, that's interesting. And he there's 2 tepes. Was Mahaltas Bombas and I don't have to tell you, and I don't want to repeat it too much. So the next day was Sunday. I was actually appointed by the Rebbe to be in a trustee of a Agudas Chassidim Chabad, way back, way before the Svarim, way before in 1970, when I was 36 years old. The Rebbe made a list of the trustees of Agudas Chassidim Chabad. The one just older than me was old enough to be my grandfather. I was 36 years old at that age, but I was a trustee. And later on in 1976, there was another meeting with the Rebbe, of which Rabbi Chorokov called me in afterwards. I was 60, so I was 30. I was 42, and Rabbi Chorokov gave me 2 pieces of paper. It was written by Isaac Strahl, who was the attorney, Americans for many years. I could tell you, and he was at the meeting. He took the minutes and he wrote the minutes. And he wrote up in the minutes, it's 2 pages, and he writes up in the minutes that I will now be a secretary of Agudas Chassidim Chabad. And later on in the meeting, there are a few people aboard. 1 person will be appointed to Vada Peil of Agudas Chassidim Chabad in 1976. And that person that I picked was me. So I had certain legal rights way before most people knew it. But what happened was nothing came out of the Farbrengen. I called the meeting on Sunday after that Shabbos, Pashas Pinchas. And Rabbi Mentlik, Rabbi Katz, and Sklar. I don't remember Rabbi Chorokov and the Rebbe. I don't remember Rabbi Simpson, Rabbi Jacobson, or some of the whole Vad. A quorum came. More than half of the trustees members came, and I told them we were all together. Not all of them were there that Shabbos, but most of them were. I said, "Medaf Episton, do you have any suggestions of what to do?" Sat for half an hour, and I'm the baby Shibahem. And the hachlota was that Mackenzie not Fatshepen, I couldn't understand it. I never understood it, but there was nothing to do. So Monday, I'm thinking, the Daf Epistor, what's coming done? I don't know, but I'm going to do something, and I'm not going to ask the Rebbe. I don't want to be involved with the Rebbe. The Rebbe is very, very phenomenal. So I decided that I'm going to call a lawyer, which I did on Monday, and Nat Lewin in Washington. And he says that I called the court after 3 a.m. I don't think I did that unless I was really so disturbed that I wouldn't call him because I couldn't sleep. I make shluchim. I told him what happened. And he said, well, if we took the books in the state from New York to New Jersey, it's a federal case. If you have a case, it's a federal case, which is very, very good. And it's much more reliable to be accurate and true. He says, I'm going to be in New York tomorrow in this office, some lawyers that he's affiliated with. And it's this address. I'll be there this time. I'll tell the lawyers that you're coming in case I come late. And next day came, and I met with Nat, and he said that it'll be a federal case. But I said, the man has 400 books, the choice books of the library, in his house in New Jersey, and he's selling them. Book sellers, antique book sellers are coming in from England and from Yisroel and from Switzerland and from New York, and he's selling them books. He doesn't know what the book's worth. He just selling them $50,000, $60,000. He didn't know what he was doing. We have to stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding, Kevin, the cop in the mountain. He said, you know what? Well, we're going to file a TRO, a temporary restraining order, but we have to work quick if books are being sold. So he said, bring me some documentation about what Agudas Chassidim Chabad is. It's constitution, it's basis. And I did that right away. And on Wednesday morning, I didn't tell the Rebbe yet. And Wednesday morning, he was going to go to the court, federal court in the Eastern District in downtown Brooklyn, and go to a judge and ask for a restraining order. And that's what he did. When he was on his way to the court, I told the Rebbe what he did. I didn't know whether he would be upset with me. God help me. And I just didn't know if what I was doing was right. But it's in the mamish b'chidush v'nefesh. This is the Shluchim. So when I told it to the Rebbe, he said I should call up the Rebbe and tell her what I did. So I knew that I was in fair ground. Baruch Hashem. I didn't sleep those few nights in Svishin. And the judge was Leo Glazer, the Jewish judge, and he mentioned to him, I didn't go to court, but he said that the judge said, I happen to be a book lover, so I can sympathize with you. So he gave a restraining order. He sent 2 federal marshals from the courthouse to the Abbas Gates Avenue in Montclair, New Jersey, and they took all the books away. They put them in abundant storage, where they lasted till after the appeal, and after we got them back 4.5 years later, but they were safe. And what happened was, I went into the Rebbe to tell him that what's Machinogaton. And I asked the Rebbe a question. This is what I wanted to tell you. I asked the Rebbe a question, and he says, "What's fragst du bei mir? Du bist doch dem Schwester Chassid." And it wasn't something bad. Chas v'shalom. Then he said to me, Moshe Rabbeinu hat gedaget von Klal Yisrael. Aber Pinchas hat gedacht, was hat getan.
Wow. So if you could continue, Rabbi Krinsky, to tell us from Tafshin Yud and Yud Aleph, would greatly appreciate it. After this Maimer Musger, but the Rebbe told you the Chosif and Shver, if we could move on now to, we spoke about Yud Shevat Tafshin Yud, now we could speak about the Kabbalah.
I just want to tell another story. And maybe I told it before because it's not a song, but it's something, it's like winning a lottery. This took place on Beizir Tafshin Tes. I was walking in this Friday out of Shabbos, 3:30 in the afternoon. I was walking in front of 770 with my two brothers, Yosef Dave and Shmuel Aleichem Shalom. They were much older than I. And we were walking, Dal Badrit. We come by East in 770. So one of us said, let's walk into 770, let's see what's happening. So we went into 770, and the Rebbe standing there. The Rebbe standing there. After Plaga Mincha, he's looking for minyan for his shver. Amazing, listen, the Rebbe Shabzi outside. And he wants a dam for the Yomit, say the Kadesh and V'chuli, and he only has 7 people. So the 3 of us walked in, and we were in a simcha. By his desk, but another table, where I'm not going to mollies the Zimmer, was waiting for the minyan. And so a few minutes went by, we said, and the dam for the Yomit, and the Rebbe said, and you could hear every word and every bracha. And then it said the Kadeshim, and then since he wouldn't have a minyan later, so since it was after Plaga Mincha, they said L'chuna Ranano till Mizm David and Kaddish Yosem, and we left. So that was the three Rebbes together. It was the Rebbe who brought us upstairs. It was the Rebbe who had you outside, and the Rebbe Rashab, who's the outside was being said. He was again mit uns in Zimmer. Drei mit them all. What did you want me to say?
Yashakayach, that's beautiful. If you could share with us what happened right after the Stalkos and how the process of Kabbalah and Nesius started, what you remember from those days.
I can just tell you, as far as I was concerned, in the Bachrim. The Bachrim and the Sachi and the light, but not everybody. Gleich verstanden, but the Tutzach was no clear be any different. But the Rebbe didn't respond to everybody. I didn't know what the Rebbe's criteria was, but there were people who didn't get answers, and there were people who got answers right away. I had this with my father, Alav Shalom. My father sent me a letter, mail, no email, mail, U.S. postage. My father was a sheikhit, and there was somebody who worked with him in the Shlichus in Somerville, it's a shtetl near Boston, that had some kind of a sickness, and my father wrote me a bakashas bracha to the Rebbe. It was within the first 2-3 months of the Nesius, about this person. And I was a younger Bachar. The Rebbe Charukov said the Rebbe wants me to go into him. Middle of the afternoon. It was actually late morning. I kam in, ich sitze von aller Seiten. And I said, it's geschickt, I will von Taten, wegen them and them. And the name of what the sickness was, I remember at this point. And he says he doesn't. The Rebbe says, "Verstehen, Boston is a Stadt medical research, Merker, the major center, and they do a lot. He knows that they were doing research in this particular machla, and it's a wonder the doctors who were treating him and aware of it. Says Vechom, the Rebbe says, when doctors find a news refuah, it takes about 6 months till it gets into the doctor's offices where they treat the patients of the pale. So he's surprised they haven't gotten anything yet. The Rebbe was under the impression, it seems, that there was something on the way. So the Rebbe asks me, LL Chassidus? Yes, Sheikh. He wasn't the Sheikh, he was the Bombira. So I said, I don't know, I'll ask him. There's all the Tatalan with them Chassidus. Better Haman Forsland. You need more Rebbe than that? Excuse the expression. That's what it did. So that was Kabbalah and Nesius, that it was. And then okay. So then it took time. The Rebbe Farbrengen the Shabbos Vechom and the Rebbe Farbrengen. Interestingly, there was a groundswell growing that we have to finish it off already. Nesius, Begoli. It was an example of Begoli. So it's given a sifis a hint in the head. And the Rebbe was wearing in the weekdays 3-piece suit, no kapota, the Shabbos and Yom Tov. So that was a similar as a help. I guess so. But there was not, whatever his reasons were. So then some Chassidim put it in the doors in the Tog Morgen Journal. Why am I shaking? The Tog Morgen Journal. That Chov Dalatevis with the Rebbe Farbrengen in Yemot Zayin Kabbalah and Nesius. And the Rebbe saw the paper. He called it Reb Shmuel Levitten. He dealt it at Ziknei Chassidim. Baruch Hashem Ya'akul Gid. And he says, what's it does? He says, a bet with a line stella hakrasha. That's not true. So Reb Shmuel told him something to the effect that it's supposed to have ligum. It is true. I don't know if he said the word ligum. I heard the word ligum. I didn't hear it from him. And so the Rebbe came in with a kapota, and from that time Yom Shabbos Yom Tov were a kapota. And there was a major step. If he needed any steps, he needed any steps. And for the Bochum. The Rebbe once told Mentlik something about one of these things that a year later, the house get krasa. So the Mela the Bochum is that it didn't finish the sentence. Mela the Bochum, okay. But he didn't finish the sentence. I wasn't privy to the rest of the conversation, but I remember that Rebbe said the Bochum aside. The Rebbe would go to the Yale twice a month, every other British Chodesh. He would go in the yellow bus, the school bus. The yellow bus, he would sit in front, and the Zal used to go in the seats in the back of in the bus. It was very short. It went for half an hour, and there were times towards closer to the end of the year that the Rebbe would say that if anybody wants to give him pidyanis to take, would be by the door before he went onto the bus. Would take it pidyanis and put him in the bag and take him with him to the Yeho. So this was already it was finished. It was kind of accomplished. And that would and then there was I don't recall exactly when Yechidus started, but sometimes people would stop the Rebbe in shul or walking in the street, walking in the Zal. The Rebbe would walk back and forth between the Merkaz and his Yechidus room sometimes with paperwork, for the secretaries, for whatever the taking of the letter or whatever the writing was, the Maimer. And it was, for myself, it was a very geschmack time. I came. I'll just speak for myself, if I may, for a moment. I was in public school in Boston. There was no other place to go. So the basic started yeshiva. I was the first student, but it didn't work. I went to public school, and I was in high school in the 9th grade, which is early. And then my parents, I was still before Bar Mitzvah, decided that they wasn't to send me to New York to yeshiva. So I was supposed to go after Yom Tov, after Simchas Torah. Then one of my brothers was going back to the yeshiva, Shana Rabbah. So my mother and father said, if I should why to go to the Rebbe after Yom Tov, come before Yom Tov. So I got the Shana Rabbah, the day before Shana Rabbah. See, most of the boys of the dormitory weren't there, so I had a place to sleep, and my brother put me, I was self-beseder. So Shana Rabbah by night, I went to 770. I walked into 770, I see the Rebbe standing by Omud, and after the first door next to the Merkaz, those days, that door was open to the Zal. As soon as you come into 770, it's a door after the Merkaz door, open. And I was stunned. Remember, really first look at the Rebbe person, and I just stood there. Wow. And finished till everybody went home. And then the first night, Shmini Atzeres, I went to HaKofis. So there was a minyan downstairs in Zal, as it is today, just the same thing, same size. And there was a minyan upstairs by the Rebbe, and that's where the Rebbe was, and with the minyan, by HaKofis. And around 10:30, the Rebbe came down, went into his office. It seemed he was ready to go home. He came out and came into the Zal. In the Zal, I was there with another 5 or 6 Bachrim from out of town that didn't go home for Yom Tov. I don't remember who they were. Then I comes into the Zal and says that Yata Kofer, Yata Lesa. He had nothing. Nobody cared about it. They cared about it. So he went back to his room for something. He came out and he said that he made a whole Yata Lesa. Everybody had a posuk. Then went with HaKofes. He danced with us for a long time, a very long time, until he finished. Then he went home. I don't think that Rebbe knew who I was. Could be that he did. I found out later. I don't know. They were never introduced. I don't remember who the other Bochum were. But what did he do it for? Kids, after Bar Mitzvah, okay. So I mean, you don't expect such things when you come from Boston like that. Coming to an empty shul and somebody comes and wants to fulfill all your desires. And I was smitten. I was really smitten. This is the kind of person I want to grow up with. It was very clear, very, very clear. Ad mitzvah nefesh. That was the beginning of my life. What happened later, as I grew up, I read Isur Chag. I registered with the Shag, Bedford and Dean, and he was very kind to me. I was put in the kitta, and I learned, and I got a dormitory room. My parents, of course, intervened, make sure everything was good, and it was I don't know what else do you want to hear about? If anybody has any questions.
You said before you're going to speak about Yud Shevat of Shnei Aleph and about your letter.
Oh yeah, okay, I have it right here. What happened was 2 years ago, you were the Baldover. You were the cause. You mentioned something. I mentioned something about a letter. I didn't know there was even a copy in the world. What happened was I sent it home, and I never saw it again. I sent it home. How many years before? I sent it home. Yud Shevat. It's dated. Baruch Hashem Yem Hey Pashus VeYamin B'Hashem VeMesha Avdei Yud Shevat Eitavshin Yud. And one of my nephews, one of my brother's sons, was listening to the broadcast, and he knew that his brother Yossi, Yosef Dave, had the letter, the original letter that I sent. I didn't think it was an Elam Hasa anymore. And he brought it over in 5 minutes. Am I correct? You remember what happened?
Yes, yeah, correct, yeah. It was an amazing deal after 71 years to find a letter that someone wrote from Tavshin Aleph.
Yeah. I'll read it. Dor Hashem Yem Hey Pashas VeYamin B'Hashem VeMesha Avdei Yud Shevat Eitavshin Yud. Teile Eltern, Brüder und Schwestern. Ich habe gewusst, als wird Charotte haben, war nicht kommen auf eine Jahrzeit, der Rebbe Schlitter hat Nächten gesagt, Chassidus, auf ein Bossi Lagani Achesti Kalo. Es ist gewähnt als sicher, waren Meimer und noch dem. Der Meimer hat angeheben, der Rebbe schreibt in sein Meimer, Leim HaHiladet. Das ist der Rebbe gesagt, in einem gewöhnlichen Ton. Mit dem Mol, Bossi Lagani Achesti Kalo mit dem Niggen Meimer. Und hat gesagt, dem Chassidus. Hat abgesagt, der Meimer, etliche Schures, und hat gesagt, was der alte Rebbe sagt auf dem, was der Mittelrebbe sagt auf dem, was der Semer Tzedek sagt auf dem, was Admir Marash sagt auf dem, was Admir Shab sagt auf dem, Meisef, in was der Rebbe ist Meisef, da in Meimer, mit dem Ike Schchine betracht in dem Häuser, der Elam ist in Stemmen geworden. Von Gräß Stupenisch vom etliche Gechallischt. Aber es hat sich weiter gehört im Kopf und Rebbe. Sogendig der Meimer, was das hat gegeben, hat Kirch zu stehen auf der Feld. Inmitten Meimer hat gemacht 2 Hafsokes und hat geheißen singen dem Beneni und hat gesagt, als der Rebbe hat Mechaber gewähnt, dem Nigen, Nordem hat mit ihm gesungen, dem Rebbe nicht mehr sagt, den Nigen, Gedenknet zum hat gesungen, ein Nigen von Rebbe Marash. I'm sure the Rebbe sang the Rebbe Marash, he wouldn't leave him out.
Yes.
I didn't remember. I remember. I don't know. Ich schreibe Bücher. Kleine Bücher geschrieben. In der zweiten Hauptsache hat man gesungen dem Yemin Hashem Remeima von Semer Tzedek und ein Nigen von Mittelreben. Der alte Rebbe hat man gesungen zwischen die 2 Dreh noch ein Meimer. Der Meimer in Anfang ist gewinnt schwer. Hat aufgeteilt, aufgestellt. Meimer in Anfang ist gewinnt schwer. Hat aufgeteilt das, was der Rebbe schreibt. Chassidim, Vechom Shvim Chavim. Als wir gefunden sich ist in der Dor Hashvi'i, was der Meiler von Dor Hashvi'i ist, das ist ein schwieriger Rischen. In jeder Teil von Meimer hat ausgerechnet, alle Rabbeien. Und inmitten von der dritten Teil hat erzählt, als mit dem Nigen von Meimer, der meiste von alten Reben, Mittelrebbe Bechuli. Und hat gesagt, der Mann hat mir gefunden in der Dor Hashvi'i. Der Meimer wird schön sehen, das Dame. Wenn das bald wird es zurückgehen gedruckt, war der größte Teil von Elam, ist das gewesen dem ersten Mal, was man hat gehört, ein Rebbe der Chassidus. Ist mit Meile, der Chassidus in was man hat gestanden, unbeschreiblich. Then they write about my 2 Schwagers that were there. Hershel Moshe dann gewinnt, Hershel Moshe Herson. Und dann was, noch der Medor, wegen der jungen Mann, ist eine interessante Sache, aber sie hatten es damit verbringen. Mit das Harry Greenberg. Noch. Es ist noch Fragen zu schreiben und noch, ich will auch wegschicken den Brief. Es wird ankommen vor Schabbat. Nächten versteht sich, hat man gefahren auf ein Nail, das ist schön eine Sache aufgebaut. Dafür will ich nächsten Woche schreiben doch bitte. Ihr sollt alles schreiben, ihr seid gesund, das ist ein guter Besuch. Oh, wait a minute, there's another paragraph. Noch ein Meimer hat gesagt, quote, hat sich ein Nidden, legt sich nicht kein feglichen Busen. Bis dann wird sich jeder weggehen zu sein ruhigen Leben, nicht tachert Gaffney, nicht tachert der Hinosse, ein freier Mensch, und befragt, dass es handelt sich wegen der Edem von Rebbe, es hört sich ein, es hört sich ein Nidden. Legt sich nicht kein feglichen Busen. Dem Rebbe Shluchim, der Rebbe Shlichus, was hat aufgelegt, auf jeden ist noch betokfei und kommen zu Farbrengen, sagen L'chaim, mit dem kann man nicht jetzt sein. Das was es darf sein, avede mit Zadatzmei, was man darf bewahrt sein, dem eigenen Nefeshe Bahamas. Es ist gewesen eine ganze Rede, es hat gebrannt wie Feuer. The rest was growing up and was still trying to grow. No questions? Rabbi Greenberg? I put everybody to sleep?
No. You're perfectly fine. I was on mute. I didn't notice that. I say if you remember something from the Farbrengen itself, we could conclude with that.
You mean from Yud Shevat?
Yud Shevat of Shinid Aleph, and then we'll go to our next speaker.
Okay, you can go on. Okay.
No, we really appreciate it. Like I said, the letter is historic, and I don't know if you remember. I told you that also 2 years ago was Nisgala, a letter from a Yid in Eretz Yisrael, who was not a Lubavitcher. His name was Hamnik. Now he has a nephew here in Yitzchak Hamnik. He's a Hamnik, and he wrote a letter to his Kala, to his bride, from Tovshin Yud Aleph, from Purim Tovshin Yud Aleph, and from Shabbos Vechom Tovshin Yud Aleph. He wrote her a letter in Hebrew, because he knew how to speak Hebrew, she knew how to speak Hebrew, but he was an American Jew. He was a modern Orthodox guy, and he heard about the Rebbe, and he came down Purim Tovshin Yud Aleph to see the Farbrengen, and then he came down Shabbos Vechom the first, and then Purim Yud Aleph, and he writes to his Kala about the Rebbe. He writes like a writer would write, but he writes just to his Kala, and it was laying by in his house for 70 years, and nobody knew about it. And as the first letter that we have from a non-Lubavitcher, how he describes the Rebbe from the first two Farbrengens right after Yud Shevat of Shinid Aleph. And it's very, very in line to the way Anash described it. That's the Pella. He describes how he saw the aim of the Pachas from the Chassidim from Rebbe right in the beginning. And then he tells exactly, and he told me, he tells exactly what the Rebbe told him, Purim Yud Aleph. The Rebbe gave out L'chaim, and people had a chance to come by. Keshe Brocha, the Rebbe gave out. So people asked him, do you want to go over? He said, yes. Came over, the Rebbe started to ask him who he is and what he's doing. And then the Rebbe gave him a whole sicha about his name. And everything the Rebbe told him, the Brocha the Rebbe gave was all this time in his life. When he gets that his kids will be in Arbotzas HaTorah and everything was in Skyim. His kids is Rosh Hashivas in Yisrael and everything.
He's an Askin Tziburi. He was Askin
Tziburi, he was a Rov in Detroit, then in Philadelphia.
Yes.
So we see at with the Rebbe fear the Welt that 70 years later, the Rebbe's Megala Eitzres, Naya Eitzres, that nobody believed that will be in his Gala, like your letter and Rabbi Hamnik's letter, things in his Gala geworden, that the Rebbe's Mamshich to give new chayes and new inspiration to everyone. So Yashakir Rabbi Krinsky for everything. We really appreciate it. And now we'll move on to our next speaker. We have several speakers who are going to speak about the Skashers, about the Dor Hashvi'i. And We have, I think we have Rabbi Moshe Nu, we have Rabbi Sholom Ber Lipskar. Rabbi Moshe Nu is available. We'll start with Moshe Nu because he just came from Australia, but if not, we'll start with Rabbi Lipskar.
All right ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht, Rabbi Krinsky. Ashaker Godel. We appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. So Rabbi Moshe Nu, is Rabbi Moshe Nu available? Oh, Rabbi Nu is here. I know you had a long stay. First of all, I want to give Abichas Nicham Avelim to Rabbi Nu. He came back from Shiva, from his mother. So, and now we would like to ask Rabbi Nu to share with us a paar Varim Verta for Yud Shevat.
Chaim, Yoskel, Chaim.
Chaim, Chaim.
This wonderful sefer was compiled and written by our esteemed Manche, MC, Rabbi Yosef Greenberg. You made Bereshis, it's out of print. I understand, Yosef, that you have editions published in Sofer, huh? So hopefully there'll be a new edition.
Yeah. Bli neder. Bli neder, we will do it, there'll be a new edition.
So this wonderful sefer chronicles.
Please mute yourself, everyone. Oh, go ahead, Rabbi Nu, go ahead.
Yeah.
Don't you see this?
I think you can mute them as the.
Yeah, they just did it. Okay.
So this wonderful book chronicles the events leading up to Yud Shevat, the whole year, all the way till the Farbrengen of Yud Shevat. As everybody knows, the Maimer, when that was Makabel the Nesius, was 10:40 p.m., the 11th hour, the 11th day, the 11th month, the 11th year. Tavshin Yud Aleph, Chedesh Adar, 11th month. The Rebbe himself explained, this is the whole Dor Hashvi'i, is all about 11 Kesed, bringing the Shekhinah Lamata. Once and for all and forever. So in this wonderful book, describing in detail the Farbrengen, this historic cosmic Farbrengen. So Yoski, you bring there from someone's Yuman, I would imagine, or they told it to you orally, the following. Before I say what I'm going to tell you, namely the final words that the Rebbe said before the Maimer, let's just pause for a moment. The Maimer, Basi Lagani, when the Rebbe formally accepted the Nesius, is arguably one of the most cosmic moments in history. With a bit of imagination, we can imagine that all of heaven is holding its breath at this Farbrengen. What's going to be? And the Rebbe, by saying Basi Lagani, has undertaken the most ambitious project in history, the project that will justify all of history, to bring the Shekhinah Lamata, Prussia, bring the Geula. Rebbe maps out the whole Shlichus of the Dor Hashvi'i and the Shlichus of each and every one of us to Mekarav every year. We're all familiar with the Maimer, we've all heard the Maimer, we've all heard the Farbrengen. I think it's not my imagination, but before the Maimer, you can hear the creaking as people press forward, the creaking of the benches and the tables. After the Maimer starts, as this electricity in the air, that the realization that the Rebbe is assuming the Nesius, that already was awesome. And then, this is Tovshin, 1951, the ashes of the embers of Auschwitz are still burning. And the Rebbe is talking about transforming the world and Shlichus. We all appreciate how, or we don't really, only after Mashiach comes, how extraordinary revolutionary this was. A cosmic moment that will justify all of existence, Torah, mitzvahs, matan Torah, the whole kavan in Yisava Kodesh Baruch. What are the final words before the Maimer? So Yoski, you bring the Rebbe noticed a certain fella, Rosh Tevis, and he asked him in Yiddish, Hashem fakrev the car. Have you sold the car yet? Now, apparently he hadn't, and it makes like an expression of wonder. You still didn't sell the car. And then moments later, what's the story with the selling of the car? So you reference the Farbrengen and the Yechidus. Zayin or Hey Tevis. This young man was in Yechidus. It's before the Nesius formally. And the story basically is that the Rebbe is trying to tell him to sell his car and devote himself to learning. And there'll be time for a car and so on. But right now, throw yourself totally into learning and sell your car. Now, friends, Balabatisha, just appreciation of what just happened here. The Lubavitcher Rebbe is now going to say the Bastila Gani, the conquest of the world. This is cosmic. This is the culmination of creation, nothing less. Nothing less. It's nothing more grand or global. And that's obviously what the Rebbe is thinking about. This is what he is about to say. And he notices this fellow and asks him if he sold his car yet. Wow. So the Balabatisha conclusion, friends, here is, that's a Rebbe. At the same time that he's addressing Klal Yisrael and world history. But there's nothing grander. There's nothing grander. Never been. The Rebbe notices this individual. Wow. To be more balabatish, the godless amoichin, the Rebbe's extraordinary broadness of mind and heart, to be even cognizant, even notice it, and then to ask the question and to respond. To respond with a disappointment, as it was, that you still haven't sold the car yet. But I think we need to understand this a little bit deeper, and then B'kitzer, in a word, the Rebbe's Chidush, in other words, starting with the Baal Shem Tov and even earlier, before Mashiach comes, the veils on Hashem's place, on Hashem's face, are slowly being removed. Each Rebbe, deeper, was Megala, deeper and deeper Chassidus, and brought it down to further. The Rebbe pulled back the final curtain on the very essence of Hashem, about which there is nothing more that can be said, or should be said. And all that's lacking is to be implemented. And what is that? Now, the Rebbe in Tanya says, Neshama doesn't have to be fixed. Why did it come down? To elevate the world. The Guf and the Veshabam is Chelka Ba'ila. The whole Chidush of Dira B'Tachtoin. In a word, friends, what the Rebbe has added to Dira B'Tachtoin is, it isn't about the Tachton itself. It isn't about the bias itself. And quite simply, what do you want a home for? The home is not the objective. The home is the place where you can be one with your soulmate and family and share yourself completely and one with your soulmate. The purpose of the Dira in Maimer after Maimer and Sicher, the Rebbe says, it's Neshamas Yisrael. Hashem desires, in other words, a relationship with us in the deepest way. And how does that happen? By us transforming and making the world the Dira lo yisbarach. And what happens then? What is the Dira? Just like a home reflects the ones who live there. And Derech Agav, it reflects the ones that live there, not by the functions of the home, that there is a sink and a toilet and a bathroom and a kitchen. Every home has that. What makes it a home is the details, is the decoration, the augmentation. That's why Chassidus came along and revealed, and the Rebbe even more so, Hidur, Protim, and details, because therein lies the expression of the ones who live there. Like any relationship, it's expressed not in the grand moments, but in the minutiae, the casual conversations, the Protim. This is Dir B'Tachtonim, at the day when the whole world, every aspect of the world will glitter and reflect what? That Eden and the Eibishter are one with each other and one with the Eibishter. In other words, the Neshama is rooted in Atzmus. This is the Maimer Rabbim, basically, Lamed Ches, and other places. So the Neshama is rooted in the essence of God. What kind of Aliyah could there be? So without going to a whole Hasbara, then the Kudah is Hashem's desire. Hashem's desire. And I want to actually suggest to you that we should no longer translate Nisava as desire, because desire is negotiable. It's very deep, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. A better translation of Nisava is God craves. And a real craving in halacha is a person, it's not negotiable, you just can't exist without it. The Eibishter craves. He chose to, but he does. Craves what? The neshama is part of him. The neshama is not a creation. The neshama is chelik elokam mimal mamesh. Chelik elika namale mimal sevev mamesh atzmus, rooted in atzmus, and then by his divine decision, the neshama descends, or harder, the neshama descends into the guf. What's the kavanah? Hashem wants us to reveal the essential oneness that we have with him in the source, that should pervade the neshama in the guf, lamata, embrace the guf, and the whole world reflect that. That all of creation reflect and celebrate and be part of this essential connection, revealed, embracing, and dafka lamata in the guf is explained in all that's made in Chassidus, how dafka coming lamata to the mitzvahs and shuvah mitzvahs nefesh, unlock and reveal the etzem in the most primal and revealed way. That's the kavan. To use a metaphor, which is actually the metaphor of Chazal. What's Mashiach? The Chasana. Matan Torah was the Kiddushin, and the Mesa Mashiach is the Nesius. So it's the wedding between Eden and Eibishter to become one, the Yichud Mamish. And the whole world is not just invited to this wedding. The whole world reflects it and contributes to it. That's the Rebbe Tachtoin. So what this means simply is that the Nisave is that the Eibishter desires a let me in, our essential bond that we have in essence. I want you, please reveal it in every aspect of your life. I want to be one with you in every aspect of your life, and you are everything to me. To rephrase that again, the Tachlis HaKavanah is, especially as expressed in this Maimon, I'll just bring about Dugma, where it's expressed, the whole Maimon says a bit, is there should be revealed lamata, and the whole world sparkle. It should be in this gala lamata, that all Yidden are one with each other and one with the Eibishter. That's the cover. So every Jew is everything. Every Yid is everything. It's all the Eibishter craves. How could every Jew be everything? So this is not a question to any parent. To any parent, no. The Nesius says every child is everything. Ask any parent how you're doing. I'm as good as the biggest challenge that I'm having from one of my kids. But every child is everything. And for the Eibishter, because the Neshama is atzmi, essentially a part of him, every Yid is mamash everything. So in this story here, it's not two things. The Rebbe notices this guy, you sold your car yet? Okay, now let's get to the Maimon, and we're going to talk about the grand plan and vision for the Dor Hashvi'i. This is one thing. The whole kavanah of Shlichus is that every Jew should feel this truth, that you are everything, and the minusha and the details of your life are critical. This is what God craves. This is what the Eibishter craves. This is what the Eibishter wants. I want to share with you something I heard from a dear friend, Rabbi Barry Farkash. He's a shliach in Issaquah, Seattle. I was there this summer. We have two children, Baruch Hashem, on Shlichus in Seattle, one in the Mercer Island, and one in Capitol Hill. So Zerah Shabbos in the summer, a long day. Wanted to go to the mikveh. He had built a beautiful mikveh on his property. Issaquah is a gorgeous place. Every home is settled in a forest, and he built a mikveh dedicated to his sister. I forgot her name, but never passed away. Yerushalayim. Anyway, it's a long day. We did start and was up l'chaim. And Mary says to me, I want to share this with you. She says, Moshe was mainstream. The Rebbe, what do you think? The Rebbe stood for hours and hours every Sunday giving out dollars. So I wondered the obvious, that the Rebbe's poshet brachas, and we're all of us, I'm sure, listening, had personal experience in brachas and yeshuas. But beyond that, the Rebbe is saying, bring me noch Yidden. I want to look her in the eyes. You should know that you are everything. And in that moment, that's exactly what you felt. Everybody that knows that was in Yechidus, everybody says this. Like you're the only person in the world, your problem is the only problem in the world. The Rebbe is alert and welcoming. And 7 o'clock in the morning after 14 hours Yechidus. And we all know what Yechidus means, by vesture and then slapshus and the vesture and the meister mitler. And the Rebbe is completely, there's nobody else. And the same thing with dollars. That second, when the Rebbe put his eyes on your eyes, you're nobody else in the world. This is what the Rebbe wants every Yid to feel. This is our Shlichus. This is the Dor Hashvi'i. Torah mitzvahs isn't about becoming anything. It's about revealing who I am in essence. It's not about becoming Jewish, becoming a chassid, becoming from. It's about a Yid is mushish and atzmos. What is all this all about? To reveal that lamata. And this is the critical message that our children need to hear. The whole world is starting to hear. You are everything. I crave the relationship with you. I crave it, says God. Kevayochel, like the Maimon speaks, when it comes to the final Melchama, the king is mashlech chayav mineged. It means this is not negotiable. There's a Meiridik Gevorti in the Maimon Tavshan Chav Gimel. What's the whole point of the Maimon? The point of the Maimon is, no matter what the matzah, it's redeemable. Because Ein Sof is present latently in every aspect of God's creation, down even in the parrot, who's waiting to be redeemed. By who? By the Yid, who is at once part of it, the Neshama is the Biyah, but Pnimius, because the Neshama is an Atzmi, and therefore each one of us has the ability to reveal godliness and transform every moment. And there's a Meiridik Gevorot here that he brings from the Magid. I'm not sure if it says elsewhere. I didn't look up the source. Maybe the Magid says it. Shir Hashirim. I'll conclude with this because it encapsulates it. The Rebbe teaches like this. Shir goes on the Shir of the Jew. He brings here from Medrash and Gemara. The Malachim don't say Shira until the Yidden do. It's not a technical thing. Since the Yidden are Machshava precedes Dibur. You can't have Dibur without Machshava, so they wait for us. The word is Shir Hashirim, that the song of the Malachim means nothing to God if the Jew doesn't sing it. If they're not just echoing what a Yid is saying. And Shir, Lashon Yachid. There are many Yidden. So it's Shir Hashirim. But Shir Hashirim? Shir Hashirim is my song, your song. This is what the Eibishter wants. And then the Malachim sing it. And then that's the Dira. That's part of the whole world is reflecting this essential bond. And this is in Maiben and Silcha everywhere. The Tachlis is the Yid. You are. And all of this is simply to express and reveal my essential Jewishness. In other words, Mashiach, which is the whole Tachlis is. Who's Mashiach? He's on the one hand the Rebbe Yisroel. He's a person, individual with a name and an address and mother, father. And he's Klal Yisroel. Babishah, that's true of all of us. We are all Rebbe Yisroel, and we are all one with every Yid and one with the Eibishter. And that's what we need to reveal the Matzah. That's the whole Tachlis HaKavod. I'll conclude with a word I heard from my friend Rabbi Yossi Parish, Rabbi Yisroel Noach, a nephew. So he told me, Rabbi Yisroel said to him once, Rabbi Yisroel had a question, I don't know what it was, for the Rebbe, which he was submitting to Rabbi Chadakov. So it was around Yud Shevat. So Rabbi Chadakov said to him, he should ask better after Yud Shevat. Because after Yud Shevat is a Naya Seder. It's going to be a new Seder, which you don't know. So if you can wait, then ask afterwards. All to say that every year Yud and Yud Aleph Shevat, that means I can't understand what it means. The Rebbe gives more. How can he give more of himself? Whatever that has body, but that's the Nesius. The Nesius is that the Rebbe is invested in us in ever deeper and deeper ways. I'm sorry I said I'll conclude, but I will just add one more little story. Many of you may have heard it. I'll make it very, very brief. The story goes like this. As Rabbi Chaim Gutnik, in his first visit to the Rebbe, so in the course of Yechidus, he had a unique relationship with the Rebbe that was unique. Not your usual Chassid, the Rebbe, as you'll hear in this story. The Rebbe chose it this way. There's certain Chassidim that just the Rebbe chose to have this kind of relationship is one. Why? The Rebbe's business. Akaponim, so in Yechidus, the Rebbe, the story goes, asked him, how is Mechutin, Mendel Feldman is doing? Who was the Shliach in Baltimore of the Fiedike Rebbe, father of the Pinchas Feldman in Sydney. So the Chaim Gutnick answers to the Rebbe that Rav Mendel is, this is in the 60s, the Chavs, is crying inconsolable over these talkas of the Fiedike Rebbe. Kind of envious of his discussions. And he sees that the Rebbe's reaction is the Rebbe is not pleased to hear this. So Rav Chaim, I told you, had this unique relationship. The story goes, says the Rebbe, but the Rebbe cries over these talkas. So why is the Rebbe displeased that Rav Mendel is when you do? In the early years, there were the Prius, the Haftarahs, and so. So the Rebbe, the story goes, said to him, he said, he cries because the Rebbe is not here.
We can't hear you, Rabbi. Rabbi, no. Moshe, we cannot hear you. Maybe it's by me. Everyone could hear.
You hear me now?
And now we can hear you again.
Okay. So
He said he cries because
the Rebbe is not here, but I cry because
the Rebbe is here. It's noisy, can't hear. Okay, now it's good. Yeah.
He is here, meaning the Rebbe didn't go anywhere. He experiences our failures and celebrates in our victories, and is giving us brachas and cajoling and inspiring in messages, toiling and laboring. I cry because he is here. The emes is, the Rebbe stopped crying. Usually when you get older, you get more sentimental, and that was the opposite. In later years, there's no time for crying. It's a way that not to be seen. That's one truth. That's Nesius. So bottom line is, Yud Shevat with Al Shevat just means the Rebbe is even more invested with us, more with us. And upon it, the message to know is, and the message to convey to our children, that every year you are everything. The world is waiting. And once they're obsessed with the truth, obsessed, what are they? They don't know what they want to do with it. That is authentically uncompromisingly Jewish, down to the illusion of our lives. Oh, then the world is ready to participate and be part of this hassle. The whole world is invited to. And that's the theater, that's the welcome place. And we say that before you out, you start the other side. It's over being reunited with their Rebbe. And all that love was all probably stuff here, the matter, we go in.
Yashakoyach Rabbeinu L'chaim Yashakoyach, and now we would like to ask Rabbi Sholom Ber Lipskar, Shliach of the Rebbe in Florida, one of the speakers for many years. Ask Rabbi Sholom Ber Lipskar to share with us Onvarmen de Melom and Avarmen Vod wegen Yud Shevat, wegen Iskashrus, wegen Dor Hashvi'i, Vechom. Rabbi Lipskar, please.
Don't you think that possibly it's a good idea to maybe have a niggin or something? I mean, it's been a bunch of, very nice talking, but the Farbrengen, you got to kind of
You're right. Maybe the Marganim and those could bring a niggin from Rebbe Meppes.
Yep, so niggin, get a little varmkeit, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Okay.
After such a scholardic
sicher. So, anyone there who is listening?
I say L'chaim too.
L'chaim, L'chaim Ber Lipskar, you have L'chaim with you? You have
I do.
L'chaim. L'chaim. Zatake, a bisschen Lufeben sehr. L'chaim.
So are you going to do a niggin or not? Or are we?
I'm waiting to see if Rabbi Litvin is listening. Rabbi Litvin, are you there? Let me see. I'll check out. If not, we'll continue, Rabbi.
Why don't you unmute everybody and let everybody sing a niggin?
Let me see what's happening.
Okay.
Okay, Rabbi Lipskar, I think we'll take time till we will
wake
up, we'll sleep. So
L'chaim, everybody. This is a very special day, as you just heard, from so many perspectives. And for each one of us in a very personal way. You know, there's many interesting factors here. But since this is Farbrengen, where we had an opportunity to hear some extraordinary stories, give us a little background. And of course, every story is a wealth of knowledge and information that makes a difference in our lives practically, from people who were there. And at the same time, discussion of what the Rebbe's Maimer was, particularly in his opening statement, as the Rebbe said himself, regarding the Frierdiker Rebbe, that in America, a person knows you have to make a statement, the Rebbe said. And so the Rebbe made a statement at that time. But the primary thing is, you think to yourself a question. I know in my own community, I have hundreds of Yidden that most of them didn't see the Rebbe. Almost all of them that did not see the Rebbe. Very few saw the Rebbe. And have to live with the whole existence of the Rebbe in a mamish real way. So the question here is, to each of us as well, there's various levels of Shlichus and various levels of the Rebbe's influence. The Rebbe said in Tafshi Yud Beis that the Frierdiker Rebbe said he gave two types of Shlichus. He gave Shlichus to businessmen, Bali Yisek, and the obvious reason the Rebbe said was for them to be successful and to be able to give a lot of tzedakah, to be successful, to make a kiddush Hashem, and to do whatever they could do as Bali Yisek. But he said there's also a tam pnimi that the Rebbe did not say at that time. That's the tam chitzoni. The same thing with the shluchim. The Rebbe said they're involved in afatzas hayadus and afatzah mayonis, afatzah and teaching, etc., and ruchnius. They were also given a special mission in that way to be able to affect people with ruchnius. But then there is an internalized tam pnimi, inside reason. What is this? So what is this mission that the Rebbe set forth that we're talking about? And it has to be, it has to be very personal, because even though we are shluchim, and I see most of the names that I can see on this screen are shluchim, and they're active shluchim. But again, what is that concept? What's your relationship with the Rebbe? For example, what is the example you might say is a proper shliach of a Rebbe? What should be a proper shliach? Can a shliach, for example, to go on vacation and go skiing and be a shliach and have a good time and so, etc., etc., without his balabatim? But he's in an environment that he could make an impact, etc. So a shliach do kinds of those things and have, so to speak, live at least as good as the balabatim around him. And of course, most of the day he's involved in spiritual matters and he's got a lot of respect. And he can be a very successful shliach like that. I know many of them, very successful. So what is it? And that is the proper shlichus, or as a shliach, somebody who's 24/7 a shliach, no matter what, he's there, no questions asked. So the Rebbe gave each one a shlichus, and each one knows in their own life how they fulfill that shlichus. And we should also know, and I'm talking to myself as well, but since I'm talking among so many friends, it's a little easier because we all carry the burden together. We all have to know clearly that a shliach at the time that he doesn't do a shlichus. For example, a shliach decides, I need to relax a little bit. I'm going to a baseball game. Relax. There is time a shliach goes for a mayonis, puts on tefillin, with the wants to relax. At that moment, he's not doing a bad thing, but at that moment, he's not a shliach. The Rebbe didn't send him for that reason. In other words, being a shliach does not give you the right to take the Rebbe wherever you want under any circumstance. He only gives you the right to represent him in circumstances where he feels that you feel that you're fulfilling his will. So that's the Yodinish B'nafshe. But the Rebbe said even those people that are involved in education, there's a tam pnimi. What's the tam pnimi? So we heard before, Kabbalas and Nesius was the Maimed. And it was a very, you might say, very unique Maimed. A Maimed that was split in sections, a Maimed that integrated both by song, by concept, by Torah, and by an act of kindness of all the Rebbeim. Covered everything within that one Maimed. So it's really what you might say, in the same way as a president gives a State of the Union address, when he's elected as president, to be able to set forth his agenda. What's my agenda in my platform? The Rebbe set forth that first moment his agenda. And in the Rebbe style, where he always says that the essence of the whole thing finds itself at the origin, like in Parshas, that the name of the Parsha gives you the essence of the whole Parsha. And the first verse of the Parsha relates to the entire Parsha. And the end is connected to the beginning. So the beginning is a very critical factor. And the Rebbe also did not mince words. I know he wrote to somebody. I saw the answer myself. Eini politikoi, the Rebbe writes. I'm not a politician. A politician will tell you what you want to hear, and I'll tell you what you should hear. So the Rebbe didn't mince words. And right there, at the earliest part of the Rebbe's Nesius, the first Maimed, he sets forth his agenda. What's his agenda? And I'll just explain it a little bit by adding some elements, even from this year's Maimed, from Tafshir Chav Mem Gimel, Chav Gimel. The Rebbe says, what's the concept? To bring Iker Shechina b'tachteini Moisa, and to bring the Shechina back into this world through the Shtusim, the Shitim, the Keresh, and the Skafia, and his Hapcha, etc. The objective is to bring the Eibishter into this world. Bring God into this world. Not Tefillin, not Shabbos, not Kashrus, not Mezuzah. Those are factors. The objective is to bring God into this world. Now let's think about that for a minute. What does it mean to bring God into this world? So besides the fact that the Rebbe says, what is the Tam Pnimi for the Baal Asik and the Meifetz Yahadus, the Shliach? What is the Tam Pnimi? The Tam Pnimi, the Rebbe said, it's a wild thing. Hafotzes hamayona is chutza. Hafotzes hamayona is chutza. What's mayona is chutza? The mayon is chassidus. What's chassidus? Chassidus is to teach you what is the Eibishter. Hafotzes hamayona is chutza, and he says in the Sikha. And that is the critical necessity for the coming of Mashiach. So the Rebbe gives us something very extraordinarily powerful. The powerful is that our objective is to teach Chassidus. Tefillin, that's an accoutrement. But our objective is to teach Chassidus. What does that mean? Why is it so central? So you notice, first of all, how do you teach Chassidus to a people that are so insensitized? They don't know what you're talking about. Well, you start talking about, the other day I was telling them a sikha, and to a very smart guy, he reads a book all the time. He says, you know something? It's a little over my head. I said, you didn't get it? He said, I got it, but I had to work for it. So that's the objective. It's not like if a guy says, I put mezuzahs on 5,000 doors, you did a great thing, you fulfilled a mitzvah, you did one of the mitzvahs, but you didn't fulfill the mission in terms of your objective. Now, the mezuzah is part of that objective, but it's not an element in itself. So what is the fuss about here in Shlichus? So part of the Maimed, in the earlier Sifim, the Rebbe talks about the fact that when you go into war, you have to disseminate your resources. You have to open up resources that you never had before. The king opens up his treasury and gives out the kinds of power that nobody's ever seen before. What is this treasure? What are we talking about? That he gives us out to. And it has to be something very tangible. Because essential, that already we learn in Tanya these days. How does a Jew, a Kal Shebekalim, a Rosh Hashanah, how does he have the Sinus Nefesh? Doesn't even think about it. Why? Because his bottom level is connected to Chachma, to the Chayachma, to Amunah, to the highest level connected. So essentially it's there. We can't do anything about that. But our discussion with him brings zero consequence, and the Sinus Nefesh opens it up for him. So nothing to do with us. So the question is, what is this Eitzah that we bring the Eibishter into this world in a practical way that you can implement him for his Skafi and his Hapcha? So the fact is, a little while back, I had an opportunity a few weeks ago. I was in Israel, and I was invited to give a talk at a siyum. This siyum was Kulei, the Misnagdisha world. There was one Rebbe there, but the Misnagdisha world. So, the real Misnagdisha Mir and those yeshivas in Yerushalayim, the Chazanish guys, all these guys, sitting around the table. And it happened to be the Masechta opened up the opportunity for me to ask them one question. So let me ask you guys a question. It says in the Torah that one of the fundamentals of a Jew is to know Hashem. And I stress for them not to believe in Hashem, because the Rambam says that Leida, das, not lahamin, like he says in Sefer HaMitzvahs. So you know that there's a mitzvah to know God. A fundamental first mitzvah, a constant mitzvah. So I said to them, how many of you guys know God? How do you know God? What's God, a ghost? Artificial intelligence? What's God? They had no notion. They're looking at me like a hug on him and a yodom. I asked them, what's God? God, he created the world. I said, I know. He said he. So God is he? What's Hashem? There's no language. And when there's no language, it means there's no thought. Because you know that language comes from thought. They don't know. I asked him another question. Next to mitzvahs is to love Hashem and to fear Hashem, to awe Hashem. I said, how do you love Hashem? You love Hashem like you love your sister, your brother, your mother, your father, your child. That's how you love Hashem. You have any feelings? Or just a word? If you said the word love, to another person, the way you say it to Hashem, he'd laugh at you. That's love. It's just words. So what does it mean love? How do you love Hashem? How do you fear Hashem? What do you fear? You fear Gehenna? That's not Hashem. Hashem's not Gehenna. There's nothing, that's a whole different thing. They didn't know. So I said, the only way you're going to know this is to learn Chassidus, to learn Tanya. However, in our times today, most of the Jewish population would not be able to enter into that space. It's not available. So the Rebbe, first of all, if you notice, the Rebbe opened up Chassidus in a way that was never developed before. A Chassidus that really relates practically to every single condition that happens. And I can give you examples. I'll give you an example of a meeting I had today. I had a meeting today, Federation and synagogue relations. We have a big federation here. And synagogue relations, you can imagine, are not Chabad socials, or the alt reform and alt conservative, the whole gamut. The reason I came to that meeting, I don't belong to the group, but I came to the meeting, they invite me, because the chairman of the meeting is a leader in our community, he's a lay leader, one of Abba Tshuva. He asked me to come, and he has a good job. So they had 7 things on the agenda. First thing they had on the agenda is a program for children that did a study that 77% of Jewish kids had or have an emotional psychological problem. Some emotional psychological problem, 77%. A study, I have the study. 81% of teenagers. In colleges, it's even more. And so they brought in a group. We have now a group, a committee for suicide, against suicide, and against self-hurting yourself, and against loneliness, and against all kinds of things, drugs. So they're all discussing this whole matter clearly. To the end, I said to myself, let me tell them the truth. I said, 57 years ago, the Lubavitcher Rebbe addressed this matter. And he asked, why is it that our children have a trajectory of emotional trauma that they never had before? Children should have emotional trauma. Why? So the Rebbe said, because they took God out of the center of their universe. God is no longer the center of their universe. The center of the universe is entitlement, instant gratification, and fulfilling the desire of the human. And it's natural. It's impossible. So the Rebbe came along and he said, don't treat the symptoms. Bring Hashem into the process. We don't realize what that means to have a consciousness of God in your life. It changes your whole perspective. And that language, to bring God into our consciousness, that the Rebbe showed us and gave us. And it's something that is critical. And let me tell you, I have experienced now people in the highest levels of intelligence, finances, who under normal circumstances would shy away. Today, they're hungry because it's a truth. And it's all God-centered. Because it's God-centered, you have no problem with LGBTQ, you have no problem with all these kind of Nadischkeiten, etc., etc., etc. The Rebbe gave us that. That is the mission that the Rebbe put us on track to accomplish. And we have a critical need that every single Jew that we meet, and I have that in my own experience, every single meeting I have, telephonically or personally, everyone, no matter how trivial, I will always share some word of Torah from the Rebbe with him. Something. It's that word that's more effective than anything else I tell the guy. We don't realize the power that the Rebbe gave us, that factor. And to recognize also that we are so fortunate to live in the generation, the 7th generation, that the Rebbe addressed so clearly. And in that clarity, that perspective, It's very interesting also. The Rebbe said that I told you before, the Frierdiker Rebbe said to me, the Rebbe make a statement. What was the statement? That the key is we're here in a country that have opportunities, Avos Hashem, Avos Yisrael, and Avos HaTorah. And all three are interrelated. And the Rebbe said as follows, that if a person has Avos HaTorah and Avos Hashem, but not Avos Yisrael, he's a lost cause. And if a person has Avos Yisrael, but doesn't have love of Hashem and love of Torah, you can still salvage him. The Rebbe said. So, and what do you see in the mind? It's something, it's so unusual. And when I learned it with my community here, where I used to, this lofty thought process, you're talking about from the Eidah Sof, in case of Tachlis, there's various levels, various worlds, etc. And then it drops in with simple stories of kindness to another human being. Because where does selfless kindness come from? Selfless kindness does not come because you're a nice guy. Because a guy also has that. That's what it says in Tanya. A guy does it if he's a nice guy. He feels good about it. Selfless kindness comes from bittul, comes from a consciousness of Hashem. What does Hashem want from me at this moment? I'm davening the Alter Rebbe, davening on Yom Kippur. What does Hashem want from me this moment? What does Hashem want from me? It's the center point of Hashem. You can't reimagine. You may think it's crazy. People are talk to me earlier. When you talk to people, don't say God all the time. Let's talk about higher power, creator, stuff like that. Give me Boa Mises. It's a magic word. It's got content. It's got context. It has feeling. It has sensitivity. But to tell you again, in this meeting, Shanda meeting, I had to leave in the middle. The rabbi of the biggest Reform congregation, she, who is a nutcase in any case, the biggest Reform congregation. So I said to her, when I made that statement that we should treat the not the symptom but the cause and bring God back into our children's minds and life, she says, there's many ways, that's one way. But the other way, because our children, she says, many of them feel abandoned by God. So, I had a little chutzpah. I'm not such a nice guy all the time. And I said to her, that's because the God that they abandoned is a false God. You didn't teach him about God. So, because I know we had the biggest, because of COVID, she says, because I know we had the biggest tragedy that one could imagine here in Surfside, where a building fall down, and which under your circumstances, everybody should have walked away from this vengeful, negative God, and everybody got more connected, because God is not what you think. The Rebbe taught us a different language. Not only does Reformed Rebbe's not know it, but the Geonim in the Litvish yeshivas don't have a language with it. And we have it. And we don't use it. We do it sometimes. The guys that have some success in their life, they use it. Because that's the key. And so as you go through this extraordinary day, you think how lucky, how fortunate, how lucky we are. We have a Rebbe who is the eyes for this generation. Imagine the sick generation, so convoluted. A ship in a sinking ship in a raging sea. And the captain of that ship, changes the rudder and directs us and navigates us through the most treacherous spaces and brings us safely to shore. Imagine having that clarity that is part of our existence, our lives. We have to take it more seriously. We have to utilize it more effectively. We're on the cusp of Mashiach, there's no question. It's right there, it's about a minute away, because today we can affect the whole, just like the whole world with social idiocy is reflected the other way, can have effect this way. The Rebbe asks in this mind, in Tov Mem Gimel, why do you make us these problems? Well, so you got to go into negative. You got to change Las Vegas. You got to change Miami. You got to change Haight-Ashbury. Don't make it. So Rebbe said, the first time I saw that language, the Rebbe said the reason the Eibishter did that is tam komus. So the word tam komus, which is a very heavy concept. But practically, he said, it allows us to utilize Torah in order to make it happen. But we've got it. The Rebbe takes us into the worst kind of potential, and he walks us through it like a hot knife through butter. So the Rebbe should help us that we should take the Rebbe seriously with gratitude, think about him on a regular basis, think about the Rebbe on a regular basis. When we daven, we should daven like the Rebbe wants us to daven, to be yetzer davening, which means you know what you're saying. I mean, to really make a change internally that Rebbe demands of us. And he takes a look at us and says, these guys, they're real. It's not just these guys are soaked through with my mission. And we have the opportunity to do it, and it's not that difficult. We just got to get it done. So Chaim, if she should help us, we should zeicha very soon. The Rebbe taking us out of the goals.
Amen. L'chaim, Rabbi Lipskar. Wow. Especially for sharing the story with the Federation. It's always good to hear in real life, you know, how Shlichus and the Rebbe's Teres and the Rebbe's Wörter gain up in real life and how they...
I want to tell you one other story, very interesting story. I have a friendship with a very, very special guy. He's a big man in the financial world, big man. And he's written about, you know, he's he's such a left-winger, such a lefty, that when I met him, his rabbi, that he went to synagogue, he's not sure if it was called Nida or Nila, one of the two. She was a Vietnamese convert who didn't know if she's a man or a woman. That was his rabbi. So he said, so anyways, we became friendly, etc. And got connected. We had a little more pimsdik kesher. So there happened to be, when I got my COVID, I was the first COVID patient here in Miami. So it's not an easy time. So imagine I was sitting there in the hospital and I know all the doctors and the heads of the staffs, very, very competent staff at the university. And they're sitting in hazmat suits, you know, and I'm laying there in bed and I hear them talking to each other because they can't hear each other because they're in the hazmat suits. So I have to scream. So one guy says to the other, so what do you think we should do here? And the guy says, I really don't know. And I'm laying there. So I said, gentlemen, if you guys don't know what to do, what am I doing here? That's exactly what happened. Well, there's different medication. We're not sure 100%. Anyway, so this friend of mine calls me that he had a financial investment in France with the medical director of France, the Doctor General, medical attorney, the Minister of Medicine. And so they had COVID already a few months before us. They had COVID already in December. We got it in March. So he gave them all kind of stuff. They got together. I got into my pocket. They gave me this medication, and my fever was like miraculous. So that was the controversial kind of medication related. It's not negated. He calls me the next day, the same guy, and he says to me, you know, I want to do something for you. I said, you already did for me. You helped me so much. Without you, I wouldn't have had the great medication. He said, no, I want to do something for you personally. I said, are you sure? He says, I'm telling you, I want to do it. If I don't want to do something, I don't do it. I said, well, if you really mean it, I'd like you to put on film and say Shema for me. So the guy says to me, you know, Rabbi, I'd love to do it, but I don't know what Shema is. Just like that. So I organized for him together with my son. I put him on Facebook, FaceTime, and he put on film with him slowly. That was March 20th, 2020. He never stopped putting on film every day. He learned how to read Hebrew. He transformed. He was the guest speaker of the most important Federation dinner in America, which is the Wall Street dinner with 1,800 people, all the guys, the hedge fund guys, you know, Blackwell, all these big guys. He was the he was the guest of honor and the keynote speaker. This is 1,800 people. I saw it on Zoom. My son was there. It was he couldn't imagine what happened. You know, Federation with their lefty perspectives, and they have the LGBT and all the Nashgad, the West Bank, all these kind of stuff. So he starts his discussion, this talk. He says, I wonder how it feels to have what's referred to as a Farbrengen for Federation. All of a sudden I see the guys behind him, the bosses, they're looking at each other. Where this guy's coming from? He says, and a Farbrengen is a time when you talk about how to benefit yourself spiritually and how to feel more Jewish. Anyway, he goes into a 20-minute talk. I should send you the copy if whoever wants it. Brilliant. He reads the head of the ADL, who he has a contact with, and he used to like him a lot, but now he thinks he's off the wall. So this head of the ADL, he made a statement that he hated, and we said, you got to knock him out. And he has the potential, he's a big guy, Taki, but this guy's also a big guy. And he needs him, more than he needs him to knock him out. So he says to me, Rabbi, I really mean differently. I've been reading the Rebbe, the book, the Rebbe. So I've been reading it a few times already, and the Rebbe, now it's not the Rebbe's approach. The Rebbe's approach would not knock him out. We got to get him to do something positive. He gets this guy to put on tefillin and daven. So when he finished, he gives a speech, and he says, I was raised by wolves. I didn't know who I was until I woke up one day, and I said, why is Jewishness defined by anti-Semitism? You're a Jew. What did you do for Jewishness? And the guys were twisting and turning. And I said to myself, oh my God, he's finished here. And he told me before he started, he said, I was worried about two guys. There was some knowledgeable people. He said, they'll say to me, who is this guy that thinks he knows what says in the Torah? Because the first time we're learning Parsha every week, we learn together. It's the first time in his life that he learned that he knows who Avraham Yitzchak Yankov is. He says, how did they'll laugh at me? He says, and my other buddies still think I got in a cult. He posted himself at the end of his 20-minute brilliant talk. He said he gave him $3 million. But he made a condition that the $3 million has to be spent with Chabad's involvement. That's not the point. The point is, he's telling me that's not the Rebbe's position.
Wow.
You understand what he's telling? It's a whole different thing. Like the Schleppet on Fifth in Lincoln Square, when he came out, and Judge Weinstein from the Eastern District, you heard about this one before, the Rebbe had given him $2. I was waiting with him by the Rebbe, they gave me $2, and he was in a concert, came out, and he went across the street, and this beggar asks him for some money. And so the judge says to his sons, he has had sons with him and his wife, he says, oh, I got just $1 for this guy. Pulls out his wallet, takes out $1, and he says to his sons, these dollars, the rabbi that gave it me. So the Schlepper says to him, excuse me, sir, what'd you say? He says, do you mean the rabbi that gives the dollars in Brooklyn? He says, you can't give out those dollars. The guy says to me, he'd sell his own mother for $2. But he says, you can't give out those $2. The judge got so despoiled. He said, that guy taught me what it is a Rebbe. It's a different character, different caliber, different perspective. We think about the Rebbe, because it's, even us, we don't really get it. We don't get that we're in the presence of this greatness. If you think Moshe Rabbeinu, you get wild, right? This is like more than Moshe Rabbeinu. I'm serious. He gives us language. He gives us power. He gives us insight. And he does the sale for us. All we got to do is open our mouth. I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating.
Wow. L'chaim Rabbi Lipskar, l'chaim Ashakayach Rabbi Lipskar. And as Rabbi Lipskar asked before, we're going to have a nigun, and then we will invite, we have still Rabbi Shais Taub, our dear friend and one of the renowned speakers today, and he's going to have a Chassidim Farbrengen, not a speech, but a Chassidim Farbrengen on Varm the Melam. So we'll ask those are the technicians to give us a nigun, and then we'll have Rabbi Shais Taub.
Hashem, Paisei Shomayim Varetz Ezri Meim Hashem, Paisei Shomayim Varetz Aha, hey, Hashem Yishmarcha Mikol Ra Aha, hey, ay, ay, ay Yishmer es Nafshecha Hashem Yishmer Tzeischa Uvayecha V'yakov Azilam Aha, hey, Hashem Yishmarcha Mikol Ra Aha, hey, ay, ay, ay Yishmer es Nafshecha Hashem Yishmer Tzeischa Uvayecha V'yakov Azilam Aha, hey, Diraya, Diraya, my Diraya, Diraya, Diraya Aha, hey, Diraya, 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 my Diraya Inei Laya, Anum Villayi, Sham Shemer Yisrael, Shemer Yisrael Inei Laya, Anum Villayi, Sham Shemer Yisrael, Shemer Yisrael Esoeina Yelehari Meyayin Yavyazi Esoeina Yelehari Meyayin Yavyazi Ezri Meim Hashem, Paisei Shomayim Varetz Ezri Meim Hashem, Paisei Shomayim Varetz Aha, hey, Hashem Yishmarcha Mikol Ra Aha, hey, ay, ay, ay Yishmer es Nafshecha Hashem Yishmer Tzeischa Uvayecha V'yakov Azilam Aha, hey, Hashem Yishmarcha Mikol Ra Aha, hey, ay, ay, ay Yishmer es Nafshecha Hashem Yishmer Tzeischa Uvayecha V'yakov Azilam Aha, hey, Diraya, Diraya, my Diraya, Diraya, Diraya Aha, hey, Diraya, 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 my Diraya Inei Laya, Anum Villayi, Sham Shemer Yisrael, Shemer Yisrael Inei Laya, Anum Villayi, Sham Shemer Yisrael, Shemer Yisrael
Chaim Rabbi Shais, Chaim Rabbi Taub. We have with us Rabbi Taub. Would like to ask Rabbi Taub without any further delay to on the Melam. Go ahead, Rabbi Taub. Are you with us, Rabbi Taub? I can't hear you. We hear noise, but we can't hear you. Now we hear something now. Maybe now it's good. Start speaking. No, we don't hear you.
Second, you're going to hear me in 1 second.
Yeah, now we hear you. Now we hear you. Now it's good.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. I had to turn on the mic separately. Okay, so I'm not going to start with the self-deprecating comments and ask, what am I doing here after you heard from such choshev speakers? But Rabbi Greenberg asked me to be here, so that's enough. If Rabbi Greenberg asked me to be here, that's why I'm here. You're going to put me in an awkward position. I'm putting you in an awkward position. So now we're both self-conscious.
Well, I don't know if you said enough l'chaim to do that. So l'chaim.
L'chaim, okay. Shabbos, I was in Crown Heights, and I was davening in 770 Beis Chayenu. And after I finished davening, so a younger man came over to me, Rabbi Kuti Feldman, and he said that he's going on Talucha, and would I like to come with? So I said, where are you going? He says, I'm going to Williamsburg. I'm leaving at 4:30 from in front of 770 and be there. So we went to Williamsburg. Shabbos before Yud Shevat, we went to Williamsburg, and we went up Bedford Avenue, and we went up to the second floor of a building. And there were a group of Satmar Chassidim, and by them, they would call it Shalosh Shudas. We would call it Malava Malki. It was already what we would say is after Shabbos, but they have different zmanim. So Shabbos before Yud Shevat, Williamsburg, Satmar Chassidim. So I said to them, I want to explain to you what is Yud Shevat, what happened Yud Shevat, was what passiert. But the way that I'll bring it out, I'll explain it to you, is with a mashal from the Divrei Yoel, from the Satmarov. After all, we were in Williamsburg. So I don't know if Lubavitchers know this, but the Satmarov used to make a lot of fun of Rebelach. You think that Chabad is the only ones who have fun making jokes about Rebelach, but the Satmarov used to make jokes all the time about Rebelach. And so somebody once asked him, but we see that people go to these Rebelach and they get brachas, and the brachas are makuyim. So as much as you make fun of it, but you see something's happening there. So the Satmarov says, I'll explain to you how that works. He said a mashal. He said one time the king's treasurer, the secretary of the treasury of the king, gets a bill for a hotel. Very expensive bill, but the king rented out the whole floor of the hotel, and he got room service every night, and he made parties. He's not sure what to do with this bill because the king hasn't been on vacation anytime recently. The king hasn't been traveling. The king's been in the palace the whole time. And maybe the bill is a mistake. The next day, the treasurer gets another bill from another hotel. Same type of thing. The king rented out a whole floor of the hotel, and he made parties, and he hosted guests. So now it's not, one time is maybe a mistake. 2 times there's something going on here. And he gets a third one and a fourth one, and he just keeps getting these bills, all bills from hotels, that the king was a guest of the hotel, and the king spent all this money at the hotel, and now the treasurer has to pay up. So the king, the treasurer decides he's got to look into this. So he contacts one of the hotel owners, and he says, tell me exactly what happened. They said, well, the king was here, and the king took out rooms, and he made parties, and he hosted guests. And the hotel owner says, the king has not been out of the palace. What are you talking about? They said, well, the guy told me he looked like the king. He's dressed like the king. He told me he's the king. I thought, I don't know. I mean, in the olden days, they didn't necessarily know what the king looked like. They didn't have pictures. So I thought he looked like a king. He was dressed like a king. I thought he's a king. So the treasurer realizes he's got to investigate. And he checks into it and he finds out that some wise guy invested. He came up with a good idea, came up with a little bit of money, and he invested in clothes of a king. And that was his scam. He would walk into the hotels dressed like a king and say, I'm the king. And he would rent out the whole floor of the hotel and he would make parties and he would say, as the king, send the bill to the palace. And of course, the king's credit is good. Who's got better credit than the king? So all the hotel owners believed him and they said, sure, no problem. We'll send the bill to the palace later. And that's what happened. So the treasurer now has to go to the king because it's a whole mess. He has to figure out what are they going to do with this whole situation. So the treasurer goes to the king and he says, basically, there's this con man and he bought a king's outfit and he's walking around the kingdom dressed like the king. And he's using that to go live it up at hotels and then have the bills sent here to the palace. So I'm asking His Royal Highness, what should I do? So the king says, okay, so two things. First of all, the bills you should pay. You just pay the bills because the hotel owners, they were acting in good faith. They didn't know they were being conned. Why should they lose? So you should pay the bills. But the con man who knew exactly what he was doing, you should bring him here and we're going to give him patch. We're going to give him lashes. We're going to beat him up. So the Divrei Yoel says, the Satmarov says like this: the Rebelach who dress up like a king and they go around spending money that's not really theirs, and they're conning Pashata Yidden who have emunah, they believe, they have emunahs chachomim, and they believe in these Rebelach. He says, the Satmarov says, so the Eibishter, the king, he's not going to punish the Anoshim Pshutim. It's not their fault. They didn't know better. So he pays the bills, like the king paid the bills. He covers it. But the con man who dressed up, who he knew good and well he wasn't shaykh to these things, and he dressed up like a king, knowing it was a scam, he's going to get patch. So I said this to the Satmar Chassidim in Williamsburg. And I said, and they liked that. Of course, they liked it. And a bunch of them hadn't heard it before, even though it was from their Rebbe. So I said, so now let me explain to you what's Yud Shevat. Yud Shevat is almost like that mashal, except a little difference that makes it a completely different story. And that is, on Yud Shevat, the Rebbe L'chatchila went and gave every single one of us the company credit card. And he said, Adarabba, go dress up as a king and do whatever you got to do to finish the job. It's covered and I'm paying the bills. Whatever you got to do, I'm paying the bills. You go out and you do it. Amol, if you took care of your own Yiddishkeit, and when I say Amol, I mean for thousands of years, you learn, you daven, you raise your kids right. Maybe if you have a little bit energy left over, you try to deal with your neighborhood, your shul, your community, maybe. But basically, you live your life, you try to be an Elech Yid, and nobody expects anything more from you. And there's one person in every generation, is Pashtusa de Meshe, who has to worry about the world. Everyone else worries about their own life, and one person worries about the world, the Rosh Bnei Yisrael, Nesius Rebbe, and he worries about global Jewry, and everybody else worries about themselves. Comes the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Tafshin Yod Aleph, and says, guys, that's done. That's done. The new paradigm is that every individual has to take responsibility for the world. Every individual is now Rosh Bnei Yisrael, is a Rebbe, and has to worry to finish the entire job, perfect the entire universe. There's no such thing as private citizens anymore. There's no such thing. You don't have that luxury. You're going to have to go out and you're going to have to take care of the universe. But I'll tell you a story, just to try to bring this out, and the Chiddush of Dor Hashvi'i, how the Rebbe empowered every single Jew in such a manner. Okay, just to try to explain to you what I mean by this, that the Rebbe gave us the company credit card and told us, L'chatchila, go and act as the king and be the king and spend the king's money. B, you should just get the job done already. Okay, let me explain to you. I'll tell you a story. There was a shliach in Florida who needed to build a mikveh. I think this was in the MEMS still. So the amount that he needed was $25,000. Which back then you gotta figure is, maybe it's like even $100,000 today. It was a significant amount of money. So there was a guy, a local guy, a Svardish businessman who had the yechelis. He could give it if he wanted to. The problem is if he wanted to. So the shliach was not having any luck. He couldn't get anything from this guy. So Rabbi Reichik was in Miami, fundraising for whatever he was fundraising for, but he was in Miami. So this shliach contacted Rabbi Reichik and asked, will you come to my town and help me to fundraise for this mikveh? And specifically, I have this one guy, this Svardish businessman, who I want to target him. So Rabbi Reichik said, fine, no problem. So shliach comes, he drives to Miami, and he drives him back to his town. And they get an appointment. And so the shliach warns Rabbi Reichik, look, the guy is not very warm. It's going to be difficult. So they come to his house, they knock on the door, and the guy answers the door. And when he looks up, answers the door, casual, he looks up. After he looks up, he's shocked. And he sees Rabbi Reichik standing next to the shliach. The shliach he knows, he's known for years. He sees Rabbi Reichik standing next to the shliach. This Svardish businessman. He says, are you the rabbi from last night? You came to me in my dream? Rabbi Reichik nodded. He said, yeah, and you're going to pay for the whole mikveh. It's $25,000. Guy wrote the check, no problem, handed it over. Deal done. Okay. The shliach didn't ask any questions. He was happy to have the money. But the story got out. Now, I don't think Rabbi Reichik was the one who leaked the story, but the story got out. So Rabbi Reichik was back in LA. And there was a Yid there. Now I think he's in Eretz Yisrael, Rabbi Vogel, who he originally came to LA as a Chassidish Malamed for Polish Chassidim. And so he was niskarav to Chassidus, to Chabad, through Rabbi Reichik. And in fact, this is pertinent to the story. Rabbi Vogel, when he came to Chabad, when he was being niskarev at first, so he knew Chabad through Rabbi Reichik. And coming from where he came from, to him, Rabbi Reichik was a bigger tzaddik than anything he saw in Eretz Yisrael. He was ready to take him as a Rebbe. And Rabbi Reichik obviously did not entertain that notion for 1 second. He shut him down. He shut that down real quick. He wanted to be Makush. Rabbi Reichik was not going to let. That was not going to be the relation. You want to learn Chassidus with me? We'll learn Chassidus, but I'm not going to play Rebbe games with you. Okay. So that's pertinent for you to understand the background to this. Okay. So Rabbi Reichik comes back to LA, and the story is going around that he came to the house, and this Svardish businessman opens the door, and he looks at Rabbi Reichik. Oh, are you the one? You're the rabbi? You came to me in my dream last night? And Rabbi Reichik says, yes, and you're paying for the whole mikveh. So Rabbi Vogel says to Rabbi Reichik, Rabbi Reichik, you're a real guy. I know. I mean, like, you don't play this Rebbe shtick. I mean, I know. I tried to get you to do it, right? So what did you do over there? So Rabbi Reichik says to him, says, "Was meinst du?" That's how he spoke, that Havara, the Polish Havara. He said, well, what do you think? Who do you think came to him in his dream? A Litvish Rosh Yeshiva? Like, who do you think came to him? Some Litvish Rosh Yeshiva? He said, the Rebbe. The Rebbe. Who came to him in his dream other than the Rebbe? That's it. That's all he told him. In other words, somebody asks you, are you the one I saw in my dream last night? And you are the Rebbe's chassid? The answer is yes, yes. And you're going to write the check for the entire mikvah. Why do you want to confuse the guy and say, well, actually, no, that was the grand rabbi? Don't confuse him. Shliach shel adam k'meisei. Yes. What? You have any other Nesius than the Rebbe? Don't be confusing. Don't complicate it. Yes, that's right. That was me. Shliach shel adam k'meisei. I want to explain also, just to, so you should understand what we mean by this bittul that is a chiddush of Dor Hashvi'i, the bittul of a chassid who becomes Eved Melech. Rabbi Reichik, when Moshe Groner, actually, he was in LA, and he went into shul when he first got there. He went into shul with Rabbi Reichik, and before they went into the shul, Rabbi Reichik said to Moshe Groner, he said, he like warned him, like disclaimer. He said, you're going to see something. Ich gehe es hin. I'm going to go do it, okay? But zos wissen, you should know that sal pi hatzivui, that what I'm about to do, I was commanded to do it. Like, I want to bavor, and I don't want you to have any misgivings that this is my thing. You need to know what you're about to see, that I'm about to do in the shul. I was commanded to do this. He was commanded by the Frierdiker Rebbe when he first came to LA in the 40s. Okay, so Moshe Groner is ready. What is he going to see? Rabbi Reichik goes in the shul, and he walks up to the Mizrach Wand, and he sits by the Mizrach Wand. You understand? Just sitting in the front of shul, Rabbi Reichik was uncomfortable that another chassid should think that he's doing it as his own personal preference. He has to clarify. You should know I'm doing this as a command. I was commanded to do this. And he explained, he said, the Frierdiker Rebbe told me when I came here that shliach shel adam k'meisei, and you have to have whatever kavod that I would deserve, whatever kavod you would want me to have, you have to go take that because you're shliach shel adam k'meisei. So this is what I'm explaining, that the bittul of Chassidim and Dor Hashvi'i is to go out, to put on the clothes of the king, to go around telling people that you are the king. Don't confuse them and explain to them you're really just the shliach of the... What difference does it make to them? The only misgivings you would have, the only time that you would have to like bavard and explain to them, well, I'm not really the Rebbe, I'm just sort of representing, is if you're getting a big head. When you start worrying, maybe you're in competition with the Rebbe, that's when you have to explain it to others. It's like, I was one time, I was speaking to a group of shluchim. I was speaking about how to give a drasha in shul. So I said to them, you know what you should not do in a drasha is, because it just makes people tune out, because it distances them from what you're about to say. Don't say the words the Rebbe says in a sikha. So they were kind of taken aback. Why shouldn't you say the Rebbe says in a sikha? I mean, why not say b'shem ha'imrei? I mean, it's covered for the Rebbe. Say the Rebbe says in a sikha. So I told him, it makes people tune out because once you say those words, it means everything I'm about to say now is a quote. I'm just quoting. I'm just telling you what somebody else said. If you're up there and you're talking, then say what you say. No, but I can't say what I say. I have to say what the Rebbe says. So I said to them, that's the problem, that there's a difference between saying what you say and saying what the Rebbe says. The only time you're quoting the Rebbe and saying, I want you to know now, this is the Rebbe, is when you had another agenda that you're suppressing instead of saying what you would normally say. Oh, but you know what? I'll say the Rebbe's agenda. It's not how it's supposed to be done. The way it's supposed to be done is you open up a sikha, you learn it, you don't understand it, maybe even you disagree with it. Can we say this? Yeah, I'll say it. I'll say shocking things. Maybe the first time you learn it, you say, no, I don't like it. You can, that's okay. You just have to know that you're wrong. And you learn it again. And you learn it again. And you learn it again. Until not only you understand why the Rebbe said what the Rebbe said, but until you can't see it any other way. And now it becomes your emes. And now when you open up your mouth, you're not quoting the Rebbe. You're saying reality the way you see it. If you don't learn the sikha until you get to a point where you're no longer quoting, then what do you need a shliach to say that for? Today, we have plenty nice Veltische Rabbonim who quote now. Now it became politically correct in their world. Now they'll quote from the Lubavitcher Rebbe here and there sporadically in a drasha. Okay, so you could also quote from there. When a shliach quotes, you can quote the Chafetz Chaim. Okay, you can quote Yisroel Salanter. You don't quote the Rebbe. Shliach Shalom Kamesa. If you open your mouth and start talking, I'm going to just assume that whatever you're saying, that's the Rebbe Shita. What, I shouldn't assume that? I should assume different, that when you open your mouth and speak, you're telling me your own opinion? Or rather, I should assume that there's two different things, your own opinion and what the Rebbe has to say about the subject? Come on. So when I'm talking about the bittul of Avid Melech and that the Rebbe gave us the company credit card and Bizbaz Eitzis and said, go out, be the king, conquer the town, conquer the country, conquer the world. You have to understand what that means. The only people who get nervous about this are people who actually entertain the fantasy that maybe their Nesius is a threat to the Rebbe. You know, maybe I'm just getting good enough that maybe I'll start to outshine. Come on. Use some seichel. Common sense for a second. If you sit down and you be honest, I'm not even talking about being humble, just be honest. And you'll realize that anything you have of value, any reason you have for anybody to actually find anything useful about you is only from the Rebbe. So if that's the truth, and you're comfortable with that truth, then stop confusing people and explaining to them you're a representative of the Rebbe, you're carrying the Rebbe's message, you were empowered. Are you the man I saw in my dream? Yes, I am. That's it. And you're writing the check for the mix. That's it. That's it. Jonathan Sachs, all of a Shalom said of art, he said that leaders, regular leaders, they make followers. Great leaders make leaders. Okay. The Rebbe did more than that. The Rebbe made Rebbes. The Rebbe made Rebbes. Like I said, this Darshonas, Shais Taub was just trying to come up with a nice memeable quote. The Rebbe made Rebbes. Hishayna Rebbe Tovshnon Aleph, the Rebbe said. He's making everyone a Rebbe. I don't know if the Rebbe is saying he's making them. Maybe the Rebbe is just revealing the Nesius that they already are. You know what the Rebbe said? In Hayem Yem, in the biographical information at the beginning of Hayem Yem. So the Frierdiker Rebbe was Magia the Hayem Yem, and including the information in the beginning. So when it goes through the Rebbeim and it lists the sons of the Tzemach Tzedek, 7 sons of the Tzemach Tzedek, before each name of the 7 sons, it says Kved Kedushas Adeneinu Mereinu V'Rebbeinu. So the Rebbe says, okay, fine. Interesting. So the Rebbe says this and says, and from this, that by each of the 7 sons of the Tzemach Tzedek, it says Chakad Mur. This means, and what the Rebbe says next, only the Rebbe would say, only the Rebbe, no one would say this, but no one would think this but the Rebbe. The fact that the Frierdiker Rebbe made it that it says Chakad Mur before each of the 7 sons of Tzemach Tzedek means as Yeder Yid that every single Jew, I think the Lashon was, whatever being a Rebbe brings with, whatever the powers, whatever the Rebbe's powers are, every Yid has this. And how do we know? Because by all the sons of the Tzemach Tzedek says, now, would anyone else think that, let alone say that? But the Rebbe is obviously saying it because that's the truth. That every single Yid is a Rebbe. Now, you want to be offended by that? Because your sense of hiskashrus tells you should be threatened on behalf of the Rebbe? That if I'm going to call Chassidim Rebbes, that's a threat to the Rebbe? So, fine. So your sense of hiskashrus is uncomfortable with it, but my Rebbe said it. So I'm sorry if I threaten your sense of hiskashrus and make you feel threatened. I'm going to go with what my Rebbe said. And my Rebbe said that every single Jew is now given the company credit card. Go ahead and do it. There's no distinction. Hanasi hu hakoil is a reality. A neshama klolis is a reality. There is no other Jew but the Rebbe. And that's why the nitzutz shel Mashiach, the Rebbe brought many times from the Moreh Einayim, from the Chernobyl, the nitzutz shel Mashiach in every single year is Yechidah shebenefesh. Because if you look deep enough into yourself, and you find your real self, your essence, what are you going to find? What else do you think you're going to find? The ultimate Jew, that's what you're going to find. You're going to find Rebbe. Or like the Ramach Nesius says from Greinem, that oimik chassid, Rebbe. He says a few other oimiks over there too, I won't get into, but oimik chassid, Rebbe. Ultimately, what are you going to find? You're going to find Rebbe. Or like Perek Beis of Tanya explains, that every single year is from Chochmei Lo. And then it starts talking about high neshamas, low neshamas. What do you, hold on a second. You just told me they're all from the same source. Now you got high ones and low ones. It explains to you, through Ishtalshlis, some take the express train, but others took the local train. They made the stops. But if you want to get back to your source, it's through hiskashrus. In other words, you connect to the neshama of the Rebbe, that even down here in embodiment retains its purity as it was in its source, and then you'll be returned to your source. Or the way that sums it up the best, I couldn't say it any better than this, and it's a Ma'aseh Shehoya. Freddie Hager, all of Shalom, Ephraim Hager from London, from Golders Green. His first Yechidus, I think he was 23 years old, and he came out and he said that the Chassidim didn't really prepare me properly. I didn't really know what I was getting into. I thought I was going to meet a great man. And I left realizing that I had met my true self. You hear? You understand? I thought I'm going to go meet a great man. I met realizing I had met my true self. By the way, this inyan, the oneness of the Rebbe with every Yid, is a very important concept. The Rebbe speaks about this in the Sikha of Simchas Beis HaShoeva Tafshin Yud Aleph. The Rebbe brings the Chassam Sefer over there. The question of Bechlal about Mamutza. It's a real question. I mean, I talk a lot. Talk a lot to a lot of people, but I speak also to young people, to our young people, Lubavitchers, and a lot of the young people. I want you to know, and I'm talking about from mainstream Meistais, regular young people, Vechom, Meidalach, they often ask the question about, explain to me, like, I know it's okay because we do it, but going to a Rebbe, why is that not a mamutza? Like, they're not trying to make trouble, they're trying to understand it. And I find that it was often never explained to them. It was probably never explained to them because by their parents, by their teachers, it's so pashut, you don't think to explain it. To the Rebbe, it wasn't something that shouldn't be explained. The Rebbe did explain it. The Rebbe did explain it, actually. The Rebbe brought up the question. Not only the Rebbe answered the question, the Rebbe brought up the question. And he answers with the Chassam Sefer about Achdas Yisro. Basically, you can't understand his kashrus without understanding Achdas Yisro, and you can't understand Achdas Yisro without understanding his kashrus. you know, the mashal from the Yerushalmi and the Dorim, the guy's Neder B'Hana against Pliny. So he says, I don't like so-and-so. He's a jerk. If he sponsors the Kiddush, I'm not going to eat there. Now, it's a mitzvah to be shoyal, to go and ask to be released from your neder. But, and you have to ask a chochem, but the chochem has to find a pesach. A pesach means a loophole that means something. If I would have known it b'shas I made the neder, I would never have made the neder. So a guy makes a neder, I'm never going to eat dairy again. And then he finds out, well, did you know cottage cheese was dairy? No, I thought that was parv. Oh, no, if I would have known that, I would never make that neder. So then that's the Pesach, and he gets out of the neder. So if the guy was neder b'hana, it's a special kind of neder that he's in a fight with so-and-so, and he doesn't want to have any benefit from this guy he's in a fight with. So he goes to the Shalmi and Nedarim says, so he goes to the Chacham, and the Chacham asks him a question. He says, there was a workman in a workshop, and he was working with like a sharp tool, and he slipped. And when he slipped, he was holding the sharp tool in his dominant hand, in his right hand. He slipped, he stabbed his left hand. So the Chacham says to the guy, should the workman now grab the tool with his left hand and in retaliation stab the right hand and even the score? So the guy will obviously say, that's crazy. Now the same guy is wounded in both hands. And then the Chacham says, yeah, did you know that when you get vengeance on your fellow Jew, now one person, meaning the Jewish people, have been hurt twice, because really the Jewish people are one person. So the Jewish people are one person. So Sam Sefer explains that's why you're allowed to get a bracha from a Yid. Set aside even a bracha from a tzaddik for a moment, even a Birkas Hedyot. How is that allowed? He says, if you ask a malach to intercede, to bring you brachas from Hashem, that's very questionable. Because the malach and you are two separate entities. You're putting something between you and Hashem. But a Yid and another Yid are not two separate entities. They're one entity. So then you're not putting anything between you and Hashem. It's weiter, it's just more you. You, another Jew, it's still you. And if you're talking about a Rebbe who's Rosh B'nai Yisrael, so then that's the best you. That's your best part of yourself. But it's still all you. It's still all you. So I always make sure to explain to the young people, when you're going to the Rebbe, you're going to your best self. You're going to your true self. Everyone's trying to find themselves today. Everybody, they want to know, who am I? I'm in search of my true identity. I don't know who I am. His kashrus in Dor Hashvi'i, I don't know what it was in previous generations. Maybe it meant that you don't get to have an identity. Maybe it meant you don't get to know who you are. You think you can afford, you think you have the luxury of self-knowledge? I'm sorry. But in Dor Hashvi'i, bittul means, yeah, you're going to know who you are, and you're going to know how great you are, and you're going to know how much potential you have. And how are you going to do it? By getting to know the Rebbe. And when you get to know the Rebbe, you get to know who you are. But I'm repeating myself because that's one thing. Your deepest, truest self is only one thing. It's only Elokus. It's only Atzmos. Okay, so it's Rebbe. The Rebbe said that the word, was it Achrin Shel Pesach, Tavshin Yud Aleph, Tavshin Yud, about, you know what I'm about to say, about Atzmos Mohos Melubish B'Guf. That's not the part of this paragraph that you should be blown away by. It's what it says, the next line. That Chassid is included in the formula. That you're part of that. The fact he says that the Rebbe and the Eibishter are one, okay. He says you too. He includes you in that formula. He includes you in that. So the Rebbe came and he gave us the company credit card. He said, go be the king. Adrabah. There's no threat to me. Just get the job done. Go spend whatever you got to spend. Go do whatever you got to do. It's al pi tzivui. You have to sit on the mizrach, sit on the mizrach. You got to make miracles. I'll tell you, it's Farbrengen with some anash in Crown Heights. And I said to them, you know what the Rebbe said once, that a Rebbe, how can he do mafsim when Chazal say, ein seimchen ala nes? So the Rebbe said, because the Rebbe is bechlal l'mayla min teva, and the nes is lefi erech. It's lefi erkai of the bala nes. So if you're talking about a Rebbe who's l'mayla min teva, so for him it's not oifen nisi, it's TV, it's natural for him. And they were all, of course, yeah, 100%. I said, I lied to you. The Rebbe didn't say that. I changed the words. The Rebbe didn't say that about a Rebbe. The Rebbe said that about every Jew. Then all of a sudden they said, well, where does it show us the source? Where does it say that? Where does it say that? You hear that? When I said the Rebbe said that a Rebbe is not shaykh to have to worry about ain't same kanal nice, because for the Rebbe it's not a nice. His normal is miraculous. That we're fine with that. But when I told them what the Lubavitcher Rebbe actually said, all of a sudden they got nervous. This is what the Rebbe said. Said about every Jew that a Yid is above nature, and therefore for a Yid to do miracles is not really a big deal. Not a big deal. The Rebbe even describes it. He says, the Goyim will look at you and say you're doing a miracle, but for you, it's not a miracle. And there is something for you as a miracle today, which you shouldn't be samech on. But by tomorrow, the Rebbe said, of Morgan, even that won't be a miracle for you anymore, because your capacity for miraculousness will have expanded as well. This is what the Rebbe saw in every Jew. And not only saw in every Jew, but publicly clarified. It's inescapable. Anyone who wants to know the truth will find this. And if Kabbalas and Nesius means anything, and I'll say something that'll get me not invited back, which is fine. Kabbalas and Nesius means to be mekabel your own Nesius. Stop giving the Rebbe work. Stop telling the Rebbe what to do, that the Rebbe should go be Rebbe. He told you, Yud Shevat Tavshin Yud Aleph, the terms and conditions of this relationship. He said, I'm not like the old style. It's not going to be like it used to be. I'm a different style. In this generation, Chassidim darf in a lengton. And that, like it says in the first mimer, that Chassidim, doesn't even say Chassidim, it says every Yid, according to the Tonna de Velio, has to compare himself to the level of the Oves. To Avram, Yitzchak, Yankiv. This is not a joke. This is not the Mashal Malitza inspiring poetry. The Rebbe is setting the bar there. He's saying that's what you have to be today. How can you be that? I'm telling you, that's what you are. That's what you don't argue with me. Who knows you better? Me. This is what the Rebbe is saying. Like, you want to tell me how bad you are. You want to tell me how incompetent you are. I'm sorry. Who knows you better, me or you? I'm telling you what you're shaykh to. And not only you're shaykh to, but you're not allowed to try to wriggle out of it, because we need you to be this in order to finish the job. Ein a davar tala ela bonu, like the Rebbe said. First Farbrengen, the first official Farbrengen of Dor Hashvi'i. Depends on us. So don't give the Rebbe work and tell the Rebbe be Rebbe. The Rebbe just told you what it means for him. Oh, by the way, the Freddie Hager story I told you before, the punchline, I didn't even tell you the background. When he came out of Yechidus and he said that I thought I was going to meet a great man and I met my true self. Mm-hmm. You know what the story was? the Rebbe asked Freddie if he was related to the Vishnitzer Haggers, which he's not really, maybe distantly, but he had a Zayda who was a Rebbe in Romania, and he happened to be carrying the picture of his grandfather. So he pulled it out and he showed it to the Rebbe.
Wow.
And I'm not even sure if he was from at that time, but definitely was not a Chassidish Bacher. He's a 23-year-old college kid. And so the Rebbe says, the Rebbe took the picture of his grandfather, who was a Rebbe back in Poland or in Romania, takes the picture, and he's like, the Rebbe's comparing them side by side, this kid and his grandfather. You know, can you imagine the intensity of the Rebbe's like sizing you up, comparing these two images side by side?
Wow.
And then the Rebbe asked him a question. Now, the whole Yechidus had been in English to that point. But this, the Rebbe said to him in Yiddish. For whatever reason, I don't know. He said the Rebbe switched to Yiddish, and the Rebbe asked him a question. The Rebbe said, "Was is a Rebbe?" So he had no idea. He didn't know how to answer. So the Rebbe asked him a second time, "Was is a Rebbe?" No answer. So he asked him a third time, "Was is a Rebbe?" Couldn't answer. So the Rebbe saw he's not going to answer. So the Rebbe answered. The Rebbe said, "Der erste Rebbe ist gewesen der Baal Shem Tov. Und als was hat gehabt bei sich in Stub, hat weggegeben, jede Nacht verlegen sich schlafen." First Rebbe was the Baal Shem Tov. First Chassidish Rebbe was the Baal Shem Tov. Whatever he had by him in his house, he would give it away on a daily basis. He wouldn't retire at night before he gave away whatever he had. Oh, das is a Rebbe. That's a Rebbe. Then the Rebbe says to him, "Als je willst werden a Rebbe, maybe you want to become a Rebbe." Now, the end of the story, Freddie Hager became the chairman of the London Diamond Bourse. He was a very successful businessman. He gave a lot of tzedakah to Meistes in London and beyond. So my question to you, did he follow the Rebbe's advice? Did he become a Rebbe? He has a nice Rebbe's name, with a name like Hager, you know, put on a streimel and you rent a storefront in Borough Park and have a gabba follow you around and collect pidyones. You can make a few dollars. Why didn't he do that? Did he become a Rebbe? My answer to you is he did. Yes, of course he did. Not the way the Welt defines Rebbe. I don't care how the Welt defines Rebbe. The way the Lubavitcher Rebbe defines Rebbe. And Lubavitcher Rebbe defined the word for him. He asked him 3 times, "Was is a Rebbe?" to make sure he understood. This is the definition. That everything, alles was du hast in dein jüdische Stub, das weggeben. Jeder Tag. A Rebbe is just a person that whatever you have in your house, you give it away. You have Shmira Shabbos in your house. Your neighbor doesn't have Shmira Shabbos. You give it. You have Taras HaMishpacha. You Chinuch HaKosher. Whatever you have in your Jewish home, you give away on a daily basis. This is the Rebbe's secret, that ultimately the only Yiddishkeit that you really have is whatever Yiddishkeit you are actively giving away. That's it. So the Rebbe told him, maybe you want to become a Rebbe, but what does Rebbe mean? Doesn't mean the way the Welt defines Rebbe. It means become chairman of the London Diamond Bourse, make a few dollars, give tzedakah, be a businessman. That's a Rebbe if you do it selflessly. If you're living in a way, whatever you have Jewishly, you're giving it away, then you're a Rebbe. So the Lubavitcher Rebbe has many, many Rebbes. Some of the Rebbes are businessmen. Some of the Rebbes are Uber drivers. Some of them are construction workers. Some of them are school teachers. Some of them are mothers. Some of them are even rabbis, if you can imagine such a thing. But this is the company credit card. This is the company credit card that the Rebbe gave us. So we're sitting on an Eitzer. And the way that Rebbe described, the Rebbe's Meirich, the way, you know, the Marshal of Bizbaz Eitz is from the Friedricher, but the way that Rebbe's Meirich explains it throughout the years, you're talking about things that for generations, obviously that's a mushal. We're not talking about money, although the Rebbe gives money too, whatever you need. The Rebbe pays bills, whatever you need. Gashmias, Ruchnis, whatever you need. You do your job, the Rebbe is covering the bills. But what does it mean, the Eitzreis? I want to tell you something. There are many, many, many things that for the generations were not known things. They were secrets of Beis Harav, and they were only known Rebbe Mepi Rebbe. That's a fact. We know this. It's a fact. There are things the Frierdiker Rebbe told the Rebbe only because the Rebbe is going to become Rebbe and to prepare the Rebbe for being a Rebbe. And the Rebbe took those things. Think about this. Think about it seriously for 1 second, and it'll change your day. There were secrets that were only transmitted to Rebbe Mipi Rebbe, and the Frierdiker Rebbe gave them to the Rebbe with that understanding. And the Rebbe gave them to whom? To you. And the Rebbe didn't break the rule. It's only a Rebbe can give it to a Rebbe. You hear what I'm saying? The Rebbe gave you this information because you need it in order to be a Rebbe. Chassidus we don't learn for fun. That's neo-Chassidism. They learn Chassidus for fun, inspiration, excitement. Chassidus is on a need-to-know basis. That's why there was always a kitrug in every generation. And even though the Alter Rebbe said the mashal of the Even Tov and the Ben Melech in the times of the Maggid already. But then there was a kitrug again in the times of the Alter Rebbe and the Mittler Rebbe, and every door there was another kitrug. Why? Because in every generation, the Nasi would reveal more Chassidus, and there would always be the complaint. Hold on a second. Who says that this new Gilui is needed? You have to establish that it's needed. If you're doing it for fun, if you're doing it for excitement, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to reveal this stuff on that basis. You can only reveal it if it's needed. So why would the Rebbe need to tell you things that he was told only because he needed those things in order to be a Rebbe? It's a rhetorical question. I'm not asking for an answer. Everyone has to do their own cheshbon and nefesh and answer how much are you making use of the eitzos that were already put in your pockets. It's not a joke. The eitzos are already in your pockets. They're in your account. It's done. The wire was already transferred. You can't say, I decline. I don't accept it. You already have it. You already have it. It's done. By the way, just so you understand what I'm talking about, what does it mean, secrets, Rebbe Mipi Rebbe, that the Rebbe shared with you? I'll give you one example. I'll just give you one example, although there are so many examples. I mean, even the fact that you know that you should have a Farbrengen on your birthday and that your birthday is a thing, that's a Rebbeische thing. It's a Rebbeische thing. But I'll give you one example. The story of the Alter Rebbe on Yom Kippur that the Rebbe revealed in Bosei Legani, and then the Rebbe later gave, elaborated on it and said then clearly that it wasn't really something that was for the public consumption. Okay, that's Rebbe training. That's what the Rebbe gave you. So the Rebbe gave you a chinuch. Time to use it. Time to step up. Time to be a Rosh B'nai Yisrael. Take responsibility for the entire world. Not just for yourself, your family, your neighborhood, for the world. Sunday dollars. There was $1 Tafshnun base. Gabriel Aram from Toronto, originally a Holocaust survivor from Hungary, publisher of Lifestyles magazine. Lifestyles magazine is an executive magazine. It's like for rich people with ads for Rolex watches and all that stuff. It's not a Jewish magazine, but he was close to Chabad. He wanted to honor the Rebbe, so they made an issue about the Rebbe. So Gabriel Aram comes to the Rebbe on the dollar line, and he explains that this is covered the Rebbe's 90th birthday. It was a few weeks before Yud Aleph Nisan Toshin and Beis. I could tell you the day. It was Chav Aleph. It was a Chav Vav. It was Sunday, Chav Vav.
You mean the last one? The last.
It was the very last one. was the last dollars. Comes to the Rebbe, and he says, we're making this issue about the Rebbe's 90th birthday. What's the Rebbe's statement in honor of his 90th birthday? So the Rebbe says 90 in Hebrew is tzaddik. The Rebbe speaks in English. It's on video. 90 in English is tzaddik, which is an indication. Now, again, this is Rebbe logic. This is like the Rebbe saying that because the Friediger was Magia, that the seven sons of the Tzemach Tzedek should all be called Kvei Kedusha Ad Ne'emen V'Ne'emenu. It means that every single year that Adam Keich, the Spashas from Titul Admor. Like only the Rebbe thinks it, only the Rebbe could come up with it. But here's the Rebbe's logic. Okay, so 90 in Hebrew is tzaddik, which means, I think the Rebbe said in English, is an indication. Maybe that you have to watch the video. That every Yid is a tzaddik. That was not only the last dollars, the next day, Monday, was Chov Zayin Oder. After the Rebbe didn't speak publicly after that again. So what are we left with? We're left with a very clear statement. Come to the Rebbe, you say, the Rebbe is the tzaddik. The Rebbe says, don't make this about me. Let's talk about you. You're the tzaddik. You're the Rebbe. Don't give me work, okay? I know my job. I'm telling you, you have work. And your job is to heal the entire world. I'll put it in simple 2023 English. Is it 2020? Thank God we don't have to write checks anymore because I never remember the secular date. In simple 2023 English, I'm going to explain it to you very, very simple. In Dor Hashvi'i, there is no difference between personal fulfillment and perfection of the universe. They're one thing. You can't separate one from the other. There's no such thing as being your best self without making the world the best possible world. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a private citizen anymore. You can't just go to your corner and work on yourself, take care of your family. Maybe if you have time, you deal with your shul, deal with the school your kids go to, and you pat yourself on the back and you say that you're a communal activist. It doesn't work anymore. The Rebbe told us the truth about ourselves, that every single one of us came down here to take responsibility for the world. Bishvili nivra ha'olam, bishvili nivra ha'halam. That the entire condition of Helen Vehester, of a world of embodiment of it. I don't want to call it your fault, not your fault, but it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility. And the Rebbe revealed, and this is, by the way, you see, I don't want to speak negatively. I don't want to bring it out in a manner of chiyuv, but in a manner of shlila. I mean, I'll try to say it in a positive way, but I'll say it very briefly in a negative way. You Pashut see that Lubavitchers get emotionally sick when, and many times it's with the best of intentions, but it's misguided. A Lubavitcher, because you know the truth already. You can't unknow what you know. Lubavitchers will get like full of like anxious energy when they try to focus on personal healing, personal fulfillment, and they forget that they're here to save the world. You know what? I figured out how to say it in a positive way. It's very simple. Just flip it. You know what the best therapy is? You know what the most soothing, the most healing thing that you can do that just makes you feel right with yourself? And it's, by the way, it's fine. You don't have to feel awful. There's nothing Chassidish about feeling awful. You can feel at peace with yourself. You should love yourself. Obviously, Sodok could also apply to you. But do you know how to feel good? You want to know how to feel truly good?
How?
Take your tefillin, go stand out on the street corner. Excuse me, sir, are you Jewish? Do something that Rebbe told you to do. Do something where you become the Rebbe's hands and feet. Or be the Rebbe's mouth. Go say a sikha. Say something, some words from the Rebbe. You go do something that the Rebbe told you to do. There's nothing more personally fulfilled. Not that that's why we do it. It's not a life hack how to have personal fulfillment. But it happens to be because that's the way it is. It's inextricable. You can't separate the two. Today, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a private citizen. So you want to be healthy? You want to be your best self? Go out and perfect the world. Bring Mashiach. Find every single last Yid like it's your personal problem to find every single last hidden Jew. Because it is. Because the Rebbe told you it is. Because you are your Rosh B'nai Yisrael. It's your responsibility. The buck stops here. Who else is it? This guy, that guy. Like the Rebbe said after Chof Ches Nissen. It's a heartbreaking video. The woman came to him. She was begging. She lost her child. She lost her son. To her, Mashiach meant Tchias HaMesim. To all of us, Mashiach means different things. It means ends to different problems that we're going through. For her, it was Tchias HaMesim because she lost her son. She came to the Rebbe. It's the dollars after Chof Ches Nissen. She's crying. She's begging the Rebbe, Rebbe, please, because to her, what the Rebbe said Chof Ches Nissen basically meant, now Mashiach's never going to come. You're going to put it on us? We're never going to do it. And the Rebbe answered very sternly in English that if it's to be done, you heard my words clearly, it must be by this person and this the person. The Rebbe was pointing around the room, whoever was standing, this person and this person and this person. That's it. But that was from day one. That's Yud Shevat Tavshin Yud Aleph. The Rebbe said it from the very beginning. We're going to do it. And who's going to do it? This person and this person and this person and this person. You have the company credit card. The Rebbe's paying all the bills. Go out, show true bittul, conquer the world. Rabbi Greenberg, I'll give it back to you.
Yasher Koyach, Rabbi Shais, was amazing. And I think you were very inspiring, as always, and you'll continue with us. The night is young, as we say. The Chassidish Farbrengen is just starting. Till now, it was stories from the Elder Chassidim. There was speeches by great speakers, but now we'll start Farbrengen. So let's have a few Chassidish nigunim metonim Farbrengen. Everyone should take out the mashke metonim Farbrengen. L'chaim v'ivon l'chaim. L'chaim Rabbi Shais, Rabbi Taub, Yasher Koyach v'devar meverta l'chaim.
Chaim.
Now we're going to have a nigum where the technicians. L'chaim, l'chaim. L'chaim, Rabbi Taub, l'chaim, everyone, l'chaim. Maybe everyone should take out the mashkin and say l'chaim, zusammen, Farbrengen. Rabbi Taub mentioned before, wegen his kashas, that he's talking to young people about his kashas. There is a very, very unusual vote that I noticed in the Maimer from this year in the Perek of Tavshich Gimel. I don't know, I never paid attention for whatever reason to the vote. But when I heard the tape from the Farbrengen, from Tavshich Gimel, from the Maimer, the Boss Elegani, I don't think I ever heard it before. I never noticed it before. In the Maimer, the Rebbe speaks about the Rebbe quotes the Frierdiker Rebbe about Neshamas the Atzilis and about Neshamas the Atzilis and the Chad Bedore. The Rebbe explains what is Chad Bedore. The Chassidim says that the Neshamas the Atzilis is only Chad Bedore b'diras Rishenim, and then the Rebbe says that Eichad v'Chol Dor v'Dor b'Pasush the Meshe and the business Siderenu, and it says what is the Chad Bedore? The ganzer Dor steht auf ihm. And then the Rebbe quotes, the Rebbe says, this is Mevur, der Posuk, Anechi Orisi Sa'om Hazeh. So I was like looking, what is this? What is this? The Anechi Orisi? So they in the Aora they mitzayin zum Pardes. So I looked in the Pardes, nicht gefühlt. I looked in the Pardes. Today it's easy, you can find everything. So the Pardes brings dort, it's a mehr dicke Wort. Was heißt der Rebbe? The Pardes brings dort that Rabbi Yehuda Nossi, Rabbi HaKodesh, was once he was deirish to the Talmidim, and they fell asleep. People started to fall asleep. So he said he wants to say something. He said something which will be a dover amavil, that will dover tomua. Everyone should wake up. So he said there was a woman in Mitzrayim that she was born. She was pregnant with 600,000 shishim ribe bekeres echad in one womb. So everyone was like, how could it be? So one of the Talmidim said that he means Yechevet. Yechevet gave birth to a man, to Moshe Rabbeinu, who was shokul keneged shishim ribe. So then the Pardes is mamshich, and he's masbir that posuk on Eicha Orisi, but the Rebbe gives it a whole different. The Rebbe is making a more. The Rebbe gives the pshat a more sharper than what it's in the Pardes. And the Rebbe says, as Moshe Rabbeinu says to the Eibishter, when the Eden complained, so he said to the Eibishter, "What do you want from me? Anechi Horisi Sa'om Hazeh? Was I pregnant with all those 600,000 Eden? Anechi Aladati, I gave birth to them. That you'll expect me that I should carry them like a mother is carrying her baby. What do you want from me?" So the Rebbe in the Maimer says, the way you could hear the tape, the lotion is as Anechi Horisi Sa'om Hazeh. As it's been the tak is that what is a Rebbe? Anechi Orisi Sa'om Hazeh, that I gave birth to this whole nation. And the Rebbe said the Loshen as taket the neshama klolis. What is the neshama klolis? That he is kelel ale Eden. So Mesh and the Pardes even must be more. The Pardes is living at a Loshen from a shaila. As Anechi Orisi, as the Shechina is the one who did it. But the Rebbe learns that Anechi Orisi, as Mesh Rabbeinu doesn't some say Anechi Orisi. Mesh Rabbeinu says it's Taka ben Nechuse. Anechi Orisi Sa'om Hazeh, and therefore the Eibush Taka expects him to take care of the people. It says that the concept that the Rebbe, there is the story that the Mullah Kaplan always tells the story about about this girl that. Mullah Kaplan, when he was in Kedel, there is a gem. He tells the story when he was in Kedel that once Chadakov called him in, and he told them that there is this Lubavitch girl who wrote to the Rebbe. She's a 17-year-old girl, and she's going through a very hard time. She's very upset with the parents, with the family, with the school, and she goes through Shailas and Emunah, and she's writing to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe wants someone to take care of her, and he should take care of her. And whatever she needs, the Rebbe says he should sit with her and discuss with her, whatever needs, and no matter the time he takes off from Kel. So Bechal, she used to write to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe used to answer within a day, or sometimes within hours, they would answer her. So once she wrote to the Rebbe, and she wrote to the Rebbe that she has terrible pain going through. So the Rebbe answered that he feels her pain. So she was very, she was an American chutz ben yak, and she wrote to the Rebbe, the Rebbe doesn't feel my pain. I go through this pain. The Rebbe doesn't feel the pain. So the Rebbe, within 2 hours, there was an answer. The Rebbe wrote that just like the Be'ez Hashem, she'll get married and she'll have a child, and the child will be teething, and there's terrible pain. Just like a mother feels the pain of a child who is teething, that's how the Rebbe feels her pain. And that made a shinoi in her, and then Baruch Hashem, she got married, she has children and grandchildren, great children, Chassidim and everything. But their word that the Rebbe says that Anechi Orisi Saom Hazeh, that Moshe Rabbeinu says Anechi Orisi, and Kashi So Emin Sayenig, the Rebbe is like a mama and a tata, that the Rebbe is poshet. That's what a Rebbe is. What is a Rebbe? Anechi Orisi Saom Hazeh. This is a Rebbe. And when you think about it, what is this kashas? It's like the Rebbe said to Uri Olzman. Just lately, I heard that the Yankel Olzman, as a kid, I never heard this before, that maybe others know about it, that as a kid, he was eating at the Rebbe's house every Shabbos. And the reason is because the Rebbe went to Paris, the Rebbe went to this children's house that was run by Rabbi Moshe Herson, and he was one of the kids there. When the Rebbe came, the Rebbe was testing them. He was testing the kids, and he did very well. Then after the test, he came to the Rebbe, and he asked the Rebbe that he wants to go to America. The Rebbe should give him a visa. So the Rebbe said that he was a 13-year-old kid, he was a 12-year-old kid. The Rebbe said, what does your mother say? So the mother came, and the mother said to the Rebbe that she also wants him to go to America, but the Rebbe should have an eye on him. So when he came, the Rebbe went back, and the Rebbe sent a visa for him, and he came. So he was eating at the Rebbe's house every Shabbos before he became a Mishoras. Later he got older, he became a Mishoras, and then, so later on the kids would come. So the Olsman, the kids have a lot of stories from the Rebbe's house. They have a story how one time they went by Farbrengen. One of the Olsmans went by Farbrengen with his father in the middle of Farbrengen to the Rebbe's house. And in those days, you were able to have the Rebbe's Farbrengen was on radio, one of the channels in New York. So the Yiddish channel was so anyway, so the Rebbe's, when they walked into the house, the Rebbe's in the house had a few floors. So they saw a radio on each floor. The first floor and the second floor had both radios, that the Rebbe, if she needed to go from one floor to another, she should hear the Rebbe's Farbrengen everywhere she goes. Then the Koponim is that Uri Olsman, one of the kids, tells the story that he asked the Rebbetzin as a kid why the house is empty, where are all the children? And the Rebbetzin said, "Is gesehen dimension in 770?" And he said, yes. And the Rebbetzin said, "Then alle unsere Kinder." So das ist Kipshute, wir sehen den Maimon von dem Jahr, Anechi Orisi Saom Hazeh, the Rebbe says Kipshute, Benichuse, as Moshe Rabbeinu Orisi Saom Hazeh, das ist an Neshama Klolis, that he is Kedel Kol HaNeshamas. So that's Pshat, what's for discussions? When I talk to youngsters about discussions, I always bring the word for Chassidus, that in Chassidus there is a all arichas, the Rebbe Rashab in Samachvov, the Rebbe Rashab is asking the question in Tess and a few other places, the steer between the two psukim, one pasuk says, Poni beponi diber Hashem imochem. Right after that says, Anechem ben Abayi benechem. So it's a steer. How could it be? The Eibishter spoke to the Eden poni face to face. How could it be Anechem ben Abayi benechem? So if every Jew is face to face to the Eibishter, so you don't need Moshe Rabbeinu in between. The Rebbe Rashab explains what the Alter Rebbe says in Teroer, the pasuk v'zerasi eschem. Basically, Zera Odom, Zera Be'ema, that there are two kinds of neshamas. The neshamas from Zera Behema, neshamas from Zera Odom. The neshamas from Biyah, the Rebbe says the Maimon from Tamshich of Gimel, when he gets the neshamas from Biyah. The Reva neshamas from Biyah, the neshamas from Zera Behema. So just what's the difference between a Behema and a Odom? A Behema doesn't feel Elokus, doesn't see Elokus, doesn't understand Elokus. A Behema only sees the physical world. The same thing by us, all the neshamas from in this world, we all, by us, is Elam is Pshitus and Elokus is Chachos, because we only see Gashmis. We are like behemoths. And what is the Rebbe? The Rebbe is from Neshama from Neshama the Atzilus, is Zera Odom, who understands the Elokus and sees the Elokus. And therefore, as the Alter Rebbe says, as Moshe Rabbeinu said, "V'nosati Eiseh b'soto l'mimtecho," as Esav is begematria Shem Ein Beis. Esav is Shem Ein Beis. Adine von das. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, "V'nosati Esav." What is the mission of Moshe Rabbeinu? "V'nosati Esav b'sotcha levemtecha." That he is feeding emunah, he is feeding das and akor nelakus, but be'emtecha to neshamas habehemes. And that, in other words, as the Rebbe Shmuel Masbir, as those to pshat ponim beponim dibavayim mochem and anechem ben avenechem. The only way a yid could be ponim beponim with the Eibishter is only if there is anechem ben avenechem, because be'etzem mitzad neshama from biyah, neshamas from akvayim and tziponayim, we cannot feel a lekus bechlal. The only way we could feel lekus is only through our iskashas zum Rebbe. So that's the pshat iskashas. So as a nicht pshat as a shaila from a mutza fakir. There is no way to be mekusha zum Rebbe, zum Eibishten, if there is no iskasha zum Rebbe. Because as a neshamas from biyah, we have no shayches, we have neshamas like behemoths. The only way we have, that's the inyan from iskasha. And we see from the Maimon from this year, Anechi Orisi Sama Zeh, the inyan from Rebbe, that the Rebbe thinks about every Chassid, noch before the Chassid, that's the word the Rebbe said, Yud Shevat of Shlichus Aleph, when he gets to the Rabbi with a Seder to think about the Chassidim. Mizman lezman, and b'shas Chosid, and because of that, Chassidim felt the regesh ha'eskashet zum Rebbe, and b'shas the Chosid business area, but the regesh ha'eskashet zum Rebbe is just because the Rebbe was thinking about him, and so Meila b'shas it comes to Zat Tov Yud Shevat, is doch sicher that every Chosid who has a Iserus, it's definitely we had many several years ago we had a Rappelische Chosid from London. I once told the story, but it's a geschmack meiser that I only came from Alaska, only from here. It's a meiser from Yoren, and nobody knew about it. It was a Polish chassid here, a guy who sells hats in London, and he came here for a Shabbos, and he told me, "I see there's nobody around. That you're the only Lubavitcher. I'll tell you a story, a Lubavitcher story you never heard." And he told me a story from his own Shver. That his Shver was a European Jew. He went to the Holocaust. And after the Holocaust, he started to get back on his feet, and he decided to go into the diamond business. So he borrowed money, and he bought a lot of diamonds, and he went on a business trip, and he came to Milan. And when he was in the train in Milan, so there was a real professional ganev, and the guy cut out all his diamonds, everything in his pocket, including all of his money that he had, all cash, everything that he had with him. And the guy took it, and he came out of the train. He realized that not only the diamonds were stolen and everything, all the money that he borrowed, everything is gone. But even he has no money to go home. So Mamish was sitting on the steps of the train, and he was crying, Pashat. And here comes the train, and the Lubavitcher comes out, and he goes straight to him. And he tells them, "I have a sefer from Rebbe for you." So he looks at him, he looks at him like he's Meshuggah. So what are you talking about? What Rebbe? What are you talking about? So the guy says, I was the Anichidas from Rebbe. I just come now from New York. And at the end of the Chidas, the Rebbe gave me a sefer. He didn't even know which sefer, it was Tanya or not. He didn't know what it is. The Rebbe gave me a sefer, and the Rebbe said to him that you should give it to the first Yid that you see that he needs help. And I didn't see anyone. And now the first time I see someone like you crying, so I understand the Rebbe gave the sefer for you. And the Rebbe, if the Rebbe gave you a sefer, everything will be good. Don't worry. So I said, "What do you mean, don't worry? I have no money even to go home." So I said, "Don't worry, I'll give you money to go home." And it ended to be that this guy was also in the diamond business, and they became partners in diamond business. This Lubavitcher with him. And the Adam tells me that his shver, from that story on, he was only doing great in business, on and on. He was going mile. He never lost anything, and he became a big usher. And the reason why it's a secret, because 3 of the Adams are Satmars. So they're afraid to tell the story in public. And if anybody will know that he told the story, they'll kill him. Anyway, so I promised him I'll not tell anyone the story. The Poel came over, and I told the story. And like a week later, I get a call from him, middle of the night. He wakes me up and he says, "Chutzpah, you told the story now. The whole London knows about it, and all the Lubavitchers have told to me why I never told the story, and my family has told me why I told the story. And you promised me." So I told him the story belongs to Lubavitch, the story from Rebbe. So the fact that you guys were hiding the story for 70 years is not a time on you guys, not a time on us. Upon him, but you see from the story, what says that the Rebbe Tracht auf Aiden, that this is mamish the erste Jahr von the Nesius. Darf she nicht weiß, the Rebbe is sitting in New York and it's Tracht auf Aiden that lost his money and he's going to lose his money. The guy, the Eden didn't even know it. This is a Nechi Orisi Soma Zeh. The Moshe Rabbeinu said that the Rebbe is a tato and a mame, that the Rebbe Poshe thinks about us, but before we even know what we need, the Rebbe is already think about us and gives everything. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. And there are a bunch of Chassidim on the Zoom. Sicher beten a paar Chassidim to sagen l'chaim and to say something. L'chaim, l'chaim. So we'll ask our technicians to maybe to put a nigun and we'll find some Chassidim here. And I see Rabbi Vogel here. Rabbi Vogel.
Schor. Du kannst nicht sprechen mit. Einen, wir sind klein, Schwestern. Mir ist ein Kabel Schlichus, das Schlichus an der Konfidenz in Frei. Aber ich lasse das Fuß, das lasse das Weisen, die Balabatin. Das ist nicht das Weisen, das Weisen Fuß. Ja, aber die Sache mit der Mann zu ihm, ich bin sagen mathematisch, man muss nicht gerne sagen, die Balabatin nicht als Kinder erwähnt, die Balabatin, da weiß man gar nicht, jede Sache macht es da, aber ich sage das, die Wasser ist Küche, die kann ich nicht. Die konnten noch mehr können, die konnten der Küche zuschreiben, als sie dann noch als nicht. Aber doch ist das Sache, wenn man hinterhält. Auf weiteren Gemachten sein, als Träger sind, das ist das ist sein Dollar. Sein was Lotte befolgen. Die Farinen ist schon das Ding, das ist schon. Und die Leute werden los. Alle Farinen ist schon. Ja, nehmen Sie. Ja, vollen sein was Lotte, sein zu sein.
L'chaim, Chaver, L'chaim. Where's the Rabbi Vogel? Rabbi Vogel, are you there? Wir sagen im chassidischen Wort, Rabbi Vogel. Ist doch Molle wie Godisch, no? Sagen L'chaim, erstens sagen L'chaim. Can you open the mic for Rabbi Vogel? No, Rabbi Vogel, sagen L'chaim. Rabbi Yisroel Noach Vogel.
Ja.
Fort Yud Shevat, no?
Ja.
So wir haben Rebbe Yud Shevat, ist da Shnat Shlichus, müssen wir Rebbe ist da Meicher.
Das ist Shlichus, das ist now.
Shimem, no?
Krachabad.
Good, okay. You're gonna have to be there. You sold the Farbrengen, so you could say what happened even without being there.
They wanted to make a girl from Krachabad from all the yeshivas to go to the Rebbe for Shnasa Shleishim. And Yankel Katz said, B'shum finished, the Fartnish mitten Seder, mitten Zman, and that was it. And the Filnishkin girl, Filnishkin Einbacher from all the yeshivas.
So dein Lidl nicht mehr sagt, da haben wir richtig in Ganeden. Du gedenkst doch, was gar keine of the Farbrengens. Denkst du, the parents who had tiny to the Farbrengens.
I couldn't hear what you said. It was very, very.
Remember the parents, those parents who had tiny at the Rebbe's Farbrengens. The Rebbe said that the Vechom should Farbrengen, nach Hanan, the Rebbe Farbrengen, and can stand.
Yeah.
Chaim,
they had it all the answers. Chaim.
Yeah, go ahead, Chaim.
I heard tonight America Maisa. I always knew the Maisa, the Fierich Proshi Prokim. But tonight I heard Mamash Pirte Protim.
Yeah.
America Maisa. Exactly 60 years ago was Shnasa Khan. Chavdal Tevis, Chav Gimel, exactly 100 years, exactly 60 years ago. And the Rebbe Farbrengen So Yid Yisrael, I don't know everybody in the story, but is that Garlic? Not the Garlic.
With the Rav, the Rav.
No. See, when I Yid a well-known Yid Gimple, so you had to mamash.
Yeah, Gimple. Yeah, it's a famous story with Gimple. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm ready to get myself. So a Yid was Farbrengen with him. I said, "What brought you to Lubavitch?" So I said, "Yes, the Rebbe."
He was the Shamash of the Chazanish, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Rebbe Chaim Mason went his son, no question. But this guy was Farbrengen with him. There was something missing. He says, what brought you to Lubavitch? He says, the Emes Gerät. This brought me close, aber nicht den ganzen. He said, what brought me was a andere Sache. He said, he started to have a shutfus with the Herschel Kitrik, the diamonds. And so he handled him here. Anyways, it was Sunday. And so he handled him. This is the way he says the story, even though ich verstehe nicht Punkt how it bestimmt alle Fakten, but this is the way he said the story. So he made up to make a deal with Chitrik. Said, okay, you meet me in 770. He gave him an envelope. He prepared the envelope with $30,000. You're talking 60 years ago. It's worth today, $300,000. You have some more. $30,000. He put it inside the envelope. And he told him, Mr. Farbrengen, come to Sunday. So he came, and the Rebbe Farbrengen. And before Farbrengen, he went over to Herschel Chitrik and he gave him the money. It was an envelope. He gave an envelope, he put it inside his pocket. At the end of the Farbrengen, the Rebbe says, it's a dua by the Baal Shem Tov, said he wasn't able to say Krishna Shalamit if he had any money in his house. The Cheshbon HaNefesh nicht gestimmt. Therefore, kind of poiled by everybody should be like that every night, or once in a lifetime, you could be poiled that you should empty out your pockets. And if morgen should say, check then you'll get more money tomorrow. But right now, you should empty your pockets. The Rebbe finishes the Sikha, in Ruslan, Jid Davai Groshe. That's how the Rebbe finishes it. So he says, this Gimple says, I'm the only one, I know how much money he has in his pocket. And I see during the Sikha, he's squirming on his chair backwards and forwards, he's moving. I see the Mulchama going on inside him. And I don't know, and nobody else knows, nobody has any idea what he has in his pocket. But I know, and I think to myself, you always tell me the Rebbe, how great he is and how much you're ready to give over for the Rebbe, everything. Let me see you now. And he says, I see the Mulchama inside him, but the Rebbe finished talking, he went over and he gave the Rebbe them. He said, that brought me to Lubavitch. He said, that was the Makebe Patish.
So that's the year when the Rebbe asked everyone to give.
The Rebbe asked everyone to empty out the pockets. Yeah. I heard another two little stories with that Farbrengen. One was, you see, Mamash at the end of Farbrengen, the Rebbe suddenly says, das ist ein Emfer von Machshava.
Right.
The Meisim the Kleinem Eidcha. We sagt up at zweite Mal on the state. And right away there was a Kiva Simcha and he left the Farbrengen. So what's the Emperor of Machshavas? They said there was a Yid there who Pashut had enough money in his pocket for breakfast tomorrow morning. Pashut didn't have any money. So he thought Mustama the Red doesn't mean me. But after the Rebbe said the Emperor of Machshava, he said, there means me also, and he also gave him his money to Maskir. Mm-hmm. Then I heard another Maisu, Shmolu, that he had in his pocket $1 from the Rebbe. Wow. And at those times, $1 from the Rebbe, basically, who had dollars from the Rebbe then? And he had $1 from the Rebbe. He said, that can't be. For years, he didn't give it. So years later, Mamash was, he was bothering him, Mamash. So one day, he decided to do this. And he sent it into the Rebbe. He didn't get an answer. Years later, he sent it in.
Wow.
That's three stories I heard from that Farbrengen.
When he gets to Yisrael Chitik, since you're reminding him, I don't know if, were you Tovshim and Beis Bam Rebbe? Tovshim and Beis?
Sukkos.
Not the whole year.
No.
I remember one Shabbos that was a Rashi Sicha, very interesting Rashi Sicha. And the Rebbe used to remember the Rebbe used to walk from his place to back to Mincha by the Mizrach. And they used to put like a piece of wood on the chair, on the table, so the Rebbe should be able to walk. And they had the steps going down. The steps on the beam, they used to bring that there, from Kirsat Torah, they used to bring it there. And so everyone used to run from the Farbrengen to the Mizrach for the Mincha. And we ran there, and all of a sudden we don't see the Rebbe. There was no beamer then. The Rebbe was standing on the floor. And we couldn't, but where's the Rebbe? And we turn around, we see the Rebbe is standing, and Shlichus standing next to the Rebbe to open a Chumash. And Shlichus is trying to explain the Rebbe the answer to the Kasha and Rashi. It was an unusual machzeh, Then there was rumors in 770, but was the reason behind it? I don't know. But upon him, the Nekuda was that it was an unusual machzeh to see. He's like trying to. What?
He cost him Rashi.
Well, there was rumors. There was other reasons why he did it, but it doesn't matter. L'chaim. Chaim.
This last niggin he played, you hear the Rebbe talking very loud. It's a pity I couldn't hear the whole niggin clear, but
the Rebbe was talking. You heard the Rebbe talking.
Yeah. You heard the Rebbe very clearly.
Do you know that there was only one time from the Rebbe a Maimer Zayim Tchilas Maasecha? I know Yud Kislev.
Yud Kislev, Mem Dalet, yeah.
Tovshim Mem Dalet. Tovshim Mem Dalet. Lately, I paid attention. I listened to the Maimer, and I was like surprised. Ad kedi kach is a surprise that the Rebbe himself at the end of the Farbrengen said, als seine Telch was on Fragen, seine Plie was mit Amol mod gebitten. Why the Rebbe said the Maimer Zayin Tchilas Maasecha and Yud Kislev and not Rabbi Sholom Nafshi, the typical Maimer. What's interesting, the Rebbe said, Yishlem v'derech hefsher. That's on the tape. Yishlem v'derech hefsher. And what was the derech hefsher, the biur for it? Because
it's Friday.
Because Kislev was Friday. Now, the only other Rebbe that has a Maimer, Zayin Tchilas Maasecha, Yud Kislev, is the Frierdiker Rebbe. And there are only two Maimerim. One Maimer from Pei Beis or Pei Gimel, and the other Maimer from Tzadik Aleph, and both of them, the days are not, Yud Kislev is not on Friday. I checked it out. So the only one who said a Maimer, Yud Kislev on Friday is the Rebbe. And the Rebbe said, the reason, because Friday is the year from the was Moshe Brias, that Tchilas Maasecha, Brias Adam Rishon. Adam Rishon said Hashem al Gazlavish. It's interesting that year Yud Aleph Nisan was also Friday.
Yeah.
And the first Yud Aleph Nisan, the Rebbe was born on Friday. Right. Now, the Maimer, it's a very interesting Maimer. What is the whole Maimer built on? The letter that the Rebbe Rashab sent to Lubavitch, to the Frierdiker Rebbe, about Yud Kislev. It was in the beginning from a Yem. As Yud Kislev is V'chayis Nafshin Etan Lanu, and the Rebbe Rashab says, "Ados is Shleimus HaKavono Amitis B'Brias Ha'odam Alei Oretz." So the Rebbe says in Maimer, the Rebbe explains that there are three dargas. There is the Kavona Amitis, and the Shleimus HaKavono Amitis. There are three dargas. What are the three dargas? It's a very interesting Maimer. What are the three dargas? As the Kavona is based on the Kavona from Bria Soel, was as I dir betachtenim, and da Vede from Teire, durch da Vede from Teire, min a Meile, mat da Vede from Mitzvahs, min a Matal, Meile, and Tfila, and Teire. That's the Kavona. Then there is the Kavona Amitis. What is the Kavona Amitis? As Hosaina Tevet zum Guf. The Guf soll nicht alle werden von sein Chumris, sein Gash, sein Bella Klitzelakus. Das the Kavona Amitis. Was ist Shleimus HaKavona Amitis? Was ist Shleimus HaKavona Amitis? Der Rebbe legt zu dem Wort Tachlis. Was ist Tachlis Shleimus HaKavona Amitis? Das ist ein Tevet zu Neshama. What's the Tevet in the Neshama? As therefore the Rebbe Rashab said, as it is Kislev given these gallows from Ewe Chais Nafshin Tan Lanu, why it is Kislev? Because it's given these gallows from Pnimis HaTeira. What's Pnimis HaTeira is the Sosim de Reise, and those are the Sosim de Nishmose von Aiden, those are the Sosim von Atzmus. So the Tevet the Neshama is that what is the Tachlis Shleimus HaKavana Amitis is also sein der Gilui HaNeshama, der Gilui Eichide bei Aiden, also werden es Achet mit Atzmus. So the Tachlis von Alts, what's the Tachlis? So when you think, so the Rebbe said that Tovshin Mem Dalet was 10 years before Tovshin Nun Dalet. How that year was a very interesting year from the beginning. Erev Rosh Hashanah, the Rebbe started with the Rebbe brought it to the table, the Igros Kodesh, and the Rebbe read the letter about this forum. The letter the Chaim Liman wrote about this forum. That letter that later,
the one in Yiddish, the one in German.
The one in German. And the Rebbe read, the Rebbe said that the Rebbe quoted the letter that Fidik Rebbe wrote to Chaim Liman to send it to America and from the Nazis, and he wrote it in German. And what it says there, it says that the whole family is in one room, and they don't have space for this forum, and therefore he's asking that they ask him that Chabad should take back this forum that they loaned him because he doesn't have space for this forum. That letter is later quoted in the court case in the Mishpat, right at the beginning of the court case.
Yeah,
right at the beginning. That's the entry to the Psak Din is with this letter. The Rebbe spoke about the other letter with the lawyers, the marks, but that's later. This is from Tovshin, and that's the judge starts with that. And that's what the Rebbe came to the table, Erev Rosh Hashanah Mem Daled. And then Bechlal Rosh Hashanah given Amir Dik Rosh Hashanah. The Rebbe spoke Shabbos Shuvah and about the Shabbos Azinu. The Rebbe spoke about the Vechom between Ruslan and the Rebbe, the old tumult the Rebbe made later. The Rebbe started speaking about Rosh and Jury, Tovshin Mem Daled. The whole story from Baranover that the Rebbe called them in and told them, and it's going to be now easier for Russian Jews to come out of Russia. No, Mem Daled. And the whole thing started by Farbrengen. The Rebbe started speaking about Russian Jury by Farbrengen. And but the Farbrengen from Hemshech to Rosh Hashanah, the Rebbe started speaking about it. And then later, the ganze Parsha with the Akofes, Shmini Atzeres, the ganze Parsha the Rebbe made the Akofes early, and the Rebbe explained by the Farbrengen, about the Farbrengen later, the Rebbe said why he did it, why he changed. And the Rebbe told those stories with Alter Rebbe. So the whole Parsha was about, the Rebbe said, a Porin Yonim, Rosh and Jury, and the Shalom in Israel, and it come in Yonim. The Rebbe didn't say what, it come in Yonim. And then later it is Kislev given the ganze Parsha with 8 tzadikim.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the same with the Kislev. The Rebbe spoke about, and the Rebbe started to speak about Bike Shainkim Leishe B'Shalve for several Farbrengens. The Rebbe explained why he chose 8 tzadikim, why we have to say Arini Mikabel 8 tzadikim. The Arini Mikabel given it from Rabbi Yisroel. What's 8 tzadikim? The Rebbe said they said Yeshvu Yeshorim Espanecho has to do with the Loshem Bike Shainkim Leishe B'Shalve. Then the Rebbe started Farbrengen by Yisham Shalbe ganze all series of sichas. Why Yankim Bike Shalbe? What is the problem with that? Why not? Omar Kodesh Baruch Hu Tzadikim Bilim Zayin B'Shalve Lei Dailem Losid Lovei Lei Dailem B'Elam Abo Zim Lach B'Shalve B'Elam Azeh Kofet Rosh Yosef. And the Rebbe went on and on. And then the Rebbe said to Tzadik Rebbe, and the Tzadik Rebbe came, the Rebbe explained as durch dem Bikish, as durch dem Rosh Yosef gewohnt the Shalve, the Yankim Ad. That's the 17 years that he was the best 17 in Mitzrayim. And the whole thing was, and there was not, when you look in the Sichas, you see there's what's built the Rebbe? What's going on? So the Rebbe says, Taki mentioned Rosh and Jury, but the Peil Mamish, he took the Rosh and Jury, he took another, Baranover tells the story that he called one of the Russians, and the guy tells him, you're telling me the Rebbe says it's Geza in Gringeritzer, there is a police car standing outside of my house. And he told the Rebbe said, tell him that Mizetos Nishitzter, but Zen Speter. In a little bit, they'll see it. And then later took till Tovshim Mei to Gorbachev Bechal Ben up when it became it took a year and a half. And then later the whole thing took like 6-7 years to Zigvorna. And then when he gets to the Danotza, when he took Bechal to Shim Mei till it started, the whole thing. Well, you see Memdalat, so when you look on when you think about the Dan Notzach, and the same thing is about Yud Shevat, as Bechlal, אפשר מרץ ספרן דה כוונה, und der Kavona Amiti, dann stellen wir die Kavona Amiti. Voran der Kavona von Dor Hashvi'i, gehen auf Shlichus und wegen Mashiach, der Kavona klar ist, doch der Kavona Amitis. As Moshe when he gets to Dan Notzach, the Rebbe said why he wants this for him. What the Rebbe says, Shabbos Nisim Zayin, why he wants this for him here. I'm so feeling dem Rem begash mit seiner Maze. Das ist eine von der Kavona Amitis, mit der Guf, that we in our Gufim we should feel the Rebbe's presence there. But the noch dort the Iker Stach stemmes Kavona Amitis is was given Dan Notzach the Hu Bachaim, the Rebbe lebt, that we Chassidim should feel that we should be mikusher zum Rebbe, as it misgala geworden bei uns Chassidim, that Sheiches zum Rebbe, the Dor Hashvi'i, Moshe, the Etzem sagt, the Rebbe, at the first Farbrengen, he chose to speak about, at the end of the Farbrengen, he chose to speak about the Kashe that the Frierdiker Rebbe said, B'yom ha'ih ha'dover hazeh, it's nicht gekommen geworden. I mean, the Rebbe verbringt a ganze Jahr von Tovshin Yud. When did he chose to speak about it, dafke beim Farbrengen von Tovshin Yud Aleph, that the Frierdiker Rebbe said, B'yom ha'ih ha'dover hazeh, and he went, B'yas Mashiach, and I thought it didn't happen. So the Rebbe, what did the Rebbe said? The Teretz von Shimshon. The Shimshon says, as they're given a Shefet 40 years, and the players are given a Shefet 20 years, he does, and then the Rebbe said, bei uns wird es nicht nehmen, sehr viel Jahren. Bei uns wird es nehmen, yeah, but this is the Yud Shevat of Shinedala. The Rebbe said, bei uns wird es nicht nehmen, sehr viel Jahren. So, and then the Rebbe again spoke about it in Yud Shevat of Shin Lamed. Again, he spoke about it. Tov Shin Lamed. Mitzvah Shabbos. The Rebbe said about the ganze Nekuda as divas Alachera fragt sich Hashayle, when he gets to Shimshon, he given 20 years. Now it's already 20 years. So the Rebbe said, B'med v'om amurim, as B'shas Sefaran another Shefet. B'shas as Einanu Tmurosei, as there is no one like him. So is the Rinim Mamshich Nochanan. So it's interesting to see how the Rebbe said it in Shvat of Shin Aleph, and then he said it of Shin Lamed, as the Rinim get on, as the Rebbe is doing, and the first words that you hear by the tape from the Farbrengen of Shin Aleph is, when he gets zum Rebbe, as there is a Tzadik, was a Meshel of ganz Welt, and rot alle Maftechen, auf der Shekshomim, auf der Chesamim, is there Machlit, wo will zu sein. That nobody could tell him where to be. Is Machlit, and is Domit Chassidim, and they don't Neshama Elev and Chezeres, but when he gets on Tzadik, was a Meshel Akol Elam Kula, is a Machlit where he is. You could see how gleich in Oneb, the Rebbe is telling Chassidim, am sich nicht verlieren. When the time will come, when you read it, B'shas Meister, nobody thought about it.
Yeah.
But today, when you hear the tape, the erste Wörter is das. As the Rebbe is Machlit, wo sein, und wo will, und als will so sein, le Teva Chassidim, is Machlit, was ist der Teva von Chassidim, wo sein mit sich. It's just like unbelievable, you think about it. L'chaim, Rabbi Vogel, l'chaim.
Chaim l'bracha. Wow. Another interesting thing about, you mentioned this Sadigeri Chidus. I heard something very, very interesting lately. The Rebbe tells him there, the Rebbe got a letter from Russia. The guy has a shaila that because it looks like to everybody he goes to work. Therefore, could he make Hiddush on wine? Nobody knows that he goes to work and he doesn't do anything which is Chol Shabbos. They tarnish wissen, because if they know, it's this what is it? Even since lepto from Cheshbon from Medina, whatever. So nobody knows he doesn't really work. So that was his shaila. They want to go always bring in what the suffering of the Russish Yidden. So the Sadigera says to the Rebbe, what's the Rebbe Gamfred? So the Rebbe says to him, at Afhofen, that this Ishbechal shouldn't be a shaila anymore. And the Rebbe goes to the whole Arichas, and I said the night of Yehuda when we took him as Rav, and they asked him different shilas, and one of the shilas he got the answer wrong. So when they told him he got the answer wrong, he said, Mistam, it's not a true shaila, it's only a theoretical shaila. Because the Eibishter only has to varnish the siyata d'shmaya you get for emissar shaila. But if it's a stamped up in sein COVID, And the David doesn't have to give his
Yeah, yeah.
That was what the Rebbe told him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, the Rebbe is saying that you don't have to. He hopes that the Shaila won't be Negei B'chlal. So the Rebbe didn't answer him. I heard lately, very interesting, a shliach from Moscow, Beckerman, and he said that there's a teacher, a math teacher, when the kids started coming out from Chernobyl, so they had to have somebody push it to see which level they are, to put which class to put them in. So he was testing them. This is a math teacher from Russia. He says, he's not Shomer Torah mitzvahs, but whatever, he's testing them. So he told them, Amaisa, he has a friend. He didn't know anything. He says he has a friend who had a question by the Rebbe. He didn't know what to do about his wine. He had the shaila, because a lot of Kiddush on wine, because he has to work on Shabbos. And the Rebbe's answer to him was, we have to hope that very soon the shaila shouldn't be there anymore. The whole situation will change. He won't have the shaila anymore. And this guy has such a verstand. He says, this guy, but he says that he realized not that the Rebbe told him what's going to happen. The Rebbe actually made the situation to change. And mamash, within a few weeks, he got a different job, and he didn't have any more shilas about the keeping Shabbos. And I think to myself, give a cook. So the Gera asks the Rebbe, what did the Rebbe answer? The Rebbe answered, and the Rebbe didn't tell him this is my answer. The Rebbe answers him, but he then doesn't tell him this is the answer. That it shouldn't be a shaila anymore. But that was exactly what the Rebbe answered him. But the Rebbe answered this person, that it shouldn't be a shaila anymore. Sometimes I use it as a dogma. The Rebbe is nishnar emes, nor emes la amitoi. There's no in between. The Rebbe he asked the question, the Rebbe answered him. He doesn't know that this is the answer that the Rebbe answered him. But the Rebbe answered him. The Rebbe told the Sadegher exactly what he told this Yid in Russia. But he doesn't know. Because the Rebbe answered everything the answer. He had this mice with this soldier from Yisrael, Navy.
Rabbi Vogel, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. I see a special Chassidish Yid, Rabbi Hurwitz, Rabbi Itzi Hurwitz, I see here, a special shliach from Rebbe. So I want to say to L'chaim to him. I want to anwischen him as B'schus Rabbi Itzi Hurwitz. We should all be zeicher to the Rebbe's galus, or be ein End zu dem galus, und können alle sein gesund. Und Rabbi Hurwitz sein gesund, und alle sein gesund. L'chaim, Rabbi Hurwitz, L'chaim, it's a pleasure to see you. L'chaim, L'chaim.
Chaim Rafa. Chaim.
I'm sorry, continue, Rabbi Vogel.
Yeah. So you see, even a different case. A soldier from Eretz Yisrael came to the Rebbe, and he's in the Navy. Eretz Yisrael, like a Navy. He tells the Rebbe he's in the Navy. And then he says, it's like whatever, he had the chutzpah or the guts, whatever you want to call it. He says, yeah, I heard the Rebbe was also in the Navy. So the Rebbe answers him. The Rebbe stops for a second, hesitates for a second. Then the Rebbe says, yeah, I am from Yisachar. So I wanted to see what's happening in Zvulun. Maybe they can answer. I'm from Yisachar. But I wanted to see what's happening in this Zvulun also. That's why the Rebbe went to the Navy. Maybe they can answer. You see Pashat. Or even this child Nebuchadnezzar from Halberstam who was killed in the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah.
So Tashim Memches, he went over to the Rebbe and he asked the Rebbe if he felt bad. The Rebbe was going to be alone during the Seder. Maybe the Rebbe could come to his house, a kid. Could the Rebbe come to my house to have the Seder? So the Rebbe says to him, don't worry, I'm not going to be alone. I'll be together with the Shver. The Rebbe doesn't have to answer that way. It's a kid. No, the Rebbe answers the same as a grown-up.
You heard the tape. You heard the tape from the Rebbe speaking to Shazar, right, lately.
Yeah.
Ich mein, mein schwer.
Mein schwer.
Rebbe tells him that Schwer said it, Adam said it. So he thought something, I don't know what he thought. So the Rebbe said, ich mein, mein schwer.
In the Oman, it says that he grabbed the Rebbe's hand. It's unbelievable.
You know, there is a Yid in Atisrol. His name is Aaron Shapira. You probably heard of him. He's a Rav in Pardes Katz.
Pardes Katz.
So I'm a little close to him. So he grew up in Crown Heights. He's a Belzer Chassid from home. He grew up in Crown Heights. So all the people who grew up in Crown Heights, they all became Mr. Grace Maritzim from Rebbe. So he became a Lubavitcher. So he tells me once when he was a Bacher. So he stood on Brooklyn, on the corner of Brooklyn Eastern Parkway, the night of Pesach, the erste Nacht of Pesach. And he waited for the Rebbe to turn in. He knew that the Rebbe will not see. When the Rebbe turned on Brooklyn, he jumped out and he said to the Rebbe, can I come to the Seder? Call the Chfin. So the Rebbe said, it's nicht minig beis Arab.
Yeah, well, straight out.
After Lamed Aleph, it was not minig beis Arab anymore. So yeah.
Wow.
You mentioned the Seder, so I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
And from the other hand, this Salzburg kid is sitting by the Rebbe's table every Shabbos.
Yeah.
It's like, you know.
Yeah.
No, but when I spoke before, I mentioned a little bit, a few words about the letter from Rav Hamnik. I mean, this is you saw it probably. This is unbelievable. The way it came to my door was mamish b'shkocha pratis, because someone, a relative of his, who is in Crown Heights, a Lubavitcher, he got a call from his uncle. This is his great uncle. Got a call from his uncle that his father has something in his boyden, and it's laid there already for 70 years. 70 years, from Tavshin Yud Aleph to Tavshin Pei Aleph. And he wants to sell it to someone in Lubavitch because he wants to give money to his kids. He's already in the 90s. So he wants to sell it. He lives in Israel. Who would buy it? So he calls me. He said, probably you, probably you have interest in that. So I sent my brother to Chaim to see what's going on, mister. So I called the guy. And the guy's on the phone with me, and he tells me, the best rabbi I like is Rabbi Shem Tov from Detroit. I said, really? I said, this is my shver. So he couldn't believe it. Even his wife was going crazy. So he starts telling me his story. I mean, it was just unbelievable. And then when I saw, my brother went there and he sent me a copy of what he saw. It was like unbelievable, because he's the first person who actually we have from him in writing, from a fremder, a real honest description of Shabbos and Vechom order Tavshin Yud Aleph and Purim Tavshin Yud Aleph. From a fremder. And he didn't send it to a newspaper. And he sent it to his scholar, because his scholar had polio. So in those days, they locked them up. So they were separated. So they were writing each other letters. So he would push it right to everything they was doing. So he wrote a whole thing about him going to Lubavitch. And he explains to his wife, to his scholar, why he went to Lubavitch, because he heard about the Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Frivitk Rebbe. And he heard there is a new Rebbe. He saw in the papers, there's a new Rebbe. He wanted to come and see what is it. And the way he describes, in his letter to her, he walks into the Zal and he sees, he says, half of the shul is packed and the other half of the shul is empty. So you understand, why is that one half of the shul is empty? What's going on? What's wrong with these people? They're pushing themselves in the one half. So he gets closer, the Chafremda, he gets closer, he sees the Rebbe standing there. We talk about a Chedesh noch Kabbalas HaNesius. He describes 770 in Tavshin Yud Aleph the way we knew 770 in Tavshin Mem. The Yachas zum Rebbe. Do you understand what's going on here? It's not like the way Rabbi Chaikin said today. I don't know if you were there in the beginning. Rabbi Chaikin said today that they felt the Iskasha zum Rebbe like children feel their father. Ad kedei kach, he said something that I never knew before. Ad kedei kach, that when one of the Mashpi'm told them to write a Ksavis Kashrus, they felt offended. They said, we have to write a Kashrus to the Rebbe? Like, maybe people who are older and they who are we? Like, they couldn't understand it. They felt it's a disrespect to the Rebbe, and it's like questioning their Kashrus. We are not Chassidim, we're going to become Chassidim. We're Chassidim already. And what is they settled? They wrote a pan. That in the pan, they asked the Rebbe, Brocha zan kusher be'emes. And the Rebbe is again, they Brocha zan kusher be'emes. So so this Hamnik tells me that so he started to go to Lubavitch. So he has the two Farbrengen, he was there. And then he started to go to Yechidus to the Rebbe. So once by Yechidus, he told the Rebbe that he wants to learn Chassidus. The Rebbe told him to learn Tanya. He comes back to Yechidus and tells the Rebbe he doesn't understand. The Rebbe told him to learn Derech B'Sechel. He comes back, he still doesn't understand. The Rebbe said to him, he told me a film with the Nigen, how the Rebbe said, Verstehen alt, versteht keiner nicht. Ein bisschen hast du doch verstanden. Bist du gleich mit allem. To understand everything what Chassidus says, nobody understands to the depth of it. To understand a little bit, you understood. So you, like everyone. And Michali, he had a medical relation with the Rebbe later. And then when my Shver went to Shlichus and Tovshin Itches to Detroit, he went to the train to pick him up. And he told the one who's Balabatim to go and help him. And he basically was the foundation of helping my Shver to start the Shlichus there. It's just and the way he describes the Rebbe in his letters, the way he describes the Chassidim, it's passionate, unbelievable. It's like when you read it, you see Purim Tavshin Aleph. Like he told me when he spoke to me was 70 years after that Purim Tavshin Aleph. He tells me everything the Rebbe told him in that brocha was his kind of by him. Everything. The Rebbe told him all sicher. Because he said there was after the Farbrengen was a long Farbrengen. He writes like this. He says he sees students are standing who don't understand a word Yiddish. Because Kalabach and Schechter were our students. And they're standing there, they don't understand a word Yiddish, and they're standing hours and hours, and the Rebbe read in Yiddish. And he says, because he understood Yiddish, he understood Hebrew. And he said, he can't understand, what is this? How could it be? And then the Rebbe started to give Keshe Bracha. So so there was a rumor in the room, anybody wants to go over, could go over. So he said, I'll go over. So they pushed him in, and he went over. And the Rebbe said, why do you want l'chaim? He said, I want to have a bracha. So the Rebbe said, what do you learn? He said, in the Yitzchak Gechonen. But then the Rebbe gave him all sicher. The Rebbe spoke about Chochmas Chitzenis. As you shouldn't spoil them from everything in Chochmas Chitzenis must be Masi mit Chochmas HaTeira. Can be a stira tishon the whole thing. And then the Rebbe finished, and if you'll do what I tell you, you'll be zeichet to Apotzos HaTeira by you and your family. He said he was a rov all his life. And he was a Chaver Marichas Rashi Alatera in Israel, and then his kids are Rosh Yeshivas and that. He told me that one of his kids was a Rosh Yeshiva and a Mesnagdish Yeshiva. So in the years, in the Shvere Yorn in Israel, in the Mems, so once he walked into the yeshiva and he saw Al Kunesichas laying the Mesnagdish Bochem to Al Kunesichas in a plant with water with the two of them. So he took it out and he came to his son. And he made quiet in the whole yeshiva, and he said, what he stayed though, what it says in this book is more important than anything you all learn here. And he walked out. Says the Rebbe, I mentioned in such places, in those Shvere Yon, anybody understand what was going on in those years. And the Rebbe has the father of the yeshiva screams on the yeshiva in front of all the Bochem, says to them, was those stay in them safer is more important than anything you learn here. But he could see again that as Indian Atzmi, the way Yudel spoke about his Kashas and Rebbe, as the Rebbe is Indian Atzmi, it's nipshat as it took 10 years till the Chassidim became Chassidim. He described Shabbos and Vechom order Tovshin Aleph. You understand? There wasn't such a big oilam. It was right after Yud Shevat Tovshin Aleph. The whole oilam came for Yud Shevat. He says he said you see a doctor and a rov, and Erach and this, and everyone standing da bittel. And when the Rebbe finished davening, he said, everyone is running to the front. They said, what happened? And they tell him the Rebbe is going to say a maimer. The Rebbe went out and came back in, and they're all standing in a circle around him, closed eyes. And said the Rebbe said a maimer. He said the maimer he didn't understand. But then the Rebbe said not one sicher, another sicher, and then he realized how the Rebbe with the sichers in Nigle made the whole building be connected with the maimer. So he understood that it's all connected. It made how he explains it. He had a chush tfisa. He told me that he sold many shiurim from Soloveitchik that he heard that was never available, and he wrote them down to himself. He had a medical chush. Like he writes to his wife, I'll tell you exactly what the Rebbe told me. And he makes a quotes from Anocha, exactly what the Rebbe told him. Like you can see, mamish paragraph after paragraph. And he had a medical chush tfisa. And he writes how the Rebbe emphasizes l'chaim to every person. And he says, what a genius way to keep a connection with every person in the room. Yes? This is a Geman who was like 23 years old. He said, what a genius way to keep a connection with every person in the room. It's just unbelievable. And das ist Tofshin Yud Aleph, he writes it. It's like unbelievable. It's not made for a printing in the newspaper. He writes it to his scholar, and it was laying by him for 70 years. And you could see with the Rebbe's ain't safe, that constantly things come out. Constantly. It's a Mayan built-in needle. Nochanan kumen arei Sachen. And it came to me, I would never dream. If I would want to find it, I would never be able to find it. Go search in Yerushalayim for our human fruit of Shinidala. Go search among a million Jews. Go find it. I would never be able to find it.
Where can I read this?
It's printed in the shoe of my daughter's wedding. I'll send it to you.
Wow.
I should have printed it at Chabad. I forgot for Yud Shevat. Maybe if I'd listen.
Because they just interviewed my shver for Yud Shevat.
Yeah, how was it?
You got the last Chabad?
Is your shver a brother of Meshke Gukov?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see it.
Different, whatever. It came out for this Shabbos, and there's a hemshech for this coming Shabbos. There's going to be hemshech. I worked a lot of hours on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, nicht jeder kann verstehen, wie man schwer hat. So, I understand.
Is similar to Meshke Gukov a little bit? I remember Meshke Gukov. Do you remember Tovshim May summer? Meshke Gukov came from Farbrengen 70, remember?
No, Memhei, I wasn't there in the summer.
It was right after when the Mishpat started.
That's right.
And the whole thing blew up. And he came to Farbrengen. Huh?
Memvov to Memhei.
No, Memhei, when the Rebbe started speaking the song.
I wasn't there that summer. No.
He came to Farbrengen with us. And we had no idea what he's talking about. He said, mod geschossen, mod gelitten, mod geschossen, mod gelitten, auf den Ehr, mod geschossen, gelitten auf den Ehr, mod dachten, gelitten. You know, what he's talking about? Till it took us like,
Der Chagav, I heard from my shver, Ameridike Zach. It's all Der Chagav. See how the Rebbe noticed everything that you could never realize. You know the famous Sikha from the Rebbe by Simchas She'eva, that the Kohen Gadol poured the water on his feet.
Yeah.
A famous Sikha. So he says, I don't know if he noticed, his uncle, Michal Teitelbaum, realized there was a Polish Chassid. He said l'chaim to the Rebbe, and instead of drinking it, he poured it on the floor.
What?
Maybe he thought it's a shayla, like wine. I don't know what he was thinking. Michal noticed he poured the wine, instead of drinking it, he poured the wine on the floor.
Wow. Right
away, the Rebbe started saying the Sikha about this Kohen Gadol who poured the water onto the floor instead of on the Mizbeach. So immediately.
Wow.
See, the Rebbe seen everything.
Doesn't matter. Wow. I never heard this thing. Wow. This is in the early years. Was in the erste Jahr when that story.
Yeah. That Sikha was when? In the Yuds. No?
Wow.
It's one of the first Chalakim Likud Sikhas, no?
Wow.
That Sikha, yeah. It's a very early Sikha. You see, I Tonight, if I bring a little for you, young Bachram over here. The Kedaner asked me to come to his yeshiva. I was saying that the Rebbe notices everything. So I remind myself, you remember the Simchas Torah when the Rebbe turned over the kais? They told everybody to turn over the kais. So I'm standing, I don't know if you know where my place was by Farbrengen, under the Weibishul with a short beam.
You mean on the Rebbe's beam or on the other side?
No, facing the Rebbe, but
okay. No.
The short beam, which is under the Weibishul.
Yeah. Okay, now I remember you. No.
Yeah, that was where I stood. So no, that Farbrengen I wasn't there. That Farbrengen I stood on Hecht's place. You know, there's no Mechaim School in the little Simchas Torah.
Right, no?
Yeah, I stood on Hecht's place. In the middle, Shimon Hecht came and he pushed next to me. Because I remember that in the middle, when the Rebbe was explaining why should we turn over the kais, because just like the kaises on the menorah upside down, so here we turn over the kaises to be mashpia to the outside. As the Rebbe said that, Shimon Hecht goes, wow! It's the way the Rebbe explains it, you know. And anyway, so I'm standing there, and I see a bacher on the bleachers on the side of the Aron HaKodesh.
Oh, from the other side.
Yeah, a bacher Kaiser. He looked like he's 15, 16 years old, whatever. He's holding a cup in his hand, and it's as if Freilich, you know, he's smiling, he's enjoying the scene. I saw him, and I think to myself, Shaita, you have to turn over the kais. There's no way I can get him a message. That split second when I thought that, the Rebbe was looking this side to his left. He suddenly turns to his right and he holds the cup out, the Rebbe's becher. He points it to the bacher. He should drink it out. The split second I thought it. I'm telling you. It was amazing.
The best story about this is the story with the Rebbetzin, the way she turned over the little bottle.
To turn over the bottle. That's amazing. I saw by the court case of the Sfarim, I wanted to tell Yudel actually. I have to try to get a chance to tell him. By the court case of the Sfarim, I was thinking about it lately. Often a meifus from the Rebbetzin. When they wanted to read her deposition in the court, so they put up a screen to be able to, the judge should be able to see what she looks like. And the screen there, all the Bachram, we were so excited. None of us knew what the Rebbetzin looks like. Here, the first time we'll be able to see the Rebbetzin. It's not working. They try and they try and they try, and it's not working. So the judge says, okay, I see you have a problem over there. I'll make a recess, and the technicians will take care of it, and then I'll come back in. You tell me when it's ready. As soon as the judge left, they took the screen and they turned it around, so now it's facing only the judge, and all the people can't see. It worked. The judge came in. It worked. We were so disappointed. We couldn't see. We heard the Rebbetzon's voice, but we couldn't see her.
Wow.
Now, I look at years later. It's not a meifus in the Rebbetzon. The Rebbetzon did not want to go public. Yeah. And here she is. Especially that big court.
Especially not before these talkers. After these talkers, things changed. Like she asked the Rebbe, what's her name? Hagar. You know, for the long she asked the Rebbe permission to speak about the Rebbe. The Rebbe said yes. Before these talkers, I mean, the Rebbe himself told the story. I had a whole debate with Chaim Baruch about it, to release that piece, with the way the Rebbe said that the Tate belongs to the Chassidim. He doesn't want to release it, because he feels that the Rebbe told him not to release it to anyone. But I told him the Rebbe himself changed about this.
Right.
After these talkers, the Rebbe changed.
After these talkers, the Rebbe made the Rebbetzin into a Rebbetzin like
the Rebbe said that word for the shame the Rebbetzin.
Yeah. But if you think of it later, it's mamash meifus from the Rebbetzin. It didn't work until they turned it around the screen. Then it started working. I remember the judge's reaction when they came to reading this piece, and the judges said objection. You know, the lawyers from the other side said objection. You were there that day when they read that deposition?
I think I was there. I'm not sure. Go ahead. No?
And the lawyers now say objection, and the judge smiles, and he says, "I'm sorry for your objection, but I already read further."
No, she also said the judge also said remarkable.
And then the judge started saying, "Meire de Gewerte, says remarkable, and
I
I
think
think something else
the
also.
second that he heard the Rebbetzin's line, he said remarkable.
Right. He was you could see right away, but he had read it already before the lawyers. And I remember he was saying Isis, I couldn't remember the words, saying Isis like how nispol he was from what she said, just from reading it. He was like, that's how I realized it had mamish impression on the judge.
You know, Yossi Paris once told me that when I was in London, when I spoke about the Rebbetzin, so he told me the story that he had with the Rebbetzin, Erev Rosh Hashanah. You know what I'm talking about?
Yossi or Levi?
Levi. Who's the Mashpi'm there? Levi Paris.
Levi, Olav Shalom.
Olav Shalom, yeah. So Levi Paris. So he told me the story that he had with the Rebbetzin. You know, it's a Meredith story. You know, it's an unusual story.
Yeah.
After I gave the whole thing about the Rebbetzin, so he was like willing to give it out. You know? So he said to me, it was something that he was a little embarrassed with that. Because what happened? Chesed told him, Chesed was like a friend of him. So Erev Rosh Hashanah, Chesed had a few projects to do for the Rebbetzin. He had to go to this bakery and go to this place and that place, and he couldn't do everything. The Rebbetzin needed everything, and he couldn't do it. So he said to Levi Paris, can you go to the bakery to pick up something for the Rebbetzin? And when you come, you go to the back and leave it outside. And just leave it outside. The Rebbetzin will take it already.
Yeah.
So he did it. And when he came to the back, he heard the Rebbetzin from behind the door speaking to someone on the phone. And he heard that the Rebbetzin is giving him brachas, with the shittim and brachas. So I'm a good year and a gebenched year. So he decided on the spot of the moment that he is going to knock on the door and ask for a bracha. And he's going to lie and to say that Chesed told him to knock on the door. So he rang the bell, and he saw the Rebbetzin still on the phone. She didn't open the door. And he saw the Rebbetzin, you know, those telephone with the line, you know, with the code. Yeah. The Rebbetzin goes back and forth, and he's waiting. Like, the mom said. He waits there. And then finally he knocked on the door again. The Rebbetzin opened the door. And as he said, Chesed told me to bring it, she gave us such a look, like, who do you think you're lying to? And a minute later, she started to bench him with brachas. He didn't ask anything. She didn't ask him who he is, nothing.
Wow. She
started giving brachas. So someone benched you on a gzut here. And that year, he had a hard time with shidduchim, and that year he immediately had a shidduch. And he always said that this is the Rebbetzin bracha. So he didn't tell the story because, you know, he lied to the Rebbetzin. Right. But at the same time, he did it because he wanted to have a bracha from the Rebbetzin. But the Rebbetzin, like he said, she was so sharp that she immediately realized the lie. And she immediately changed, switched, and gave him the bracha that he wanted. Interesting. The sharpness of the Rebbetzin was unbelievable.
One of the most meidic things I heard about the Rebbetzin, there was a Zoom 2 years ago, whenever it was, for Chabei Shvat.
Yeah.
And Plattman was on the...
Right.
Yeah. You remember that Zoom?
Yes,
and he was telling everything they do with the Shamosim, and he made Shamosim for the Rebbe's house, right. Hanukkah, and that's how he got close. And then he says the Erev Kippur. As soon as I heard that, I got shocked. He says that Erev Kippur, he was talking to the Rebbetzin on the phone, and he was blessing her. And the Rebbetzin says, now's the time when a Yid has to be koil themselves with everybody else. I thought to myself, it's Tafshin Yud, the Erev Rosh Hashanah, Tafshin Yud, exactly the Rebbe said.
Exactly the same thing. And the Rebbe is Meir on that, and the Lashon HaBrocha and the Aore, and that's right. The only time the Frierdiker Rebbe said it.
Right. And here she said that Erev Kippur. Amazing. I mean, I was shocked. I wish I had a way on the Zoom to tell them. I didn't have no way to tell anybody, but I was like, you realize what you just said? I don't know if anybody ever told him.
No, I stopped him. I asked him if he knows exactly when it was. And then he said yes. And which year was it? And I asked him till he came and said, yeah, it was the year before the Talkas. So I think B'Shas Ma'aseh I told him that the Frierdiker Rebbe also said that the year before the Talkas. And that's the time when you have to be careful with the klal.
Yeah.
But the prat has to be nichal in the klal. The problem is that from the Rebbe in the Dvorim Nifloim B'Yesa. Unbelievable stuff in many areas, not only in Emotional that the Rebbetzin, that there was the Boston Rebbe, the board of the Boston Rebbe is to live in Konitz, a house near the house of the Rebbe. And there was a shul in that house. The Rebbetzin used to ask to leave the windows open, Shas and Daven, and they should be able to hear. Ad Krikat, the Rebbetzin used to hear Shefa from them.
Oh, wow.
And only after they moved, the Rebbe started to blow Shefa for the Rebbetzin.
Oh, wow.
So the Rebbetzin once said that from the nigun was meheard, from the nigun of the people, she could tell which sugyas they are dealing with. I mean, this is like a lotion. I mean, it's like unbelievable.
The Rebbe Marashan is a machtzedek.
The sugya from the nigun that they menagim, and when they learn, he knows which sugyas. I mean, it's like unbelievable stuff.
Wow.
Must be happening. But what we heard in the Rebbetzin in the last few years is unbelievable, and it's still not everything. Shlomo Ber Lipskar tells that the Rebbetzin had their own line of people who would ask her to ask the Rebbe for brachas, and then she would sit down. When the Rebbe came for the 10 minutes he came, she would read to the Rebbe the tzedlach that people ask for brachas.
Wow.
She had her own circle of people who depended on her. Shlomo Ber Lipskar said that he himself would get brachas through the Rebbetzin.
Wow.
It's just like so many things are been isgalat that nobody ever knew before that they actually existed.
Is somebody writing all these things down?
I hope. Everything is really recorded. Eventually, we darf machen a normalen Sefer wegen der Rebbetzin. Time has arrived to make a normal
There was a word which they used to say years ago about the Rebbetzin. They said that if the Rebbe was busy and the people would call ask the Rebbetzin to ask the Rebbe for bracha. So she would say if the Rebbe was busy and she couldn't talk to the Rebbe right then, so what would happen? So the Rebbetzin took care of it until the Rebbe could. I don't remember who exactly.
There is a story with Zalmanov. With Yosef Zalmanov, Shmuel Zalmanov's son. There's a story with him. That there was I think Simchas Torah, that there was Orchim from Yisroel. It was after the Rebbe finished teaching the song, Simchas Torah in the morning.
Yeah.
And one of the Orchim went to the mikveh on Eastern Parkway, and a car crashed in him in a crazy way. It was blood all over. And everyone was shocked. They took him to the hospital, and Simchas Torah in the free to have such a story. The Bochum was still up, were telling him, you must go to the Rebbe's house. You're the only one who has a Mikurev. You must go to the Rebbe's house. And he says, I'm not going to the Rebbe's house. The Rebbe was up all night. Now I'm going to the battle. It's a pikuach nefesh. You have to. Kids there, and nobody wanted to go because he was the only one who has the Shmuel Zaman of the connection, So he went to the Rebbe's house. And he knocked on the door. The Rebbe didn't answer. So he thought to himself, it's pikuach nefesh. He rang the bell.
Wow.
Ring the bell. The Rebbe came down. And he apologized and this, and he told the Rebbetzin the story. So the Rebbetzin said, "Der man is gekommen nachem. I cannot go into his room now." However, the Rebbetzin said, "Man gesehen Blues, was gehabt a claps, gar nicht." He came back. Simchas Torah, he came back from the hospital. They all thought that this is the end. The Rebbe said, you saw some blood? It's gar nicht. So this time, guys, like she made up the nothing. Like you lost it. To the Rebbe, I can't bother the Rebbe now. But nothing.
Wow.
And Mamish, the same day he came back already.
Wow.
Yeah.
From one Rebbetzin to another, I heard from Mrs. Rosenfeld from Bogota. So she's a daughter of Mrs. Shvei, of Isaac Shvei.
Mm.
So she's a Chanin.
Mm-hmm.
And one time she's walking the streets, says that the Rebbe's mother was very, how do you say, open, very friendly to everybody. She could stop a girl on the street and say, "Could you fix my brooch?" She was very open. So she stops Mrs. Schwey. Was machst du, was hält sich, whatever. Wie viele Kinderlach hast du? She felt very bad. She had only 2 daughters. So she macht zwei, like, she feels bad. The Rebbetzin looks at her, the Rebbe's mother looks at her. Der Eibische soll helfen, soll haben nachas von die 2 Kinder. Like she, pushed in, there's like, from then on, she took it completely different, That's it.
You speak about the Rebbetzin Chana. I actually had another story in Alaska that I had a guy come here. A guy came for a camp, with a counselor, camp counselor, with all camp of modern Orthodox kids. And he tells me that his grandfather, the Rebbetzin Chana babysitted his grandfather. I said, that can't be. So I'm telling you, I promise you, my family knows that I'm telling you. Now I said, it can't be. So he tells me, my uncle will call you. I'm telling you, it's true. So his uncle calls me, wasn't babysit, but he told me the whole story. It's a true story. It's an old new gili by the Rebbe. That the Rebbe Chana came to America, she stayed by Mrs. Hutner, by Mrs. Not Hutner, by Mrs. Forgot her name. Anyway, so she had a boarding house on Kingston, and where now is Basil, across from Basil. Uh-huh. And right there across from Basil, across from the other side across from Basil, because there used to be a shul, a synagogue. There was a synagogue with a wedding hall. And the lady who ran the synagogue and the wedding hall, her husband, basically, he was a Rav, Talmid Chofetz Chaim, the husband. He's on a board, but Talmid Chofetz Chaim, either London, and then he couldn't speak. So, as a Rav, if in America, if you can't speak, you can be a rabbi. So, how you make a living? So the wife decided to open a catering and a wedding hall in the show. And they started a thing. So the Rebbe Tzurchan, and the lady across the street who had a boarding house was friends with this woman. So they were good friends. And she had kids, and she runs a wedding, and she can't go home till late at night. So the kids have to be somewhere after school. So they used to go to this lady who had the boarding house. And the Rebbe Tzurchan stayed with this lady for like a year and a half.
Wow.
And she in the boarding house, when she came to Zayin, and she actually took her own house and divided it into 2 and gave the Rebbetzin half of her house. Wow. And she became very close to the Rebbetzin. The Rebbetzin and this boarding house used to have a dining room, and on the dining room used to be like a beautiful, Malchus Dike chair. And the Rebbetzin Chana was sitting in Malchus Dike chair, and the grandfather, I spoke to the grandfather, he said, to the uncle, told me from his father. I think I spoke also to the grandfather, I'm not sure. Anyway, so the uncle tells me that his father always describes, they were like boys, they were like 12-year-old, 13-year-old. They used to go there to make their homework. And the Rebbe Tzurchan was Kilu in charge on them, that they should not go without her permission. She would sit there and listen to music. And he says she would sit, it was a beautiful chair, and she looked like a queen. And the Rebbe would come every day to visit her. And they remember how the Rebbe used to come and then go backward. They never saw such a thing that you don't go with your back to your mother. And they remember how the Rebbe used to come, and as kids they remember that. And the Rebbetzin, and they had a relationship with the Rebbetzin, and her mother. So the mother was she was also like a Rav's wife, So the Rebbetzin Chana told her.
Somewhere here wrote Mrs. Turner.
Mrs. Turner, yeah. So the Rebbetzin Chana told her. But Mrs. Turner is the one who had the boarding house. She had a different name. Anyway, so the Rebbetzin Chana told her, Badir is allemal freilich. Because she has weddings. Yeah. Can I come to the wedding hall and sit there by the chuppahs, by the wedding, listen to the music, and bench the chosen kala after they come out of the chuppah? Wow. That's what the Rebbetzin did. She would bench the chosen kala and she would sit there and listen to the music. It's just like, and you think about, whoever heard, huh? Yeah, that she should bench chosen kalas, and they should have kids and everything, and that was the job. She was sitting there. I was across the street from her place For the year and a half she was there, she would go, every night there was a wedding, she would go there and listen to the music, because she loved music very much. It's like, and it's our whole family who carries that story. Nobody, it's like, one of the biggest revelations of the new book about the Rebbe is who was the Rebbe's Melamed, the literature Melamed. The Rebbe said a few times, and got the literature Melamed. Who was Melamed? And you know how the revelation came? When I was sitting Shiva in Israel, so several Orthodox newspapers came to interview us. 17 kids. We have a lot of shluchim around the world. It was a whole attraction. So one of the reporters comes to me and he tells me, that my grandfather was the Rebbe's teacher. I said to him, give me a break. He said, I'm telling you, I said, people make up stories. What, your grandfather was Rebbe's teacher and we don't know about it? He said, I promise you, my grandfather was the Rebbe's teacher. I said, give me the names, give me everything. So he gave me the names and I sent it to Elkanah and to Vechom. And the research started, and that's like the truth. His grandfather was the British Melamed, the Rebbe, and he was
want to learn Tisha B'Av.
Yeah, the whole story of Tisha B'Av was like his grandfather. That's how it came out. It's just sometimes the Ashgoche Protis leads you to. Nobody knew. The Rebbe said the Litvish Melamed. The Rebbe said it to the Belzer Rebbe, but the Litvish Melamed got the Melamed from Lita. And the whole story of the Ganzini from Chokmas Chitzenius is from there, from the Farbrengen. The Rebbe by the Farbrengen said the story with the.
Rebbe told also to the Rabbanim Roshim also.
Yeah, but the story of Farbrengen, the Rebbe said as the Melamed hat sich nicht gekocht sehr viel Chokmas Chitzenius. Am Rebbe, the Chokmas Chitzenius is a dover apostle. I mean, darf sich kochen. If you eat a godel betera, you have to know that sich nicht gekocht sehr viel Chokmas Chitzenius. Then the Rebbe tells him the whole story that this kid was a debate with him, that they say that a person comes from a cell and they come from the monkey and the whole thing. And the Rebbe tells him, and so the Rebbe said his name. The Rebbe said the name. Was ding sich mit dem? Will dem Jiche, soll gehen zu dem Malpe. But yeah, so that story shows that the Rebbe was from Kid Vais'uv. What is the Rebbe telling his Melamed? They had debate with a kid over science and emunah. So what the Rebbe did in Tisha B'Av, when we can't sit in the he had a debate with a kid who had shilas and emunah. And the Rebbe came to tell the Melamed what the debate is about. And the Melamed didn't understand because he doesn't know Chokmas Chitzenius, so he didn't understand what they talk about. So the Melamed said his perspective was it's not a real answer. But the Rebbe was like, but from the story you could see that the Rebbe as a child already was going with the derech from Avraham Avinu to brechen the idols. And then later in the famous in the Rishimas, you remember when the first letter, when what's his name, Yankel Katz brought the Rebbe the letter from Gorbachev. Remember the story? And the Rebbe said, Yankel Katz, the Gevir from Chicago, he brought the letter from the Rebbe to the Gorbachev. And the Rebbe said that was a flaw that later was printed. And when the letter was printed, everyone was surprised because the letter was like the Rebbe tells the Gorbachev what to do. Like the Rebbe tells the Gorbachev, when he gets to Chochmas Elam, the Rambam says this and the Rambam says that, and the Rambam is quoting the Sifrei Dos. And it was like a appellate. The Rebbe should and you could see the second letter, but what is the letter? What is it about? So when the Rishimas came out 30 years later, so what came out in the Rishimas? The Rebbe has a Rishaila. And the Rishaila was how to explain Chochmas Atchuna from the Rambam. And the Rishaila answers the whole letter. What the answer was? You're not allowed to look at Chokmas Chitzenius. So the Rebbe answers him, don't tell me about Chokmas Chitzenius. The Rambam said clearly that he took everything from Chokmas Chitzenius. And the Rebbe didn't finish that debate with the Gorbachev till years later. Remember the Farbrengen? The Rebbe spoke how the Gorbachev could understand Kiddush HaChedesh without knowing Chokmas Chitzenius. You remember that Farbrengen? The Rebbe gave all Farbrengen about the Gorbachev. How could he understand Kiddush HaChedesh without learning Chokmas Chitzenius? The Rambam learned Chokmas Chitzenius. How could he understand? The Rebbe explained that the Rambam wrote the book in such a way they could understand without knowing the Mekeres.
The Rambam writes.
Huh?
The Rambam writes that.
Yeah, but the emes to understand, you really have to know the source.
Yeah.
But so the Rebbe is given, the Rebbe didn't finish that debate with them, like till the Farbrengen and the Mems, the Rebbe like saying, how the Rebbe Chover understood Kiddush HaCheded because he didn't understand the source. But anyway, so you could see from the beginning, so in the letter that the Rebbe wrote to Rebbe Chover, you could see that, and also in the letter to the Frierdiker Rebbe, you know the answer about the brief when he gets some Meifsim, the Polish Chassidim.
Yeah.
Tzadik Beis, the letter Tzadik Beis, the Rebbe wrote to the Rebbe, B'Meidel Michtovcha, which is not, he writes to the Rebbe, and it's not B'Meidel Michtov, it's just an address. He wanted to write a letter about the Chiluk from Chabad and Poland. So in that letter, it's about the Chiluk from Meifsim and not Meifsim, Chabad and Poland.
Yeah.
So the Rebbe writes a letter back to the Frierdiker Rebbe. It's also a letter was so in the Rishim is there is a isofer to that letter that Rebbe wrote to himself. And the whole isofer to the letter is that why you need Meifsim? Because we live in a time when a Malchus Poshto Minus, and what is today's science in the world is a migleibnische Farana eine von einer Neshama. As alt is nature, it's only energy. The Mele movement zu brechen, der Avedazore von Science, all day man weiß am Meifes. Weiß am Meifes, man weiß ihm jedem, was jeder ruchen ist. And then he's a Kele zu lernen Chassidus. Because Chassidus is too edel, the instrument is too edel to annehmen. When jeder doesn't believe Bechlal, as a Faran ruchen ist. So it's a very interesting concept. We said that the Rebbe, and I feel Meifsim, the Rebbe says, why we need Meifsim? Because we need to brechen the Avedazore von Science. That means that the Rebbe's ganze Zugang to science from day one was to brechen the Avedazore von dem Dor. That was the Rebbe says, he told them Melamed, sich nicht gekocht als Sefer Chachos Chetzenis. The Rebbe said, man darf sich hier kochen. Why? Because man darf zu brechen the Avedazore. You can see this all Zugang from Rebbe. Anyway, L'chaim. Chaim.
Oh. The Rebbe told Professor Green that he doesn't like when there's contradictions in science.
What do you mean?
One time, the Rebbe asked Professor Green to bring him different papers, whatever's not classified, he could bring to him.
No.
He forgot about it. The Rebbe once told him, "No, you promised you're going to send me something." So he sent papers. And a long time later, I don't know how long, month, year, I don't know, he sent another batch of papers. So the Rebbe tells him there's a contradiction between one and another. He didn't remember the whole thing, whatever. The Rebbe said, you'll check it out, you'll find out. So he checked it out and he realized, so he told the Rebbe next time he came, it was partially his mistake. He didn't remember what he wrote last time. So the second time he made a mistake and it's a contradiction. It's his mistake. So the Rebbe says, I'm very happy to hear that. I don't like when science contradicts each other.
What does that mean? Why?
Science also has to be b'shleimus. Science is not against Yiddishkeit by itself. They use science against Yiddishkeit. Science by itself is a chachma. It has to be b'shleimus. If it's b'shleimus, it's good. It likes everything to make sense. It's a very interesting...
or to make sense in a way that it doesn't make sense. Yeah, but
the science was very interesting. And Professor Green also asked the Rebbe, they say that you know already. Why do I have to write to you?
He asked the Rebbe that too?
Yeah.
There is a Yechidus from a Bocher who asked the Rebbe that question. You know the famous Yechidus. There's a very famous Yechidus. I printed it in the Sofas Sichas many years ago. The Rebbe's koyach for whether he asked the Rebbe as no, the Rebbe told him that. He asked the Rebbe why we have to write a duch to Rebbe, but the Rebbe weiß schon alles früher. So the Rebbe answered all very, very ruchnisdik Yechidus. Moshe Rabbeinu steht als bei ihm Moshe Rabbeinu. Gamma dem schon gewusst wegen dem. Abgesehen der information that the people gave, like, oh, interesting Yechidus. And in that Yechidus, the Rebbe said, ich kann euch helfen ich kann euch helfen durch dem Ebersten. Ich kann euch helfen bei verbinden euch mit dem Ebersten. He said it quietly.
Wasn't over there a word also, als ich bin ein Mensch, also wie alle Menschen, und der Ebersten gegeben spezielle Keiches, something like that.
Yeah.
Those words I remember.
Yeah, and then the Rebbe said,
So Professor Green,
he said quietly, und ich verbinde euch mit dem Ebersten. Something like that.
Anyway, Professor Green asked the Rebbe, he used to speak to the Rebbe in Yiddish. He was Yiddishist, you know. He used to speak to the Rebbe in Yiddish. He said, so why do I have to report to you?
The best story is about the hat.
They said, so the Rebbe answered him, Zon ze zogen was ze zogen. I need a report from you.
I had an uncle, a Schwanz. And he wasn't Russia. He was a Skver Chassid. His name was Mani Segalovich, and he's a relative of the Christianskis. We are relatives somehow.
Okay.
So he was Skver Chassid. In Russia, he became Amishal Lubavitcher. But then, when he came out of Russia, he was a Chazon Suri. So the Skver from America, the grandfather of the Heinrich Skver. In Chavches, he sent him a ticket to come to. So when he came to New York, he already went to Yichidus. So he was in the same line with Mendel Futterfass. Mendel Futterfass knew him from Russia. They knew each other. So he went into the Rebbe, and he asked the Rebbe, my nephews tell me that the Rebbe is Ruach HaKodesh. And he said, and he said to the Rebbe that it's square flag mezogen as the muskel rishon is Ruach HaKodesh. By Rebbe, no muskel rishon. The Rebbe said, no, you zog doch muskel rishon. No, the Rebbe said. Because he asked, like, you have Ruach HaKodesh? The Rebbe, you zog doch muskel rishon. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Yud Shevat. Nicht kein Postetag.
Yeah. And this morning from Ale or whatever. So get ready.
You're in New York now?
Yeah. I'm here for the last year and a half already. Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
All right.
Is there anyone else on here who wants to say a paar warme Wörter zum Elam? Alle wollen schweigen. No. Maybe mit Rab Zanigen, ich weiß, our technicians are still there. Sie gehen schlafen, die technicians. L'chaim, Rabbi Vogel, L'chaim. And I read Shevegnitas from Memdaled. The point lately, because when I saw the Maimer, Zayim Tchilas Maasecho, it caught my attention. Because I remember the Maimer, but I didn't pay attention. I listened to the Maimer and I realized the Epis Ligda. And then I started to go through the entire year from Tavshim Memdaled, and I saw many dike Sachen dort. One of the things which is unusual, Shabbos Miketz Memdaled, the Rebbe quoted the Munkacher. The Munkacher writes in a letter, "Av medav sich meiser nefesh sein auf Bringen Mashiach." Gedenkst du das? I was in Seattle that year, so we used to get the Shlichus like 2 days later. But Ernst Lund used to give me Chazorah every Motzei Shabbos, and so the Rebbe quoted in there that there is a chiluk from the Noch and Lahak and Noch in the Yiddish. Noch in the Yiddish, there's more details. The Rebbe said, as the Munkacher write in the letter, as a Rov in Yerushalayim wrote to him, I tochen, he says such a thing. As he Mesiras Nefesh, no v'yor yival yaver, 3 averes. So Munkacher wrote back, Och ve amad, azech Rabban in Yerushalayim, midaf ze mazbur zayin, nogen Mesiras Nefesh, af Bringen Mashiach. And this was 10 years before Nun Daled. Interessant that I don't know if there is anywhere else in the Rebbe, and the Rebbe said, "Mit mefarse sein dem brief," and then the Rebbe says, "Ksaviat Kotsche von the Munkacher," that's how quotes him, and then the Rebbe says, and the Munkacher said, "Dos is the emceeing," because that was the time of the Satmar and the maneuver from Farbrengen Gepushevet. There's a dos the emceeing. And the Rebbe said that the Loshen adav chmeis nefesh dan Bringen Mashiach. It's an amazing year, and also I was thinking about it. The Rebbe gave Tanyas, right? And what did the Rebbe did? Mem Beis, the Rebbe gave Tanyas to everyone in the hand. What happened Mem Daled? The Rebbe says that Mesaken sein the Minyan von Gedav warten allein Zeit zu kriegen that Tanya, the Mesaken in the Minyan, so he's going to give it to Chavra Kel. Now the Tanya was different than anything else. But the Rebbe gave us the lion as Talkisten. The Rebbe gave you a ganze pekel from the lion. You gave it out to everyone. When the Rebbe gave you matzahs when you have a kel, the Rebbe gave you a pekel of matzahs, and you gave it out to everyone. When the Rebbe gave matzahs to Yisroel, the Rebbe Mamish himself was touching the boxes. He broke the chale. Mamish, the Rebbe was sending it off. Here, the Rebbe sits, and the Rebbe didn't touch every tiny he gave you. The Rebbe Gita Iroe, so gave him Tanyas. Then the Rebbe said, "I'm going myself." The Rebbe went to my shvager, to Yosef Levatov. I'm going now to take my Tanya. And so 2 years nach dem. And in Tavshin Nun, the Rebbe had time to stand auf the feast, a ganze Nacht, to give him Tanyas. And in Tavshin Nun Beis, Nun Aleph, the Rebbe gave noch einmal Tanyas. But in Tavshin Mem Daled, there was no time to give Tanyas. So what the Zach? Chavra Kel should give it. So it's an interesting shinoi. When you think about this all year from Amdalad, it's a meridike year. It's a very, very special year. The whole thing with the Russian jury, the ganze year with the nuclear, the whole thing the Rebbe said about Chassidim and Eicha the Bichaskani, but the Rebbe said that everyone was to bench each other. Remember that? The whole thing was meridike inyonim there. And you could see, when we look back, maybe to verstehen, maybe to underpunk the peklach, what the Rebbe Moshe when the Rebbe spoke about the Sefer HaShluchim. Nobody paid attention. There's no Sefer HaShluchim, right? It's given a Sefer Sachen going on in Tavshin and Aleph, that how much do you pay attention for Sefer HaShluchim? Of the excitement for the Bachim who collected the pictures and what gemeint. You know, there is a sicha, the Rebbe sagt in any of the sichas, as nur mitzad cheshech hagolus, mach me von a toffel iker, von a iker toffel. As me alte nein reden und beten, mit a machen a Sefer HaShluchim, hat noch nicht gemacht im Sefer HaShluchim. The cheshech hagolus, mach von a iker a toffel, von a toffel iker. What is the iker? So then a Sefer HaShluchim, understand the pictures. That's the iker. Everything else is a toffel, cheshech hagolus. And then the Rebbe says, one of the Farbrengens, by Hemshech to Sefer HaShluchim, as was the Nekudim, why to put the pictures of the children, as the Kinder sollen sein Shluchim, as they'll iswachsen, sollen werden sein Shluchim. because they'll see their picture in the book, they'll want to be Shluchim. And then the Rebbe Farbrengen, the Rebbe says, I think it's when tell this, as steht da, Eile Teles Avram, Eile Yitzchak, as Yitzchak as Yitzchak looked exactly like Avram. The Rebbe says, בהמשך zu dem ganzen Linien, the Rebbe says, as was the Pshat von Chinuch, as a Tate darf mechaz dem Kind, that the only difference between the father and the son is that the son has a schwarze board, the Tate hat a weiße board. But they cook nur ist dieselbe Sache. As ist a Chassid und ist a Chassid. Not a schwarze board, a weiße board. And then when it comes to Tovshin and Beis, uns voran Farbrengen vom Kinus Shluchim and Beis. Und der Rebbe redet this time with us Shlichus. Und der ganze Spiel kommt mit Mashiach, richtig? So Shlomo Kulin is never stuck in Russia. And he writes that fire-dicke letter to Rebbe. You have saw the facts. He writes to the Rebbe, a fire-dicke letter. We know with the exclamation marks and underwriting 10 times, Rebbe, I miss you. Screaming. Weißt du, als er schreibt er. And we are in Russia and I'm trying to bring the books and Rebbe, what else can I do to bring Mashiach? Ist doch nun days, ist doch. What else can I do, Rebbe? This is a Sunday or Monday after Kinus HaShluchim. And the Rebbe writes 4 Wörter. Ahim kibel sefer HaShluchim. Asker Latin. Verstehst? Hat im ganzen Sturm. Von Tovshin und Beis. So 2 days later, Reshchedish Kissen und Beis, the Rebbe tells them, Al Bakum sefer HaShluchim. You want to know what brings Mashiach? Or does bring Mashiach? So is that clear how, for one hand, the Rebbe says Mashiach is coming any minute. On the other hand, the achrayus of bringing Mashiach is the Shluchim. The Rebbe has the plan from Dor Hashvi'i is mamshich bli shum shinoi, and the Rebbe is planting them sefer HaShluchim with the pictures of the kids that they should become, and take those pictures from those children out to the Shluchim. It's a gipshutai. You could see how the Rebbe poshet, when the Rebbe spoke Yud Shevat Tovshin and Aleph, the Rebbe had the whole plan of the Dor Hashvi'i, if Mashiach will come potentially before Gimel Tammuz, if not, will continue with the plan for Mashiach until Mashiach will come. And I said at the beginning of the Farbrengen, when you listen to the tape from Yud Shevat Tovshin and Aleph, you remember when the tape came out? Was it Memvov or Memheim? I think Memvov, right? I can't hear you. You're on mute. Can you unmute Vogel? Our technicians. Can you unmute Vogel? I think. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it was hey. I was walking the street and Zalman Liberov and Mendy Sharfstein come up to me. Did you get the tape yet? I say, what? No. So go to Chaim Baruch, make a copy. Like, wow.
Well, you think Memei or Memvov? Memei, you think it was?
Memhei.
I remember the shturim that we had was I remember listening in my room. I was shaken up. It was like unbelievable.
I grabbed it. I went to my room. I didn't take off my hat and jacket. I took out the Kavitz Yud Shevat. I listened to the whole Maimer.
But the erste Wörter was mehr von Rebbe, the erste Wörter from Farbrengen is what we need to hear today. As the Rebbe is the balabos auf ganz Welt, al kol ha'olam kulei, und keiner sagt ihm nicht, wo soll sein. He decides. And if he decides that he wants to be with his Chassidim, dort is er. He is the balabos. Nobody tells him what to do. It's like what we need to know. Verheint. So the Rebbe redt erste Farbrengen, sagt schon klare Diburim. Was du das wissen, dass du wissen sein, der Rebbe ist der balabos. Why he had to say it then? Rebbe geboren Rebbe is alles good to find. There was nobody sitting in that room who really was bothered by that question. You know what I mean? Tavshin Aleph, nobody was bothered by that question. It was not whatever, good. So it's a punktier, is not punktier. It's not so. Even the Rebbe says, "Sech nicht negei, so the people up in Nigle." So the people were sitting there was nicht negei the ganze, nicht up in English, whatever. What do they care? They were Rebbe. was in geht zu heint. In der erste Welt, da sagt der Rebbe ist der Balabos, keiner sagt ihm nicht, wo zu sein, und als will sein, le Tevas für seine Chassidim, als besser sein mit sie, ist mit sie. Der Indien, als der Rebbe führt the plan von der Hashvi'i till today, mit dem ganzen Sturm, mit dem ganzen Strask, das ist, I think, the most important thing for Yud Shevat. Das ist die ganze Sache. L'chaim, l'chaim. L'chaim, l'chaim.
L'chaim. I saw Hershey Spalter is on here. Maybe he wants to say something.
Rabbi Spalter. No, our technicians will give us a Chassidish nigun. Our technicians. Hey, I didn't know. Ta da da ya 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 oh da ya 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 ma ya yo ma da ya 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 da ha da ya 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 ma ya yo ya da ya da ya da ya da yo.
Rabbi Tamigdor?
Weißt du, nicht nach Rambam, du heute nicht Success für Amigdisch, muss Amigdisch. In Beisat Tiere sein, der Gott der Rebbe und Figur Chaim Kutsch.
Ist das noch alle, die Tamigdor von Beisat Tiere?
Chaim Kutsch. Innen kann ich nehmen, da wieder ein Mann. Ich bete mir einfach.
L'chaim. L'chaim, Rabbi Vogel, L'chaim. Amiretchen wegen Yud Shevat, wegen Bosse Legani Yud Aleph, there is a question in that Maimer, a klotz kasha. Everybody who learned the Maimer, anyone who learned the Maimer knows that the ganze nikuda for Maimer is that the Rebbe says that we are in Dor Hashvi'i. And Dor Hashvi'i from the Alten Rebbe. And then, when the Rebbe says, what is the Aveda from the Rebbe says that the Shvi needs to know that the old Meile Zaine is because he's number 7, is a Shvi. Meile is a Shvi Lorishan. Meile, that means that it's not because of his Aveda, because of his Miles, and because his only Meile is a Shvi Lorishan, and he has to continue the way from the Rishon. Then the Rebbe says, what is unser Aveda? The Aveda from the Rishon, from the Avom Avinu. So the Chere, the Shaila is, how do we jump here to Avom Avinu? The ganze Maimer is to say that we are Dor Hashvi'i from the Alten Rebbe. So, Ebazei, the Aveda, our Aveda has to be Aveda from Alten Rebbe, Shvi Lorishan. But the Rebbe says, no, Shvi Lorishan is Avom Avinu. And the Shvi from Avom Avinu is Moshe Rabbeinu. How do we jump over to Shvi Lorishan to Avom Avinu? The Rebbe is masbir the Aveda from Avom Avinu, which is mamish like our Aveda. But the Chere, we are Dor Hashvi'i zum Alten Rebbe. And that's the whole luftu from the Shiva Deres from the Rabbeim, that the Shiva Deres from Pnimis HaTeira, for bringing Mashiach. So, how do we jump back to Avom Avinu? Now, b'shas me, we learn the Maimer, a bissel mehr be'iyun, you could see the answer right away in the Maimer. The Rebbe tells a story from every Rebbe. And what is the story from the Alten Rebbe? The story from the Mesiras Nefesh that he put himself on a side, on Yom Kippur. The Rebbe doesn't say in the Maimer it's Yom Kippur, but another Sikh Rebbe says Yom Kippur. That in middle of davening, he stopped everything and he went to cook and to chop wood and went to cook a soup for a woman who was alone in the house and had nothing to eat, and she was in danger. She gave birth and everything. So when you think about the old story of the Alter Rebbe, about the mitzad from the Shiva Deres of Chabad, you could see that the ganze inyan for Chassidus is the nekuda what the Rebbe spoke in the Maimer. Because anybody who knows a bissel the Rishimis from the Frierdiker Rebbe about the story of Chassidus, the B'shas in Tov Kuf Lamed Gimel was the last year of the Magid. And that was a very hard year for Chassidus, because the Misnagdim came out with a new cherem against Tov Kuf Lamed Beis. It came out a new cherem against Chassidus. And most Talmidei Magid felt that that's it. They have no more koyach to survive the cherem, because every cherem meant that all the simple misnagdim, the simple Jews, were mamish killing Chassidim and giving them tzores and don't let them give panosa. It was mamish horrible. And they decided that they have to do something to make a cherem back or whatever. They have to do something. That time, the Alter Rebbe made that trip in Gans Liter. The Alter Rebbe went, the Frierdiker Rebbe tells the story, the Alter Rebbe went from city to city to learn, to understand what's going on in Bani Misnagdim. And he was hiding himself, nobody knew who he is, and he went from Vilna to Shklov, all those cities. And the Alter Rebbe came back, and the Alter Rebbe made a meeting with his 3 closest friends, Rabbi Ditchever and Rabbi Shanepoler, and another one, and the Chernobyler, and the Alter Rebbe told them like this, that Chassidus is emes, and Chassidus will be niskabel by every Jew in the world. And there is no reason why the Misnagdim are fighting Chassidus. And the only reason why they're fighting it because they don't understand it. But the Alter Rebbe says he saw, but he went around with the Misnagdim, and they have emunah pshute, they are simple Jews, and the only issue is, even when they masbir what Chassidus is, they will be become of it. So the Alter Rebbe says, when you travel there, in the way to get to them, you have to be Meili Mesoer, you have to be behalten the Meir, darf sich weglegen auf der Seite, and with Mesiras Nefesh, to go slowly but surely to be Kevish and Masber Zayin, what Chassidus is. So although the Rebbe, the Alter Rebbe's Aveda was more with Frumeiden, not like the Aveda from our generation to be going to the place of, as the Rebbe said in the Maimer, basic von Yiddishkeit, basic von der Kurs und Göttlichkeit, but the Nekude of Chassidus Chabad, what was the old Ufto? The Alter Rebbe came back and he made a meeting with the Maggid, and he explained to the Maggid that he's willing to take upon himself the Shlichus to write the Sefer HaTanya, and to take the Shlichus to go in Lita and Malva and Chassidus to Misnagdim and bring the Chassidus to them. What was the Nekuda here? The Nekuda of the Alter Rebbe was exactly that Nekuda from Avraham Avinu. As the Rebbe said in the Maimer, what was the Mailer from Avraham Avinu? That nicht gesucht Mesiras Nefesh like Rabbi Akiva. He wasn't looking for Mesiras Nefesh. He knew that his mission is to bring a lakus in every place in the world. And if you need Mesiras Nefesh, do Mesiras Nefesh also. But that Nekuda, what is Chassidus? So when the Rebbe says the Dor Hashvi'i zum Alter Rebbe and Dor Hashvi'i zum Avraham Avinu, it's basically the same Nekuda. What did Avraham Avinu do? He had Chaveret of Zayt, and he was going on Mesiras Nefesh for what? To be in Fazer Nekus in Welt. What did Alter Rebbe did? The Alter Rebbe said to the Maggid that he's willing to legen sich weg auf den Zayt and to hide everything and to go through the ganze Meiser in Taskislev and everything for what? To be mefas with Chassidus and to be masbich Chassidus and explain Chassidus in a way to be understood. And even though in the beginning it's very hard to understand Chassidus, to bring it. And there'll be minagdim. The Alter Rebbe knew exactly what's waiting for him when he's going to start the teaching Chassidus and Lita. He knew exactly what's waiting for him. The Alech Milchomes and what happened to him, the two arrests, and none of the other Daily Soul went through this. The Alter Rebbe went through the two arrests and everything. So the Alter Rebbe was ready to verbegen sich auf den Seid and put himself aside and go through the Mesiras Nefesh for what? To bring Teres Chassidus to every Jew, even though it's going to be taking a huge prize of Mesiras Nefesh for Nitiskislev and everything. So when the Rebbe speaks about Boselegani, since in our generation the Aveda is talking more like Avraham Avinu in our pashtos, because we are dealing with Fraiden, we are dealing with Goyim, we are dealing with places of Yiddishkeit, so it's very similar to Avraham Avinu. But the Nekude from Alter Rebbe, the same story that Alter Rebbe wrote in the famous letter that Alter Rebbe wrote, that just like by Rambam, that they burned his books, and later, the generation later, everyone accepted that Kain Yelono, as everyone will accept Chassidus. There was a time as they burned the Tzavos HaRivosh in Vilna, in Shklov. But the Rebbe wrote that they should not be upset because the same thing happened to the Rambam and the same thing will happen to us. And that's what we see in our generation. We see in Dor Hashvi'i that Mamish, those who remember in the Mems, the Snagdos that came from Bnei Brak and it was eating up the entire Frume world in such a sinner that it was unbelievable between Bnei Brak and Satmar in Wilhelmsburg, and how they joined Berry in the Mishpat and in all the articles against Lubavitch. It was just an unbelievable Zman that nobody believed how it could turn around. And the Rebbe was like, the Rebbe spoke in the Bishalach Memet, Amevov Bishalach Memet. The Rebbe spoke as Yidin B'Teicha Onon, and not to answer them, and the Yoshachet and the Sidereno, nothing will touch you. And to see today, 28 years later, or 30 years later, 35 years later from the Mishpat, to see today how today's the Rebbe's Namen is holy everywhere. Kimat, Mamish left Mamish small pockets where they still have his Magdus. The Rebbe's name is accepted. Mamish like Bam Rambam, that the generation B'Shas and Rambam, they burned his books, and then later everyone accepted him. Bizet Mamish saying in Alter Rebbe and saying in Rebbe that every place. I mean, I just saw from a friend of mine that he knows a Satmar Chassid who said that he has problems. He comes to the oil, and after he goes to the oil, he goes into the shul, and he opens any book, Igres, a Maimer, a Sicha, and he always finds an answer from the Rebbe to what he asked. I mean, that today the Poshet is unbelievable. I had a couple came here last summer from Israel, not an Orthodox couple, and they tell me, that's a wealthy couple, they tell me they fly every year to the oil from Israel. I said, and why do you fly every year from the oil? They said, a few years ago, they happened to be in New York, and his wife had some problems in the family, some woman, some daughter who didn't have children, and some relative who couldn't get a shidduch, and this and that. So they went to the oil, and she had a zettel, and she wrote all the bakoshes b'mail. And he said that year, within a few months, every one of the bakoshes were answered. So she decided that's it. She goes every year to the oil to ask whatever she needs. And he said, Zachem, it's just unbelievable what's going on. The stories from the oil from everywhere that we see mamish their Indian, what the Rebbe says in Boseligani as dos, because that's the Indian for Chassidus. Elamai, it's a shvera aveded. When a shliach comes, when you read out the Rebbe's description, how he went in that trip that he was hiding himself, and he went for a few months to Vilna and Shklov, and of course people spoke against the Baal Shem Tov, and he had to bite his lips and not say anything and just smile and continue talking to them with nigla. It's mamish the way a shliach goes into a town, and in the beginning people say this and say that against Orthodox and against Chassidus and against Rebbe, and you have to smile and continue and work and Poshet, the Alter Rebbe says, Loshen Mailim zan dem Eir. You have to be Mailim the Eir and work until finally you'll break it through. And that's the inner for Shlichus, the inner for Chassidus. The ganze inner for Chassidus is to be in Vater of sich, Fayenem, and to be there, to go on Shlichus in the ganze world. And that's the inner from Dor Hashvi'i. And Mizet, Bemuchash, this is Poshet mit Eilich v'kevish, the Rebbe says, Teskisa Mem Zayin, as Dan Notzach, Eilich v'kevish, Bechol Pino Shebo Elam, and Be'ez Hashem, Bekorem Mamish will be Zeichat Dem Yud Shevat, Zayin Keitzam Lachesher, the Rebbe Nisgalaver, Bekorem Mamish L'chaim. We'll have a nigun and then we'll call it. Nu have Zanigen dort. Our technicians are still awake. Farbrengen at Time. Chassidische Jiden darf Herren von sein. It's not fair that everything has to be on me. It's a Chassidische Jid can open the window and can say something. I call upon him as he gets mal to ending in the Farbrengen down. So one thing we have to come out from the Farbrengen. The most important thing. What the Rebbe said, Chof Cheshvan Tov Shemem Aleph, Geht Shnas Meir Vechom. The Rebbe said, as jeder einer needs to have a man to be misbaited, to lock him. The Rebbe said to lock himself up in this room and to see that it's only him and the Rebbe. And he should feel Shas Meiser that he is standing in front of the Rebbe. And the Rebbe says there that would give a good azach, that it should be something that you do not only once a month, once a week, but every day. And every day you should have a few moments where you lock yourself in the room and it's only you and the Rebbe. And the Rebbe said, is there. The B'shas a person does that, he'll see as das het Pil seiner Yetzias Mitzrayim, as nimmt Maruis von alle Agboles, alle Medidas Vagboles, and all of his problems, those moments of these, der Rebbe sagt, Gora mehrere dicke Sachen, a gleiche Sache, machen das every day. And we all know the story that Shem Rokeach told the story about his grandmother, how the Rebbetzin sent her a picture of the Rebbe, the famous picture, the Rebbe smiles, and how he was a young kid. He was standing outside, and here came a car, and someone came from the Rebbetzins house, and he said he has a matone for his grandmother. And they opened up the matone. It was a picture from the Rebbe. And then his grandmother called the Rebbetzin told her that she chose that picture from 200 pictures. And it's a picture, the famous picture of the Rebbe smiling very strongly by the rally from children. The Rebbe stands like by the stander. And he tells the story how his grandmother, who was the same age of the Rebbetzin, maybe a little younger, and she was a cousin of the Rebbetzin and the Rebbe. And she used to come to the Rebbetzins house many times. And she would go to sleep, she would say good night to the picture, good night, Rebbe. Or the Rebbetzin told her, I knew this will be a picture, will make you good of an arson. They'll make you happy. So today, the Baruch Hashem, we have pictures of the Rebbe, we have videos of the Rebbe. So the Rebbe said, Chof Cheshem Emalef, dos is the Zach, that the most important thing the Rebbe says, as jeder Chassid should have a minute that he should be misbeided with the Rebbe, that it's only him and the Rebbe, and he should be able to feel his kashas from Rebbe. So l'chaim, that everyone from us should have that, should make it a chik v'leyaver, that in the morning or whenever it is, when you say the Rebbe's kapitel after Birchas HaShachar, Rebbe's kapitel, because the Rebbe used to say the kapitel right in the morning, but the Rebbe used to come to Kriya, we always to see was before davening, the Rebbe say the kapitel, the Rebbe's kapitel. So we should have a moment that we are misyachad with the Rebbe, and that's only you and the Rebbe, and that takes you out from all the mitzvot v'agbolos and stells the avek and does the best, the most important thing of your iskashas, you and your children and your family, miskashet zum Rebbe, and those are bringing Mashiach. L'chaim. So now we're going to Messiah sein mit der Ketta, with the last Ketta from the Maimer from Bosilegani. I hope our technicians have it. Das doch mamisch every time when you hear the Maimer, sag der Matenteret noch einmal nicht sein. It's a dover nitzchi der Maimer, but that's the Maimer was to bring him the tachas from Dor Hashvi'i to bring him Mashiach. So let's hear the Maimer.
Aber der Tachlis HaKavone ist auch mehr nicht. Das soll sein, der ist alle gekorre, der Kutschebrief. Na, drauf manten bei uns mehr nicht, dass die Hakorre, wir sollen alle wissen, wir seine Gefühle sehr finden, der Hashvi'i. Was für was wird das angerufen mit der Hashvi'i, dass alles mal los ist, und das was schwieriger ist. Was gewähnt der Anlage von dem Rischen, als viele Aini von Messias Nefesh hat nicht gesucht. Hat noch gewusst, was darf sein Mini, noch Tikro, Vayikro, Ela, Vayakri, also kommen in der Nord. Was man weiß nicht von Göttlichkeit, was man weiß nicht von Niedrigkeit. Was man weiß, viele nicht wegen an alles weiß. Sagt dort soll sich ablegen im Ganzen an der Seite. Und Chosha viele bekommt zu gehen und weiß dem interische Bixar. Dort steht Befehl, ich war Yikro, als ich genug als soll rufen. Sagt nein, auch Yikro, war Yikro, du willst, hat dir so lange Kinder, war Yikro. Ist Elo, war Yakri. Darfst du sehen, also die, was haben bis von gar nicht gewusst, sollen sehen gehen in die Gassen und schreien, als Hawaii, Kel, Elo, Manite, Elo, mit einer besonderen Sache. Also ich habe der Rambana, nicht Elo, mit einer besonderen Sache. Und Elo Kuss ist eine besondere Sache. Nur denn, dass sie mich schon geschehen und das Elo, nur denn, das und Elo mit dieselbe Sache. Und nachher die Anhoge, was der Risch hat uns bewiesen. Und was hat uns bewiesen, der Rebbe, ist, dass das man sich von dem jeden, was gefühlt sich in dem Dor Hashvi'i, als Chosha viele fühlten sich nicht keine Keches und fühlten sich nicht keine Unionen und schreit mir an die Humani und hat Reis auf den Ruf. Sagt mir nicht, wie bald du bist Levi Bchirosa. Bist du der Dor Hashvi'i von dem und dem und Farb der Ruf hatten die Reis getrotten, die ganze Weg und mit durchgegangen, wie auch. Vechom, mich geschehen. Es vergehen, Hussala. Was sie das alles gewähnt, das war sein, der war im Hischem Jahre. Die Schaß, was schon ist getrotten, der Weg. Ich darf jeder von uns nehmen auf sich, hat der Minion Havede, und hat ihm gegeben Kechis auf den Ruf, warum sich in Dor Hashvi'i, als darf in sich wissen, dass Dor Hashvi'i ist, wie viel Mord für ihn ist gegossen. Und unter dem wird können nehmen, einteilen, öftern sein Heilig in unter der Minion vom Mamschir sein, dem Schien oder Mato, Borizaz, Belam Hase, Hagashmi, Vachumri. Und unter dem hat man davon. Und das, was ihnen lief nachher Technik gewählt, was da steht, sich aber nicht mehr jeder viele Milliarden Marischen. Was der Rebbe, was da gewählt von bis David, was bei mir sich nur kümmern geworden hat, die alle in Jahren von Kaljenos, aber um mich geschehen. Ist das eher Robert Saroso? Das ist aller beim Herr Biamin. Bagola die Dam. Kommen und reisen mit Seimarise von dem Golus Aruchni und von dem Golus Agashmi und von dem Golus Aruchni Lejacharze. Wir sollen uns alle in der Wegstellen bekehren, Nero, wie das nach Hause Jelui. Und danach sollen wir uns alle in der Wegstellen zusammen mit Tafel zum Hus Isolbaruch. Was das die Pnimisakavane von Iris Staatslos Eilmeis mit dem Minium von dem Chet, mit Tiknachet, mit dem Minium von Shluchim und Shalzadikim, was sie jeser mechurden bis Amigdosh, כדי soll dann noch sein dort drauf, was wir machen, bis sich kollechet ויחד מישראל, und mit Mahaper sein dem Stutz in der Jumase. Und danach dem Koch von Nefesh Adam ist der Stutz die Gdusche, wie sagt demelt wird sein der Istale, ki kore de Kutsche Brichu, das muss Hussein Sol Baruchu, weil mir sich alle mit Sache sein, sich mit dem durch, weil der Rebbe beim Herr Biamin wird uns alles nehmen von allen mit Zorim und Gwolim. Und sie sein, ob Israel jetzt in der Jadroma, und wir uns sicher sein zu beim Herr Biamin und zum Mos, Yashir Meishu in Israel. Soll sein, der Hashem im Lachleilam Voed, und danach hätten das Vertatschen auf Targum Malchus Elo, Koim Lalum Alam Almayo. Und danach hat mir mit sein Chotsch viele, da steht in Tuchumisch, aber mir sagt so, dass nur sich hat viele, als es sein hat, der Shem Echad, der Shmei Echad, dass ich mit seinen Kindern Chiluk inzwischen Hawaii mit dem Shem. Und durch was ist das sein, wie weiß der, hat mit uns durchgegangen, hat der Minium von Chiluk und Shalzadikim. Ich bald aber, dass es mich schon durchgegangen ist, ist einer da, Tolo Yalebon. Und hat das, was sich jeder von uns, das, was wir sagen, alle Dor Hashvi'i, haben wir sich alle die Chvivis, ich bin hier, wir haben in der Bagola die Dan, und der Mathe Masoret Vechom, sollen wir alle sicher sein. Sag sehr mit dem Rebbe, und sollen uns alles nehmen von Golus Aruchni Vagashmi. Und bringen uns zu der Gila Shlema beim Herr Biamin.
L'chaim, L'chaim. Bis zum nächsten Farbrengen. L'chaim, everyone.